Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to RLCS Season X, and it is time for the third regional playoffs. I am Shogun, joined by Johnny, Cole, and Stumpy, and it is back to our all-European desk. Everyone give yourself a quick wave. Cole, mate,
Hi.
I'm going to ask you this one first. Out of our usual lineup, which one are you on this one? You know, who is Cole compared to our normal North American team?
Oh, I see. I like to think I'm Gibbs, but I don't know very much at all. That's all I got, really. I'm like a thick Gibbs.
Stumpy, be nicer to yourself, please.
I like to think that I am Achieves because, you know, a little bit goofy, little bit nerdy, but ultimately harmless and everyone loves it.
Well, I'll tell you what has not been harmless this entire season. It has been the season itself. We have seen 3 regionals of fantastic play, and we're looking forward to seeing more as we do get a chance to take a look at what this season looks like. We have gone away from league play, and we've decided that we really enjoy tournaments these days. So as you can see, every single one of these regionals, we do 3 of them, and they all lead into a major. We do that 3 times around before we go to the World Championship. Now, in a perfect world, we'd be able to do this as a LAN, but due to current circumstances in the world, obviously, we have to do these things online. So that major is looking like a top 16 European team playoff that is going to happen against each other. So I'm looking forward to that one, but we'll get to that later on. What we need to worry about is today's playoffs, and they look very much like this. It's been a difficult week for them all, lads. This probably been the most heavy regional we've had so far of us all trying to get it done within 1 week. But your matches look like following: Top Blokes versus Endpoint, Barca Esports against Galaxy Racer, the former Monkeys, Dignitas versus Team BDS, and Reno Vitality kicking us off today against Guild Esports. Oh, that is quite an interesting bracket there. And for those of you out there looking at this and saying, am I getting deja vu? No, we are pretty likely to get a Vitality BDS semi-final yet again. If you are a fan of those teams, what would you be saying right now, Stumpy?
I would be sitting there with backup popcorn because you are going to go through one bucket before we even start off the day. There are so many amazing matchups just in our quarters. Then you look to what they could be in the semis and you think, oh, that's good. And then you look at what they could be in the grand finals, and it just keeps getting better and better.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at today's prize pool. This is what they are all fighting for. When they get down to it, it is all about those points. It is all about the money. The points are what get you into our majors and into our World Championship. But today, they are fighting for their share of our $100,000 prize pool. First place gets $30,000, moving down to 15 and 8,000 after that. So we have got to the nitty-gritty of this tournament, lads. And the more you win today, the more that starts to really ramp up. But let's take a look at how we got to this point, shall we? Yesterday, we saw a lot of matches going ahead. We saw stage 2 to get to this point, our 3rd straight day of Rocket League action. And this is how it looked. Top Blokes and BDS taking the top spots. But Johnny, was there any surprises for you?
Well, you have to look at the unfortunate end of Team Liquid and Oxygen, at least for this this regional. But different story for both of them. Team Liquid finishing with that 1-3 have failed to make the major, which will be happening in just just 1 fortnight from now. And Oxygen have clinched it in, despite not making top 8, which is huge. You know, Endpoint and I think Galaxy Racer have to be the teams in the top 8 that we're looking at to make those upsets happen and make those deep runs against all odds. And look at this, especially Galaxy Racer, we're making it in with a 3-1. That's the former Monkeys lineup, like we already mentioned. They are absolutely playing at their best right now.
And Cole, unfortunately, our favorite team is gone. Barrage 0-3 out yesterday. How do you feel on that one?
A little bit gutted. I think we're all looking forward to reboarding the barrage bus and just seeing where we ended up. But unfortunately, there are, they're gone. But there are many other teams to look forward to today. It's good to see Dignitas back in the fold as well after a pretty poor second regional. So I'm really excited to see what we see from those guys in particular.
So this entire tournament has been leading to us trying to find out who those top 16 teams are to get to that European major. We were hoping that today would lead to many storylines where we'd get to say, all right, if this team beats this team, they get to go on through. But instead, Stumpy, all we've got is pretty much a guaranteed top 16. It's just all about seeding now.
Yeah, all these teams now just hoping that they can get as high up as possible in those major spots. And there's just a couple of teams that we can look at to be really improving their spots as well. Because BDS, they are now on to win their 3rd regional in a row. That's something that's not going to happen in any of the other regions. Top Blokes, though, I think they're going to be a team that are going to try and pip them to the post. They pip them to first spot coming into playoffs. Can they do it going forwards?
So yesterday had great series. That's one of my favorite things. I've always loved this about this style of tournament. I've always loved it about the DreamHack style of tournament, where we just get that second stage where you know, all right, these are the top teams. These are the ones that are performing. And we get to see them all just clash at it whilst we try and eliminate half of them. So, Cole, starting with you, what was your favorite series of the day?
Mine would be the penultimate series of the day on this stream, which was Oxygen versus Endpoint. Now, everybody knows I love my Endpoint. I cast them in the grid. And I did not back them against Oxygen. Whenever Endpoint have played them in the grid, Oxygen have been all over them. So we all know that Endpoint have a weird playstyle. They're aggressive. They love to go for bumps, go for demos. Oxygen always seem to waltz in and just not be demoed. They're too nimble, too quick, and just too mechanical to fall for their tricks. But for some reason, yesterday, everything that Endpoint were trying seemed to be working. And despite losing game 1 in overtime, everything just went fully Endpoint from there, including, for the 2nd regional in a row, a massive trouncing by Endpoint in the 5th series in a Swiss. Game 3 was 8-1 against Oxygen Esports, a team that seemed to be on the up and finally finding their feet in these regionals. 8-1, and then they ground it out in Game 4 on Forbidden Temple. What a performance from Endpoint, and they've made it through to the quarters.
Yeah, Endpoint are going to be absolutely thrilled with that. But Oxygen, on the other hand, what a disappointing end. Once again, you know, they've made it into the major. They've made it into the top 16 points leaderboard. But they're still going to be very disappointed with themselves because they had, I think, a really good bracket for themselves. They didn't draw any like really tricky teams that they're not really familiar with. Like Endpoint are a team they've played a lot, and usually Oxygen are better against teams that they've played more often. This didn't really turn out to work out for them. The pressures on in a couple of weeks when the major gets started. Now, looking further on, we saw maybe a preview of today's semi yesterday. We saw BDS versus Vitality again. This is, I think, my favorite game of the day. And how can you not like watching these two teams play? But for Vitality fans, it continues to be a bit of a headache because you know, even though they started off game 1 with that win, with a good showing for themselves, BDS just suddenly started playing at a pace that Vitality clearly were not as comfortable with, and that second game being a 5-0 was just an indication of what was to follow. 3 quick wins for BDS as they eliminated Vitality, or like rather they sent them down onto a non-perfect record on the day.
Yeah, I think BDS yesterday seemed to start off their series relatively slow, and then suddenly they catch up and get onto their normal form. We saw it when they played Guild earlier in the day. I was watching that match over on the E-League stream, and Guild very much had the run of it. They nearly took down BDS as well, but they just couldn't put it away. In fact, in Game 4, Tho put away an overtime loser for his team, meaning that BDS then went on and then won Game 5, because of course they did. Of course BDS continue their win streak. I think it's like 20 games they've now won in a row. It's a series. It's ridiculous. I'll be looking at Dignitas versus Solary as my game because all of a sudden, after a very sketchy couple of months, Dignitas are on a bit of an unexpected streak. They worked their way through stage 2 and ended up in round 5 versus Solary after switching up their game style. I know Leaf sort of touched on that a little bit, where instead of their classic passing style, they've moved to very basic, very solid, let's not try and put anything else on top. It's a style that Gibbs would be proud of because Violent Panda took up the reins as chief defender and racked up 4.3 saves per game on average, where we then saw his 2 teammates barely manage to get 1 per game each.
Wow.
That game plan managed to work well though, because Dignitas took game 1 from Solary, going 3-1, and then 2 and 3 were a different story, close in overtimes, but the French side gave up goals in both, and Dignitas took the series 3-0. And while the playstyle is much less unique and a bit less interesting, it gets results, and I'm not too sure you can argue with that.
It's amazing as well because I managed to watch Dignitas play against Barca in the first round of this regional. And they were awful. It was truly the worst professional performance I've seen by a top 12 team. They literally had 2 goalkeepers in the net at one point, and the ball just looped over the pair of them. I'd never seen anything like that. But since then, Dignitas have gone through 3-1 in stage 1, and I believe 3-1 in stage 2 as well. It's incredible how they've turned it around. Really impressive.
Well, lads, we gone through all of those games. Now it's time to find out what the top 3 plays of yesterday were. So, Cole, take it away.
Well, in at number 3, we have got Astral versus Team Liquid. This was in game 4, where Oxygen needed 2 in a row to defeat Liquid. And then this was pretty much mid-Liquid collapse. At this point, you can see they've started to just lose their shape, lose their faith as well. Cook's having no idea where to go as Farah comes in. But also, I just want to talk about the domination that Astral can have when he's in the air. He doesn't have to be too smart because opponents expect him to be incredible. And that is how he ended up scoring that goal. Which takes us to number 2, which was a reverse. Fruity versus Oxygen a little while earlier in this series. Fruity and Speed combined here to make Astral and Oxygen look silly. At this point, Liquid were 1 goal up and 1 game up as well. So unfortunately, we know how it ended up. But at this point, Liquid's fans were thinking, wow, this will be our day, surely. Sadly, not quite how it happened in the end. And then our final goal was none other than Barca's Ronicky. The cleanest flip reset you'll see all day. It's self-set up, twirling in the air, over the top of both Nolly and Tho. And this one had particular importance because if you look at the scoreboard, you will see this was the winner in game number 3, which set up Barca's amazing reverse sweep against Guild, giving them a favorable seed. And now they're coming up against Galaxy Racers instead of Vitality. So a massive goal that caused a massive swing on the day.
Thank you very much, Cole. So, I think we've been far too cordial for far too long.
It's
we
been way
know
too
that
nice.
we were not put on here to be nice to each other. So let's move on to the Builder Bracket Workshop, which has always led to absolutely nobody getting insulted by the rest of the crew. Johnny, let's set the tone here, shall we? Let's take a look at your bracket. I'm assuming you've got a whiteboard with you. So let's take a look
Show
at
us how it should be done, Johnny.
Let me see if I can get it all in the frame here. So I've
you've
got
got
the
top blokes
semi-finals.
against Barca, beating Barca to make it through to the finals. BDS against Reno Vitality, with BDS beating Reno Vitality. Where have you ever got that idea from?
You've played it very safe there, Johnny. I think that is all the favourites right there. You're not expecting any upsets today at all?
No, the one upset I was thinking about was Galaxy Racer over Barca, but I did predict Barcelona to lose yesterday to Team Liquid, and they made me regret that, so I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
All right, Cole. Let's make it spicier, shall we? What have you got for us?
Well, I'll just return the fan favourite blackboard instead of whiteboard.
Why
Show
are you
you
on a
guys.
blackboard and not a whiteboard?
Blackboards are cool,
insane.
man.
When were you born, Cole?
Who
Is
are
it focused?
BLO?
Blokes.
Blokes.
Blokes. Why not TV?
Why not?
Or
BLO.
Hop? Why blokes? Why did
Blokes.
so much of that board annoys me.
All right, let's focus on something here, though. Cole has got Vitality finally getting one up over BDS. Why have you got that, Cole?
So, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me again. Fool me thrice, shame on me again. I just believe that maybe this is the time that Vitality finally get one over on BDS. BDS always seem to struggle to face Vitality early on in the series, and then they figure it out, and suddenly they'll score, like you were talking about earlier, Johnny, yesterday. They lost the first one, then they scored 5 against him in the second game. I just fancy today that switch is not going to be flicked, and Vitality will be able to grind out a series. I know it's unlikely, but it's a magical day. It's Regional 3. Why not?
Okay. Let's not linger on this too long. Stumpy, do us all a favor.
Yes, mate.
Make me
Keep
look
this
better.
within the realm of possibility. Try and
I
have
have.
a team that's actually in the tournament. Is
No,
where
I
I'd like to
have.
start.
I flirted with the idea of putting Barrage in, but I was quickly told not to do that. And Johnny and Cole have been so boring there. What, BDS and Vitality making it to the semis? I don't think so.
What's he got?
No, we have got, which side do I move?
What is
There we
this?
go.
A little bit that way.
I've got
What is
top
this?
blokes taking down FC Barcelona. And then I've got Dignitas, yeah, that's right, taking down BDS to make it to the semis. And Guild
And
stop
Guild.
laughing.
Is this
Guild
just
taking
because
down Vitality.
Vitality your best mate?
Well, he used to be, but he's not very good at the moment. And then top blokes in the grand finals. They have done an amazing job thus far of getting further than most people would think, looking at you, Johnny. and meeting my expectations. I think Regional 3 is where Top Blokes finally win it. And Dignitas, their boring style is going to win them a couple of games.
Okay. Let's go forward to what I'm almost calling the rapid fire round here. We are going to yay/nay, and you guys home at Twitch chat can play a part in this. I have gone scouring around the community, by the way, looking for some spicy hot takes for us out there. So when the graphic comes up, when I say this aloud, you guys at Twitch chat can have either hashtag yay or hashtag nay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go across the board. I'm going to go Johnny, Cole, Stumpy, and just quickly say yay, nay. And at the end, after that, we'll discuss some of these. So let me just read some of these aloud to you. Johnny, we're going to start with you. Move Cole to Stumpy. Guild have made all 3 brackets. Therefore, they are a top 8 team in the region.
Yay. Top 8. Sure.
Yay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think that's fairly locked in.
Right now,
right.
yay.
All right.
8, yeah.
So that is, we started reasonably tame here, which I quite like. Let's see what we've got. 84% saying Guild are
This
a
is
top
fun.
8 team. Yeah, I love it.
Graphic.
Oh, how
was
cool
cool.
is this?
I absolutely love it. The lads over the Twitch, the production group, thumbs up. Like, you've nailed this.
This is like it's like Twitch chat is in here with us. The interactivity. Hi Twitch chat.
It's terrifying.
Okay, let's see if I can get something a bit more interesting from this
Go on.
one. Oxygen are a top 5 team in the region. Hashtag yay or hashtag nay? Johnny, starting with you.
Nay.
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 All right.
Sorry,
again.
Oxygen.
Okay.
Yeah, they could be and they should be, but they're just not, sadly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know if they would be a top 10 team with their performances. in
Ooh,
RLCS.
well, Twitch chat's a bit more split on this one. We're
Okay.
slowly pulling this in.
I wonder what it is people are thinking yay for that for, because that is a really big claim to put Oxygen that high up, seeing as they have not
Twitch
got a
chat back
result
down.
that
I'm going to
high.
call Twitch chat out here. Twitch chat's back down. They were very much than you guys said it.
disagreed. No,
Johnny.
Oh,
Johnny.
All right. We're going to rush
Grow
through
up.
some more here. I'm going to have one more. for us. I had quite a few, but I'm going to have to rush it a
can we
bit.
get a 50-50? Let's try and get a 50-50 split.
Let's try and
of
get the
Twitch
50-50. Okay.
Yeah.
Are we going to see the battle bus today?
Nay.
chat. Nay, but it hurts me to say no.
Yay!
Yes!
Of course we
Well,
are.
we got a split.
Of course we're seeing the battle bus.
Okay, Stumpy, who's bringing it?
Who would be bringing it? Yeah.
Who's bringing it? Who do we see? We've seen on Solary Kerrion yesterday. He was using the Harbinger. Maybe he's going to give it a go.
He's out though.
But he'd do well to give it a go.
Oh God!
to play first.
I was thinking.
Right, well, let's see if Twitch chat wants to give you any sort of support here,
We'll
Stumpy.
carry and use the battle bus today, everybody.
Wow,
Twitch chat, what do you
okay.
reckon?
Can someone tweet him and ask if he's going to use it in ranked, please? I was thinking of Dignitas Solary that I spoke about earlier.
No.
Well, I'm hoping we get to this again in the future. I have like a list here. I'm going to just start polling you guys once we're actually off camera.
Okay.
But we need to move on to the to watch section because, as we know, Rocket League recently gone free to play. It means we're going to have so many new viewers coming in. And that means there's a lot of unfamiliar names for a lot of people that are watching us today. So I'm going to start off with Stumpy here, since he usually gives us quite interesting answers for these sort of things.
Is it
For the new
carrying
viewers at
something?
home, you know, who might just be looking at this saying, oh, they're just cars flying around. Which player should they be looking out for to sort of disprove that theory?
I've got today Top Blokes winning, so I think it's only fair we have a Top Blokes player as the player to watch. So my shout is to look at Archie, because when Archie on Top Blokes, he's not playing to his best, they manage to fall apart, as evidenced in some of the runs in the grid that recently Top Blokes have had. However, if he is able to stick with his mechanical plays and his teammates are there to utilize him and employ him as often as possible, he can continue to be the top shooter, goal scorer, and goalkeeper of Top Blokes. He shows off what is so special about this game, where he is so flashy, so flary, yet also so practical and pragmatic, all in one fantastic little bundle.
So you think that if we are going to get a Top Blokes final or a Top Blokes win, as you've been predicting, it is off the back of Archie?
Yes, I think most of their success typically is.
Okay, Johnny, to you.
Well, I'm deciding to be extremely brave today, going for a
He's got full Gibbs on us today, hasn't he?
five-head Galaxy Brain take. and that is that Monkey Moon is going to be a difference maker. I know. You're
Jazz
probably
hands.
thinking, Johnny,
Crazy.
have you gone crazy? Who is Monkey Moon? No, but seriously, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Monkey Moon's he's got to be the player to step up again. I think yesterday when BDS were down against Vitality one game, he was the one who really just started to get a lot more involved in the game. Everywhere the Vitality were trying to make something happen, Monkey Moon would be there stopping it. And whenever the Vitality tried to stop Monkey Moon, he was just outplaying them, and it wasn't always the flashiest of outplays. He just casually outplays these guys, and they're the second best team in EU. So yeah, Monkey Moon, I think he's just going to be just growing into this role as one of the best players in the world. I don't think that they're going to feel too much pressure going for their third regional in a row. I think the fact that they've already won 2 will just give them more confidence. And I'm pretty scared for the rest of EU. I have no idea who's going to stop them.
And Cole, I can actually see your answer here. I'm really looking forward to this one because it's a player that we haven't heard much from. I actually semi-agree with you, so I'm looking forward to this.
So I think I've misinterpreted the question somewhat. I thought the question was, which player has a question mark over them? So my answer was Devo, because he is obviously, an old school mechanical mastermind, right? Who has been, in recent times, he's transitioned into this third role.
Keep going.
But in the last few series I've watched him, he's gradually and slowly been moving further forward and getting more involved in attack. So my question about him, the question marks over him, I'm looking at all of them float off into the air, is he going to continue becoming more aggressive and having Barcelona being a more rotational team as opposed to having Devo as the third man? And that is my question, and that is what I feel will be the difference to how Barca play today.
Okay, so I'm gonna quickly jump back a segment here real quick. I'm gonna start with myself, then go to Johnny, then go to Stumpy. Has Cole saved himself in this segment?
Nay.
I think he made it worse.
Nay. Yeah, no.
No! It's a fair question.
Cole,
I think
It's not the question that was asked.
You said it was which players would be difference makers. That'll be a difference maker to how Barca play.
Yeah, but why did you second guess yourself and intro it with the worst possible intro?
You could have kept this going.
You could have played that off.
What, is Devo's going to be the best player to watch because he might be a third
why
man?
not? Devo's
Mate,
a legend.
tell you what, he's going to pop off. This is the Gibbs Rizzo MVP shout all over again.
This is one of those situations I'm going to have to, as much as I want to just continue the dog pile, we are going to put a muzzle on that one and move quickly on as we do get ourselves into what today looks like, because we've got our quarterfinals coming up very shortly. We're going to sort of ignore the one that we're starting off with today. So I'm going to go to Johnny. We have got Dignitas up very early on today as we get a chance to take a look at our matchups. We've got Top Blokes against Endpoint, Barca against Galaxy Racers, Dignitas against BDS, Vitality versus Guild kicking us off. So for Dignitas today against BDS, what chance do they have and what do they have to do to catch BDS?
That's a tough one. I think out of all of the quarterfinals, this is the one
I gave it to you.
most confident about. I don't know exactly what the game plan is for Dignitas today, but it'll probably be to just try and survive. They're just going to try and survive in this series and somehow sneak out 3 wins in a best of 5. But yeah, Shogun, be careful when you throw this to Cole. Maybe ask the question twice. He might misunderstand it the first time. But yeah, looking elsewhere in the bracket, keys to quarterfinal. Yeah, probably Devo for Barca. I think that he's going to be the key for me to unlock their full potential. I'm sure Cole would agree.
Look, Devo's going to be everywhere around the pitch, and you guys are going to come crawling back and say, wow, Cole was, as ever, prophetic in this instance.
I totally agree.
You know what? As a reward, Stumpy, for reading the question correctly out of the 2 of you, I'm going to let you talk about Endpoint against Top Blokes, because that's 2 of your teams there.
You're giving me Barca and Devo. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, you're sticking with this now, buddy.
For goodness sake.
Who have you... you have taken Top Blokes for that, correct? They are coming into this as the favorite in that matchup. For Endpoint, the team that you guys stick with week to week in the grid, what does it look like for them to take a win against Top Blokes?
It generally falls down to how well Metanoris is playing. Almost all of the time, he can be solid defensively and then rotate well to get into an offensive position. Typically, he has got very, very good positioning on the sidewalls and backboard where he can then jump out and then make sure that the ball then doesn't cross the halfway line, keep that offensive pressure on, and if it does get into the Endpoint half, he is then backboard, and is very competent at knowing when to just boom it away to get rid, or when to hold it close and then take it down, maybe to go via a boost to then get a proper offense going. I think normally I would like to see Metanoris play with more confidence, and I think that's what's needed, because you can always see Virtuoso. You know what he's going to do. He's going to have bumps, demos, everything, try and be the disruptor. Metanoris is much more subtle, but I think, if anything, more impactful in a series, and the only way the Endpoint can beat top blokes is by having Metanoris play to the best of his ability.
Okay, well, we're going to have a chance to take a closer look at those later on when Leaf, Gibbs, and the professionals decide to come on back. But we're going to have to start taking a look at our kickoff match today, because it is my team playing up first. Guild taking to the match, and they are against Reno Vitality. This is the way we're going to be playing today. So Guild against Vitality kicking us off, and we're going to be ending with Endpoint against Top Blokes. So, lads, we have seen, as much as some people might look at this and say, yeah, this is a bit of a Vitality matchup, that matchup historically is actually quite split between these two teams. Stumpy, if Guild want to take this today, how are they looking?
I think they're actually not looking too bad whatsoever. I've actually got Guild beating Vitality in this because of what we saw from Nolly yesterday. I have straight up never seen a performance out of Nolly as solid and as powerful as it was. He was absolutely everywhere in the series that we had the fortune of watching him in. Scrum and Flow were there. They did a very good job of supporting him and making sure that they weren't messing up to then sort of take him out of his flow of the game. But Nolly, once again, he needs to stand up. He needs to stand out, be as offensively precise, and just be a cannon at the goal.
And Johnny, obviously, we've had a chance to sort of look at BDS, and BDS will be the expected semi-final opponents for whoever does win this. If Vitality want to break this streak, does this need to look convincing, or can they afford to scrape through and then worry about BDS?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters too much. If Vitality scrape through against Guild, or if they sweep Guild, I will be just as unconfident in their ability to beat BDS. I will be expecting BDS to take it if that semi-final matchup happens, regardless of whether how much Vitality wipe the floor or do not wipe the floor with Guild. But yeah, Vitality needs to take Guild seriously. Just importantly, they can't look past them. They've got to really focus up here. This has been a close match in the most recent few occasions that they've played. And although Guild have struggled throughout the season, I think they are still up there. You know, they have made bracket. They made playoffs 3 times now. So this is a chance for them to finally get out of that quarterfinal. Unfortunate to draw Vitality, but at the same time, you know, they at least now it's not going to look as bad if they do drop out of the quarters.
Yeah, Guild will be pretty happy with how this season has gone, considering how the week-to-week in the grid has been pretty tame. They'll be unhappy with that. But staying on the topic as well that we had earlier on regarding players to look out for, one player we didn't mention, Cole, is Alpha 54, and he has been on form lately. What chance have we got of seeing the on-form version of him? And if he's not on form, how does Vitality's chances of taking the championship today look?
Well, yeah, arguably a more important player in the realm of RL Esports on current form than Devo. I will give all of you that straight up.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that as well.
That'll mean a lot to Alpha 54 too, from me, yeah. Alpha is by far and away the most important player for Reno Vitality. If he is blunted, they can struggle to score goals, even a team that have the creativity and the history of Fairy Peak and KDOP. He is just such an intelligent player who always has the mechanics in his locker. He can bring out anything that you want him to bring out, but he's also equally happy to charge into that 50-50 or sit back as the third man if that's what the team require. And that is why historically Vitality have had such dominance surrounding them and such a fear factor, which is only now starting to be eroded. But I think that, you mentioned for anybody new watching this, if you want to know why Vitality have always been considered to be so good, just watch Alpha glide around the pitch. It's beautiful to behold.
And it is one of those things that almost starts to show just how strong BDS is that we can put Vitality against almost anyone else in this bracket. The majority of the time, we'll just be saying, oh, they're going to win that one. And then
unless you're Stumpy and they're playing Guild.
No, but did you guys not watch Guild yesterday and see how impressive they were? At times, they looked like a top 8 team.
Stumpy, this is the problem. You're falling into the trap. And I don't blame you for this at all, because I am with them week to week for the grid.
Really good.
And they are just like that, unfortunately. Guild very often are just, we're doing great. Oh no, we've fallen over.
No, this seems different though. This genuinely seems
this
like...
is different.
This is different. I promise I can change him. No, this seems like a really... It seems like a brand new guild that we are seeing, because the word that I described them with yesterday was cohesion. Genuinely, look back at their last, I don't know, 20 replays or whatever. Try and find a point where they had any semblance of cohesion, because it's so rare. Normally it's 3 players on a pitch and they might link up every now and then. Might be a bump to open the goal for, say, Scrubber Clear to score, whatever it is, a pass central, a flick up high. Yesterday, I was incredibly impressed with how well the ball was handed off frequently to each other, and it's something that I've had to go to Dignitas for, and they didn't force it. They weren't just forcing a pass because there's somebody middle, oh, okay, I will pass it to him then. Instead, they made the intelligent choice of, do I go solo because it's the best thing to do, or do I pass because it's the best thing to do? They were doing a consistent and effective and efficient cost-benefit analysis every single time they had any time on the ball. And it was straight up the best performance I've ever seen Guild have. And I was so impressed.
I've just started to realize why you're so slow when we play Freeze Stumpy. It's because you're doing a budgeting sheet whenever you're trying to figure out if you want to go for the ball.
It's got his abacus.
Quick update, by the way, as to why we are waiting to get into this series is because we currently have a player with an internet issue. So we're trying to get that sorted out, try and figure out what goes from there. Obviously, there is a time limit on this, so worst comes to worst, they will have to play with their sub, and that is currently on Vitality. So... you know, there's part of me that might be a bit excited about this because it could be time for the year of the Mount.
This is Mount, isn't it?
Wow.
Maybe
Stumpy's feeling pretty good about this.
I was going to say, Stumpy.
Maybe we see this happen. Maybe we see this cheeky little semi-finals happen.
Stumpy,
Did you DDoS
Vitality, Mount Vitality will still beat Guild. It doesn't matter. Mount's still
that's not true. I mean, to be
Vitality
fair,
Mount Edition. They're too good.
Far be it from me to stick up for Stumpy Goblin. You know I hate doing that completely.
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, please do. Please.
But in the last 10 or so times these two teams have played,
They have been trading victories. Shogun, as I'm sure you know, the most recent grid, there was a reverse sweep from Guild against Vitality. I don't know how they did it, because I was guessing my own Guild matches.
I don't remember that.
And that was definitely not with Mal. That was with the full storied Vitality roster. So, I mean, there were 5 series in a row where Vitality did beat them, but since then, it's been 1, then 1, then 1. So this in a best of 5 could certainly go Guild's way.
Mount would strike fear into them if they just see that nameplate.
The thing is,
they're going to be trembling. They're going to be shaking so much their monitor will be wobbling on the table. It's going to be unbelievable. Like,
imagine if Maldo does sub in and Vitality still win. I will be looking at my predictions, and I cannot live that down.
You won't have to imagine. It's going to happen, buddy. Just a couple more minutes of internet outage.
Would that be a better story than the Season 8? Fireburner subbing in for Cloud9 and Arju for Mouse. Would that be the best sub story ever?
Can you imagine if
Garen as well for Rogue.
Yeah.
So let's see what you guys at home think on this one, because we're still throwing it around here. I'm also getting mixed messages about which team it actually is. So it could be Mount required for Vitality. It could be Mexa required for Guild. We're actually not entirely sure on this one, but get your votes in at home. This is the most question mark vote we've ever gone with.
Go Guild!
So
what are we asking? Oh, I see. All right, okay.
Yeah, who is going to win this one? Guild versus Reign of Vitality. I think one important thing to note is that this is a best of 5 matchup, not the best of 7s just yet. We get into those as we go into the semi-finals. In the case of it being a best of 5, which team, Cole, do you think that favors a little bit more being a shorter series?
Certainly Guild. I think that Vitality are some of the smartest players in the game right now. They all have so much experience. They're capable of learning and downloading anything that comes up against them, apparently, apart from BDS, who just seems to always figure them out,
it's
which is
that's like
fun.
pitting 2 French AIs against each other, and you just can't do it. It's the immovable object versus the unstoppable force.
How do you say AI in French?
AI.
Two at ease against one another. But yeah, I certainly think the shorter format will help Guild in this instance, because the best of 5, genuinely, I do feel, the more I talk about it, the more I'm starting to convince myself that Guild could take this one. I had Vitality down here as winning the whole thing, so wow, I really am going against myself right now.
Well, let's see if anyone at home agrees with you. Let's take a look at how the chat vote currently looks. It is Vitality with 64%, Guild with 35%. So, we're not going to hold this one. This is one of the rare occasions I'm not going to hold this. against Twitch chat at all, because obviously there's a lot of question marks going on here. We don't know whether or not, and I've got confirmation now, it's definitely alpha, 100% alpha. He's currently having issues. So, you know, maybe it is the year of the Mout. So I'm expecting, we're going to try and keep this up, actually, I think, now that we've got that confirmed. I want to see if that starts going the other way, if people start.
So Mout is now, we confirm Mout very
We're not confirming Mout is in yet, but we are confirming that alpha is the one currently having issues.
I want to see it keep ticking.
You want to see it? I think people are pretty confirmed on this one.
I've just seen the words "Mout is ready to go."
Oh my
Who are those words from?
Oh yes,
it's in Tawny Ops, so it's like it's an official method. But we obviously don't know if Alpha is going to be still coming in.
So it's really now that all the fans know that Mout is playing, the vote should be swinging even more in Vitality's favor. Look, everybody, Mout's playing. He's the best player.
Johnny, talk about Mout.
What?
I'm going to use this occasion, though. All right, Mout does have a few accolades to his name. I'm actually going to bring up a name that I'm sure we're all going to be happy to hear again. Findable Carpet actually used to run a league called the Polestar Premier League.
Oh, we love him.
Mout won that in the very first season. That being said, it was a while ago. You know, this was back when he was actually called the Year of the Mout. But I'm trying to give like a little bit of accolade here to Mout on this one.
Just to convince you that Vitality still have a chance to win this, Mout won a tournament 5 years ago.
Yeah!
You know how long that is in esports? That's like 50 years.
Cole was in a top 3 team back 5 years ago. So.
I was, yeah.
I've just gone to Pulsar Premier for the Pulsar Premier League. Their last tweet was in June 2019.
What did they say?
They just know in silent for a while. We're going to be back soon.
Oh no! How long is soon to these people?
Come on,
we're slowly waiting for them. Guys, whilst we're waiting, let's get some official confirmation on our predictions then. So, Johnny, starting with you, who's going to take it and by what scoreline?
Well, obviously, it's going to be 3-0. Mout's playing for Vitality, so I don't think Guild are going to have a chance. You know, Scrubkilla is going to see that name, and all he's going to think about is how much his Twitch chat is going to make fun of him next time he streams because he's lost to Mout in RLCS. With that thought dominating his mind, he won't be able to hit the ball. 3-0 for Vitality.
Cole?
I am going to go with 3-2 for Vitality, but it'll just be, this is going to be a very silly series, one way or the other.
And Stumpy, are you correct? Yes or no?
Guild are going to be winning this one 3-0, baby.
That is a yes. Guys, thank you very much for joining us on today's pre-show. Hope to see you again very soon. But for now, it's time to head you over to the Skybox with Cole and Stumpy.
Welcome, everybody, to the Skybox. Looks very similar to the desk, but we are here, and I can confirm, everybody, that Vitality are playing with Mout. This will be Guild with their strong roster of Scrubkilla, Tho, and Nolly versus Vitality fielding Fairy Peak, K-Dop, and Mout. I am feeling confident about my prediction, but Mout by no means is a bad player. For everybody wondering, he is their coach and their sub, and this is going to be a really, really tough performance and a hard sell to win this.
And Mout is a bit of a mean, bless him, but he has, you know, been at the top of the game in his time. He is certainly more than capable of jumping into a pro lobby and doing some good stuff. That was already an awkward pass from him. What are you expecting from Mout? I think that we're going to see some awkward touches at the beginning, but he will figure out the pace of the series. And once he does, you know, he might step up.
I mean, the question mark is almost entirely going to be on the mechanics, because there's no doubt he knows what to do, right? He knows what he needs to do. He is the coach for one of the strongest rosters in Vitality. But will he be able to match that? And what are K-Dop and Fairy Peak going to do? Because they have lost a lot of their firepower. Alpha, one of their best players, and Mout's got gigantic shoes to fill. There's no easy shoes to fill on this squad at all if there were internet issues for either of the others. But man, it's going to be very, very tough for Vitality to win this. And Guild, I'm sure, are very pleased seeing Mout on the pitch.
And already look how much pressure Guild are having. They'll be feeling really confident right now. Their attack will be purring as they come forward. But they have to remember that still, I mean, Fairy Peak, he's got a solo play in him, isn't he? So too is K-Dop. And Mout, the question mark over him to me is, how do his teammates let him play? Does he get a free roll? Is he told to defend? Do they basically say, look, don't come in to our half of the pitch. You do the aggression stuff. You know, you tell your lesser player to chase. Maybe that's the play. I have got no idea how it's happening, but it seems to me that so far, Mount's touches are very boomy. He wants to get the ball, get rid of it, and make sure that he's not making a mistake. And maybe Guild will start to get frustrated because they have that in them.
I think we are going to be seeing a new wave of Guild, and I think this is going to be... I think if Vitality do win this, and they do secure the first goal, it is going to be a pretty short-lived tournament run for them regardless. But Mao, with the setup, sends it high at Nolly, who dropped it for Scrub Killer to connect, but instead K-Dot beats him out, and Mout with the first assist of the game, K-Dot with the goal.
Oh, I'm actually disappointed that you said K-Dot with the goal. I sort of like the idea of nobody remembering who scored the first goal in Regional 3 playoffs. Everyone just remembers that Mao gets the assist and K-Dot then saves from Scrub. We will remember that one. Well done, K-Dot. You've earned our memory. I was going to say as well, Stumpy, that Guild are still going to have to defend better than that. Nolly's touch down to Scrub. It was trying to be way too clever. They're trying it again. This is crazy from Guild. They need to just get rid of the ball sometimes because they're going to be punished.
Yeah, it's going to be on Guild as well to not just match the play that we're going to see Vitality give them. They need to do more than that. We're going to need to see Guild not become complacent and think, well, there's Vitality with a sub. Like, that's still a good sub. It's still a decent player to have on the team. As Mal goes chasing for a couple of demos, does not secure that boost steal. And Scrub will send it long on an open net. Fairy Peak up, but Mount beating him out. K-Dop shutting down the attack, and now Mount with the 50. Goes for a solo versus Nolly, does not get it over. And this is a playground at the moment. Scrub with a chance. Takes it low, but Fairy to 50.
I don't care if you are Guild's biggest fan. When Mount got the save and then he went for the solo play, everybody was hoping that he'd find a way to get it into the back of the net. It didn't quite happen on that occasion, but he is getting involved. Fair play to him. He wants to get on the ball. He's not afraid of it. He's got his teammate Fairy Peak going out for that one and sending Guild all the way back. And the question of the time left in this game, Stumpy, is just starting to be asked. Now, we're getting later into it, and it's still 1-0 to Vitality.
Scrub Killer with a whiff as well on that right-hand side. Fairy Peak with an open chance, but does not take it. Challenges with Tho, and Nolly can send it wide. Mount dropping it over to K-Dop, who swipes in front of Scrub Killer. Low boost on the back wall, so can't go too far with it. Instead, Tho sends it towards Fairy Peak, who has got 60 boost. Can go up. Will not be out the defender because he fakes it. Nolly just missing. Not the performance we've seen from him in the last couple of days.
Guild have forgotten how to defend all over again. It was partly a fake from Fairy Peak, but partly just a flat-out miss there from Scrub Killer on the backboard. Thought he'd have it. And now it's 2-0. A couple of them for Guild to come back to. They'll need to start off this phase of the play pretty well because Vitality are looking weirdly confident. It seems that they know that nobody's expecting them to take this one. They're playing without pressure. And it's just working for them right now. This could be it. A Nolly. Oh, the double tap, the quality finish, and it's 2-1.
Oh, Nolly catching that from Scrub's clear, carries it on its way, and then taps it down for the double. K-Dop in net, looking confused, bewildered, and scored upon. The first goal coming for Guild within the final minute. Guild may be awoken.
I feel like backboard play is going to be massive for Guild. When teams aren't quite as used to each other, covering the backboard and managing to avoid sort of giving away lots of infield passes is really tricky. And we all know how good Guild are when they are coming back above the goal. Here's another example. Tho, he's going to get it again. Oh, what a save from Fairy Peak. But just again, Guild showing what they're capable of.
Scrub Killer wanting to continue this offense as well, but Mount challenging on that side wall. And again, continues to face off versus Nolly. Fakes out though, who then ends up getting a weak touch. Sent far by K-Dop. Nolly in net towards Scrub Killer. Great clear out of defense. But a heavy touch from the young Scot means that Mount can go up. Beaten quite handily by Nolly. Both K-Dop and Fairy Peak go for that ball. Mount with the shot ends up firing wide, and the final 5 is going to need something from Guild.
It wasn't a shot, it was a very accurate pass, I'll have you know, from Mount. So was that into the corner. He's getting all the touches. It's smart play. He doesn't just want to shoot. What's the point in 3-1 when you can grind it out? A 2-1 victory. Letting Guild think that they can come into it all the way until the end before finally delivering the dagger into their heart. And game 1 goes to Vitality. I think that I'm very glad that Johnny Boy isn't currently on view right now because he will be looking very smug in this instance.
I can imagine his smug face. He does it a lot. I'd also like to confirm to people that during this series, because they're using a sub currently, Vitality are allowed to sub Alpha back in if his internet issues do clear up.
Mouse is left.
Mount has just left the lobby. His one song in the RLCS is over. Alpha 54 is back in. We are seeing Alpha sub in for Mount in game number 2.
If they lose game 2, do they sub it right back and put Mount in for Alpha?
What a treat we have got. Mount, by the way, at the end of that, not even saying GG. Just coming in, beating one of the top teams in Europe, and just saying, oh, you want to get Alpha into the lobby now? And then just leaving, going back into the coaching role. This is now full strength Vitality, managing to take down Guild with the sub. I think that is going to be some very, very confident Frenchmen.
What on earth do Guild think at this point? They know that they are on the cusp of embarrassment. If they can't turn this series around, people are going to forget that Alpha subbed in game 2. People will only remember that Mount beat Guild. Can we get that trending? Hashtag Mount beat Guild.
Poor Gregan. Poor Guild.
Hashtag poor Gregan.
Game number 2 is going to be seeing Guild wanting to bring it back. The early shot from Nolly. Saved away by K-Dop, sent high by Alpha, who gets the double tap over. Though you can immediately see the quality that Alpha has got. He's one of the star players from the plays in the last couple of days. Cole, we looked at one of his goals in the pre-show, and he brings a lot to this Vitality roster and hoping to take them into the semis.
Just look at the quality of that touch over the top towards Fairy Peak, and then K-Dop and Nolly into the center there. It's Guild with some early pressure. Nolly's coming from the ceiling towards Scrub Killer. It goes. They love this play, but K-Dop always finds a way to make the save.
The unstoppable force in the goal, but though breaking through as the object finds its target. That pass from Nolly after the demolish as well, though follows it up perfectly. Double taps it in. Both goals for Guild now coming from double taps. That backboard may be found as a bit of a weakness.
It truly is. I mean, it's not necessarily a weakness of Vitality, but it is such a strength for Guild. They can do this against pretty much anyone if they dare not cover their backboard for a few seconds. And now the series is back to normal. Guild seem a lot more comfortable, ironically, facing Alpha than they did against Mount at any point.
It's the known factor. Like,
exactly.
They know what Alpha's going to do, but Mount, they had no idea. And almost everybody could see that Alpha had a decent shot on target, and it might well just be a goal.
It doesn't matter if you know what Alpha's going to do. He is still going to absolutely do it, bulleting that shot into the bottom right corner, and we have a parity in this second game. So a decent return for Alpha after going a goal down, after joining the field. What a weird day he's had so far. I think this is the point now where the series begins to calm down for a second or two, especially with Fairy Peak saving that one.
Fairy Peak now moving up the pitch, sends it high on the right. Alpha cannot make any contact, and so Scrub forced to send towards Nolly. Scrub is still middle, but Nolly opts to go for the double tap. Does get zone, squeaks it central, throw the only man up. Alpha backboard will try and dive in, couldn't get a nose to it, but the post doing Vitality's job for them.
Yeah, Alpha was covering that backboard from the second the ball took to the air. It was actually a really clever shot from Tho to shoot low, trying to make sure that the person on the backboard wasn't able to get there, and it so nearly worked, but Guild still do have this pressure ongoing. Scrub Killer more than happy to cut rotation and go from the side, trying to force a 50-50, but it's Fairy Peak that it falls to, who can go high. But then look at the positioning of Guild. Tho so far back so he can meet the ball in the air and just keep the ball camped in Vitality territory.
Scrub onto that backboard will get bumped around by Nolly, and so K-Dop beats him out to the ball. Alpha sending it to the backboard, hoping that's a weakness for Guild on their defensive half, but Tho trying to go for the double. K-Dop learning like the French AI we described them as earlier. Another 50 in midair, falls down to Tho, shot on, but Alpha handily catching and dribbling away.
That is just the difference in quality with Alpha. He had pretty much no boost, barely anything to work with from an awkward angle, and still he manages to get it over a Guild player and safely towards the center of the map. And now Vitality, they're fully boosted. They've got the ball in the Guild half, and they can try and build an attack of their own. If Fairy Peak can tackle Scrub here, he can't, but K-Dop will beat Nolly. Now Fairy Peak gets his redirect, it's too high. Who's following up? It's nobody, and that one will come to nothing.
We've not even touched on the fact that this is Scrub versus the team that ended up kicking him after the World Championship over in Madrid for Season 9. The double save coming out and stepping to the post for Alpha. The tries to be too clever. It was a good idea for the placement, just a little bit too much spice on it. And yeah, Scrub originally on the Vitality roster, that's how we started his pro career. But because they didn't win Worlds, K-Dop decided to send the guillotine down on him. And Scrub had to find a new home in Guild. And the post once again for Vitality's offense.
Yeah, it's so near, so far for Vitality, but Scrubkiller's following this one. Look how quickly they're covering the backboard now, though, Vitality. As you mentioned, Stumpy, they do learn so quickly. You can get one goal against them, but you'll very rarely get the same type of goal against them before too long. And now they've got the chance to attack themselves. Alpha over the top. I think this is going straight in. It is. Flows off to Wonderland. 2-1 Vitality.
So going for a peculiar turn there because he went onto the backboard, which is a great idea, and then turned back to challenge on that left-hand wall. But he already got the boost, so he wasn't going to be going onto the side. He positioned to go backboard and then decided against it, despite the fact of being the right thing to do and with enough time. Very peculiar movement by Tho, and it cost Guild a goal.
So Alpha becomes the top scorer in the series, which he'll be more than happy about, despite losing that first game. And K-Dop round the side. He's coming in. It's
Missing out on that
Fairy
first
Peak,
game.
rotating all the way there. Here he comes, Fairy now off the ceiling. Can he get the next touch against Nolly? He can, but sadly K-Dop wasn't gambling on it. And Guild can build something for themselves. Nolly coming forward on the left wing. Alpha's touch isn't great, and Fairy Peak's in a little bit of trouble here. Tho wants this 100 boost, but he doesn't get it. And maybe that will be enough to kill the attack, and Vitality come themselves.
The final 30 seconds now as Guild do find themselves trailing by one goal
chance.
yet again. Nolly to Scrub, but Alpha there, quick as you like. Nolly turns to get the 100 boost, does so, but K-Dop challenging Tho. Sets himself up to a double tap position, saved away by Nolly. Scrub needing to get the offense going at this point because as 15 seconds is upon us, Guild down by 1.
Nolly and Scrub combine to get this ball all the way down to K-Dop's end, but the boom back is equally as effective. It's boom ball at the moment. Nolly wants to get a redirect, though. He's already up. He couldn't quite connect. Fairy Peak was brave, but in comes Nolly. No, Alpha was already there. And this one is probably going to touch the floor right here, right now. And if Nolly can do something amazing, it's towards Tho, and he keeps it high. Nolly will be able to get onto this, and Tho's underneath it as well. This is a chance, but Nolly goes for the shot instead of putting it onto the backboard. And it does finish 2-1 to Vitality. And what a return to the fray for Alpha 54.
It did seem like a generally more comfortable game for Guild, though, I would say. Because with Mao, it was unknown. You had no idea what it was going to hit, what it was going to miss, and his favoured plays that he would like to go for. Will he be the attacking one? Will he trend towards the backboard, or is he more grounded in net? They have no idea. And it's why we see some of these teams in this Swiss format lose out to lower level teams, as it were, the bubble teams, because they don't know how to deal with them. The backboard, though, yet again for Guild, being their prime passing opportunity, and that's how they've secured every single one of their goals thus far. Vitality learned, shut that down after the second goal went in, and backboard is now covered. Guild need to find a new trick.
In both games as well, there has been some questionable defending from Guild, which I think is disappointing. You know, this is the team that had to fight and scrap so hard, even to make it to this point in this third regional. And I don't want to see them chuck it away because they're giving a team like Vitality 3 goals. So I'm hoping from this point forwards, if Vitality score because they do something incredible, fair play, that's going to happen. But let's stop with these 3 goals that Guild are giving away.
And as game number 3 kicks off, Vitality looking to sweep Guild. Gigantic statement from them. As K-Dop tries to go for the double, Fairy comes in to collect an easy shot and does not manage to, as now Guild work their way out. But Alpha at the halfway mark, maintaining that pressure, maintaining the offense. And I think Guild, they have done a decent job so far, but they just lack every now and exactly like you said, Cole, on the defense. Like the second goal for Guild, sorry, for Vitality, that never should have gone in. That was just a Tho error. And I would like to see just that get tidied up a little bit more. Find each other out of defense, because every time that they have, it's been an opportune moment then to transition into offense. But Vitality, game 3, start off with lots of attack.
They do, but that's a loose pass from Fairy Peak. It lets Guild come straight back in. Scrubkiller has a chance to get this one past Alpha, but the in and out save works out. And he gets this one towards Nolly. He's got boost. What a first touch from him. They're the touches we want to see from Guild, and that's where we want to see them. When there's got men behind him, he's not too close to his own goal. That's when you can be fancy and be clever, and it seems to be working. Scrub just needs one more touch to hook this one around, and Fairy Peak closed it down.
Demo's looking to be on the menu right now as Guild secure 2 in about 5 seconds.
Yum, yum.
With some decent shots as well, saved away by Nolly. As Alpha keeps that central again. Scrubkiller up high, blocks out from his former teammate, from his former team captain, his World Championship winning teammate at that as well. But Guild looking to take down Vitality, hopefully in this game to stretch it to 4, even 5. Vitality not looking to be giving up the Ghost quite that easily, though, as the pressure continues.
Well, the best touch earlier on from Alpha, but he will get a second bite at that cherry, calling Scrub killer interaction, and Scrub does well. Nolly gets the redirect. It's going over the top of both Fairy Peak and K-Dop. Guild have had the pressure all against them in Game 3, but they have the lead.
That swipe across from Nolly to sneak it past K-Dop and Fairy Peak, two of the fastest players in Rocket League right now. And he gets it over the top. Great pass from Scrub, Nolly on the end of it, deadly combo, and the first goal, the first lead in this series, going to Guild.
I'm more than happy to see Guild playing counter-attacking Rocket League. They know that they've given away goals, and they just seem to be trying to be as solid as possible at the start of this one. And I think Vitality is surprised. They're shocked that their solo plays aren't quite coming off. They're probably begrudgingly impressed with how Guild are defending right now, their solidity in rotation, but actually they can be cut open with a pass like that. But then look where Scrub was. The discipline that he's showing, Gregan has clearly been in their ear, because this time he was all the way back. And I'd say in the first couple of games, he'd have been too far forward there.
He wasn't just all the way back either. He was all the way back and sideways at one of the posts facing towards the net, meaning that if it was above him, he can double jump. And there's no opportunity to send it behind him. So great positioning by Scrub to get that clear away, but Vitality still off that same phase of play, continue their deadly attack on the Guild defense. So far, yielding no results in this game.
So far, that's true, but they will keep on coming. Fairy Peak is the recipient of a miss/fake by K-Dop. Now it's Alpha's turn, but Tho closes it down. It's all down to that one touch from Guild to break through. Once they do, the counter-attack is on, and Scrub's got a chance for another one here if he can get past Fairy. That one's a little bit too high. Nolly's going to lose this race to K-Dop. Tho's coming in, and that's the win. Now is the next clearance going to be good? It's a pass, but Fairy Peak reads it. Can you see, though, how it's all in that one touch from Guild?
Nolly rather, trying to go for the double touch with his flip reset as well. K-Dop sends it low, Scrub to save.
Well played.
And stepping up a lot, I feel, are all players on Guild right now. It's not just one of them having a show like yesterday with Nolly. All three are going to have to be providing assists, saves, shots, and Alpha providing shots for Vitality, getting us even.
He is just so good, is Alpha. Look at the finish. Look at the speed he goes for that ball. He's already his trajectory is already set by the time the ball bounces off the wall at a tough angle. And that's how he gets the pace. And that's how he got that equalizer. This could be double trouble. K-Dop's coming forward this time, and Scrub clears it. The question now, Stumpy, is whether Guild continue with their plan to defend. It might backfire, but what a save from Scrub. Vitality come again. K-Dop shoots. That is past Scrub Killer. The decision to shoot was correct, and maybe that's the series.
Did K-Dop know that Scrub was there? Because his nameplate is entirely hidden by the post, by the entire goal wall, and Scrub sneaks his nose out, cannot make any contact. K-Dop with the acute angle to give Vitality the lead. Are we going to be seeing that as the final goal and a full 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 series?
We'll see. Right now it's Vitality coming on further. They look more likely to get this fourth goal. Scrub needs to do something soon. He needs to surprise his old team. Is he able to do it coming from the ceiling? Not quite. Fairy Peak just disciplined, staying underneath him. Then look how close Alpha cheats. We really need that big clearance from Guild to come in soon, because more and more chances coming in for Vitality. They can't quite get the third yet, though, and Guild come again.
Chance now for Scrub. Sends it high, but Fairy Peak tips it to the backboard. Nolly wants to get it central, but does not make contact, though, with enough boost to get this middle, but not much else. Instead, beaten by K-Dop. Scrub central, Nolly to receive, back towards Scrub. Alpha missing, but Scrub does manage to steal that boost away. The final 10 needs a goal. Nolly with the air dribble, tipped away. Tho taking the chance, then getting in Tho's way. 0 seconds, ball touches. Vitality with very Scrub with the shot on net, saved away by K-Dop, who saves the overtime from happening. Vitality sweep Guild in our first quarterfinals.
What an odd series that was. Remember 2 games ago when Mout was playing instead of Alpha, and everyone was saying, what are Vitality going to look like without Alpha? Well, the answer is they look like a winning team in the first game, but then when Alpha came in, you can just see how it transforms Vitality from a dogged and disciplined team into one that just keep constant pressure and have endless creativity. The man is a wizard, and despite missing game 1, I'm sure statistically will have been Vitality's best player there.
Yeah, no doubt. It was a great performance, honestly, from all the Vitality lads. I mean, getting a 2-1, a 2-1, and then a final 2-1 as well. It was a very good performance, a strong performance from Vitality, what most people would have expected to happen, but a little bit of a disappointing performance from Guild. I really hoped and really expected for them to have a little bit more bite on the chances that they had. They had a goal in each game, but it didn't seem like they ever really had more than just that.
Yeah, true. I liked the way they played in the third game, but I think they missed their chance to come forward when when they should have done. They went 2 goals behind, and it was just too little. So they didn't. Sorry, they scored the first goal, didn't they? Anyway, what I'm saying is that they probably should have attacked a little bit more than they did. But we are going to go to a break right now, and we'll see you guys all very soon indeed.
to escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. Will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, never been.
and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Stage 3 of European Regional number 3. I'm Leafex, and thankfully Shogun has decided to give me my chair back, and Gibbs is alongside me as well as Corelli. Let's talk about Vitality Guild. Corelli, that didn't look too good for Guild.
No, it didn't look very good, but it looked great for Vitality. It looked great in game one for Mao. I thought this was a great game from Vitality. There was a lot of weird misses from Guild throughout this game. We were talking about it as we were watching. It was very strange to see Guild go out there and have a difficult time. Even though the score lines were close, it felt like Vitality really didn't have to break too much of a sweat.
How is this team, it's 2 months into the season, all right, for Guild, how are they this inconsistent? I do not understand. Like, I get it maybe at the beginning and you're trying to figure it out, but this team has looked like a top 4 team in Europe at times when they play some series, and then they look like they shouldn't have even made top 32 at that. Like, Guild did not look good in the series at all throughout all this. Mount obviously comes in, probably hasn't played a whole lot of Rocket League lately, and they still get the game 1 win. And then obviously we know Guild, it's possible that they tilt, and that might have happened in games 2 and 3. But this team has to find consistency. Sure, they've made every bracket, which is great, but eventually that's going to catch up to them, because we've seen them from one series to the next play completely different in every single regional. So it's some iffy stuff from them. They will be at the major. We'll see what they do there, but I'm concerned.
Well, I want to ask you a quick question then. What do they do at this point? I mean, like, this is still a top 8 finish for this regional. You know, do they say, okay, we're happy with this, or do they say we need to make changes? Is that a roster change? Is it just a play style change? What maybe they are happy with these results? Like, do you think they are?
So I think they'll be happy with where they place by the end of it. I think they will be unhappy about how they play from one series to the next. And I don't know how you solve that, because it is so inconsistent right now.
Well, they're going to have to figure that out. That's not our job to do. We just get to watch some Rocket League. But we want to bring someone on the line here. Someone's going to make a lot of people out there very happy. And of course, it's Mout from Vitality. Join us on the line. Congratulations on that win. You had a part to play in that. I gotta ask you right off the bat, man, when you get called in like that to play, you know, you don't get to do it that often. What goes to your head? Is it nervousness? Is it excitement? What plays through your head when you get told you have to jump in?
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous when I first disconnecting in the TeamSpeak, so kind of shaking when I'm holding the controller. But I just had to do just normal touches and nothing too fancy. Just
you did what you had to do.
Yeah.
So how many hours do you have in the past 2 weeks of Rocket League? Like, are you still playing a ton, or are you mostly behind the scenes?
Since it was the new season, I played a little bit, so I had that going for me. But no warm-ups or anything. And yeah, going into a game like that with no warm-up is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your possible upcoming matchup, the winner between BDS and Dignitas. Give me your thoughts on those two teams. Which one would you rather face?
Right now, I'd rather face Dignitas, obviously, because BDS is kind of annoying to play for us, and we keep playing them, so it'd be nice if we had to play Dignitas, but pretty sure BDS is going to win this one.
I mean, we love everyone on the roster, but is there a possibility you still sitting close on the line for some future matches here to jump in if you need to be?
I mean, if Alpha's internet continues to be shaky like that, probably, yeah.
Well, good. I mean, not good words for Vitality, but great words for Melt Gang out there. I just want to give you a second now that we have you on the call to give a shout out to the Melt Gang. There's obviously some very avid supporters of you out there.
Yeah, thanks too for supporting the Melt Gang.
There it is. Hashtag Melt Gang in chat. Melt, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the dubs today.
Thank you.
And hopefully everything goes good for Vitality, but it was fun watching you.
Thank you.
And there's Melt from Vitality. Yeah.
You know, like, I'm a little salty because, you know, there's always that best player in the world for Rocket League in that conversation. It's usually me versus Mout. And, you know, then Mout shows up and takes that game 1 win. I got to give him the crown at this point. Mout, best player in the world.
Best player in the world. All right.
Yep.
I mean, I guess I'll let that story fly. Let's talk about that next game. Corelli alluded to it. BDS versus Dignitas. That's going to be our next elimination match here in our quarterfinals. This is an uphill battle. He said it himself, Corelli, that, of course, he'd rather face Dignitas. We have noticed that Dignitas has been on a rise. I mentioned it the other day that Verge had an epiphany, and the team has been able to follow suit of that dream that he's had here, and they've gotten themselves into that top 8. The question is, does that end here? BDS is looking for the 3-peat.
Yeah, so what's interesting about Dignitas is what we saw from them yesterday, especially their final game against Solary, was that they were very disciplined on defense, right? Jorby and I kept talking about how strong they were on defense. There was never a lot of double commits. It didn't seem too panicky. People were managing their boost well. The issue is Solary were doing a great job of putting on the pressure and spending time in the final third, but a team like BDS is going to be extremely fast and much more creative in that final third. And that's where I get worried because of the amount of time Dignitas spent playing defense against Solary, even though it was a 3-0. I'm worried if they approach this game with the same play style, BDS might tear them apart.
Yeah, this is it's definitely, I think most people are probably worried at this point. I'm kind of curious how worried chat is too. Let's get that fan vote up right now. Use those hashtags in chat, dig hashtag BDS. Let us know who you think's going to win this one. Again, BDS generally seeming like the favorite one in this, but Gibbs, I want to get your thoughts. May as well throw some predictions out here while we're doing it, but BDS and Dig, is BDS crushing through?
So Dignitas, every win they have so far has been against a team that didn't qualify for the next round. The time when they played Vitality, I think, is the most telling, where Vitality absolutely dominated that series. BDS, obviously, around that same level, if not better than Vitality. I think this is going to be really hard for Dignitas, but literally everyone else in the bracket is going to be rooting for Dignitas because BDS all season long has not lost a best of 7 yet. So everyone wants BDS to lose in a best of 5 right now, but I can't give it to them. I'm going to give BDS the win here.
Corelli.
Yeah, I'm going with BDS as well. I think that there might be one game that's going to stay pretty close with the defensive type of stuff that we've seen from Dignitas. So it might be a 3-1, but I'm pretty confident BDS in this match.
Yeah, for me, just to get it so the graphic can be thrown up there, BDS for me as well. But Dig, I think at this point they're happy with this result. Just talking to them, they seem confident with this. The offense they're going to need, and the one that worked last week and or is starting to look a lot better that got them to this point, is an offense that's pretty hard to maintain. It's a very fast-paced, cut everything. So relying on defense, I think Corelli's right. It's BDS is eventually going to overcome that. So we'll see. This is honestly close. I saw your face too, Gibbs. This is.
Hey, I get it. Like Dignitas, like everyone used to hate this team because they were so good, but I think a lot of the community now is trying to back this team because they are that underdog story.
Yeah. Well, here we're gonna find out right now. Not before though, you get on Twitter at RL Esports hashtag RLCSX. Let us know your thoughts on this. But Dignitas trying to shut down the 3-peat from BDS. Can they do it? We find out now in the Skybox.
Welcome back, everybody, and while I am, of course, very starstruck to have shared a broadcast of the wonderful Mount, we have to turn our attention to BDS versus Dignitas. I'm Cole, I'm here with Stumpy, and Stumpy, can Dignitas possibly, in any universe, manage this?
So I was looking at the win rates for each team before coming into this series, because we liked us to look at the stats for it. BDS, so far, are on a 20-series win streak in the RLCS. They have lost a single series. That was back in Regional 1 Stage 2 to Magnifico. They've gone 24-1 at 96% win rate.
But
Dignitas are at 13-9 and they're currently at 59% win rate.
Let me stop you there, mate. Because Violent Panda's gone a bit more defensive recently.
He has, and in all fairness, that style has changed how these guys have been approaching games, because Leaf alluded to it the other day on broadcast where he said, look, Violent Panda at this point is not being that offensive character, and it has changed how they have been approaching games. We've seen that Yukio has had a lot more confidence. He seems more willing to get up and into the fray because he knows that he has got the Gibbs man behind him. But Extra starting things off with the initial shot, and marked by 8, sending it back to Monkey.
I'm already scared for Dignitas because look how many clean touches BDS are getting in the offensive third. It is just hit after hit after hit. I mean, they're going for double commits, but I don't think that's because of a lack of comms. I think they're just having fun already at this point in the series.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the standard style that we saw from Dignitas yesterday come out again. More basic plays, have Yoris and Yukio move up together and play as the offensive unit while having Violent Panda as he is at the back there. He got 4 times as many saves per game on average as his teammates in the series, across that regional, so across that part of the regional rather. So, it's a different style of Dignitas. Is it more effective? Thus far, yes. They had been sussed out.
Yeah, I saw his tweet asking if he was the new Gibbs from Violent Panda. Absolutely loved that.
He wishes.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to stand firm as Gibbs used to back in the IBP Cosmic days of the barrage of offense that BDS are throwing at them, the touches that Extra is making. But this is where Dignitas could be good on the counter-attack. There's Joreus. Seems to work. Joreus goes up again. Wants to beat Mark by 8-2 that one, but Panda is diligently waiting for that ball. His touch wasn't ideal, so Extra could get a block, but it just falls to Yukio. So good, solid defensive positioning so far from Dignitas. How long, though, can they survive?
Panda missing on the backboard there, and Joreus has to pick things up. And now on that right-hand edge, Mark will steal the boost as he works his way out. Extra. The flip reset gets one shot on target. But at the near post, saved away by the youngest player on that Dignitas squad. The youngest, the newest, and to be honest, probably the best player on that Dignitas squad. He is wanting to be molded by Violent Panda and Verge.
Yeah, still learning as a threes man. Lots to do for him, for good old Joreus. But there's a block here from Yukio towards Monkey Moon. Somehow, though, it squirts out towards Extra. Now, Violent Panda gets a boom on Mark by 8. Can he get a bump as well on Monkey Moon? He can. This could be really good for Dignitas if Joreus can come in. But it doesn't. Yukio follows up. So decent play for Dignitas. They seem to have weathered the early storm. Now they're causing one of their own. But the more confident Dignitas feel, you just sense that the more open they are to a counter-attack.
A good dunk there as well from Panda onto Extra. Takes him completely out of the play, and Joreus will be following up. Gets the touch off of Monkey Moon as well. Monkey Moon being the player that Johnny identified as the man to watch today, because he can solidify himself as one of the best players in the world. Hoping his performance today is going to be up to that standard. Yukio with a shot on net. And Joreus getting the inaugural goal.
This is exactly what Corelli was talking about on the desk. He was saying maybe Dignitas will be able to steal themselves a game just by frustrating BDS and then getting a goal for themselves.
Gonna win.
Okay, all right, sure. Maybe they can steal themselves a series, Stumpy. You happy now?
Steal themselves a regional, mate.
That's what we expect from them. Imagine the scenes of Dignitas end up winning this from absolutely nowhere.
To be honest, imagine the scenes of BDS losing this. That's all. It doesn't matter who beats them, because BDS are by far and away, right now, or maybe not far and away, in Europe, they're the best team in Europe. In the world, they are the best team in the world, but just not quite as far and away as I think a lot of their fans might want them to be. But nobody can touch them apart from Dignitas for that first goal. 60 seconds remain as BDS clambering for a goal. Starting off yesterday very slow in their series, yet again continuing that trend. It didn't lose them any, but it does shake, potentially, some of their confidence.
It is definitely a character trait of this BDS team, dominant as they are, to give away a game or two at the start before they really warm up. And credit to Dignitas, they are just keeping them at bay right now. Monkey Moon comes against, but Yukio breach up in. This should be the goal. Oh, but Monkey Moon has saved it himself. And that is how you know when it's not your game. Unbelievably, it's still 1-0.
Oh, that own save from Monkey Moon. Extra gently sends that towards net, and then it's there once again to send it from Yukio's weak touch in the middle. He could have done much more, and Extra knew just that. Monkey Moon again working his way in front of the ball, hoping to get a save because, he's already done it once. And 1-1 in the final 23 seconds. BDS bringing us even.
There was always a question mark how long Dignitas could hold out without conceding, and now we have our answer. About 4 minutes and 30 seconds, but they come down the other end. A chance of their own. It's going to fall to Violent Panda. The old guard on this Dignitas roster goes underneath Monkey Moon and almost makes it. And as we charge towards overtime, it's Dignitas that are having all the attacking intent. Extra's up, but will beat Yukio. This would be heartbreaking if BDS can score from this. Let's see. Monkey Moon into the center.
Good pre-jump.
It goes down, and we do have overtime.
Great chance there for Dignitas. Maybe should have had a couple more on target to stretch the defense, but doesn't matter. Overtime is now upon us in this first game. Extra in the corner, sends it over the top of Joreus. Takes it low, and Panda can follow up from the back. Central touch. Joreus just sends it high. Maybe should have waited, had Yukio move up into a better position, and then slung the pass his way.
He had about 87 options to Joreus there, and he probably chose the worst one. And now BDS come forward. Good save on that occasion. Makes up for his earlier mistake in attack. And Violent Panda misses that one on the backboard, but Yukio's covering him. Good to see Yukio getting involved. Can drift in and out of series, so the more touch on the ball he'll get, the more confident he'll begin to feel. And hopefully we'll see that brilliant pass to the confident Yukio that we haven't seen for too long at this point. Monkey Moon comes high. Violent Panda stays. Another chance for Extra. And it happens. Dignitas are breached, and it's BDS that take game one.
perfectly slotted into that bottom left corner of the goal, behind Panda, behind Jorius. And it just about touches the floor as Extra wins game number 1 for Team BDS. Looks like a majority of the pressure was in favor of Dignitas in that matchup, though.
I mean, it was for a start. I'd say that Dignitas, until the last 45 seconds, a minute or so, were fairly comfortable dealing with BDS's attack, but they certainly allowed BDS to have plenty of attacks. BDS had 9 shots. Amazingly, Marked by 8 had none. But as you can see in these replays right here, it was Dignitas that took the lead one way or the other, and they just couldn't keep it till the end.
The one goal that we did see Dignitas get was that slightly sloppy one defensively from BDS. It was a light touchdown from Yukio, and then not quite touched away fast enough by Mark, meaning that Dignitas did have more of a chance to come in, try and squeeze it past the keeper, did so to great effect, getting the lead. But BDS, once again, just weathering the storm, battling it out and getting a first and then eventually second goal in overtime. Game number 2, and Cole, we are still at a 100% 2-1 scoreline in these quarterfinals.
That is one of the strangest stats. It's like the stats that you see in a game of baseball or cricket. Like, this is the most runs scored by someone on a day that ends in Y this time of the year. They have weird stats is what I'm saying, but Marked by 8 has got himself a goal.
Marked by 8 opening up the scoring in this matchup. It just goes underneath the crossbar and above Violent Panda. Set up by Monkey Moon, the man of the hour, the man who was picked out by Johnny Boy as being one to watch. And in 11 seconds,
No
BDS
Devo.
taking the lead. He is no Devo, but that also was not the question.
Well, the question wasn't, which player is Devo? And that's the answer that I gave. Next time, I will read more diligently. There's always going to be a next time, hopefully. Yukio wants to make sure that Dignitas have a next time of their own with regards to chances created. Joris a little bit too far back there. So he's beaten to that ball. And Violent Panda in the center. The ball's just sort of dropping in the mid. And it's BDS that always seem to win it. Normally, Monkey Moon is the man that gets the attack going for BDS. But this is what we want to see. Violent Panda with a clean touch towards the backboard. And 2 BDS players committing to get that ball. Could be a chance for Yukio. Saved by Monkey Moon.
But Joris right back on it as well as Panda does get the touchdown from him. And then the demolish on Monkey Moon. Yukio chance to get it central. That's 1, that's 2. And Extra will read it, challenging Joris up in the air. Panda central, bit too weak, as Mark can carry it away with help from Extra. Ceiling reset. And challenge once again. Not much of a chance for Dignitas to get any clean touches away as their Mark fakes out Panda into just sending it further down the wing. But demos in mind for the Dutchman as Yukio sends it over 1. Oh! And Joris saved away by Mark, and then high again.
Goodness.
Can Yukio turn? Yes, he can, but saved away by Mark. Impossible defense to crack.
He just had to pick his spot though, did Yukio? He had 3/4 of the goal to aim for, and instead he aimed for the big blue car on the right side of it. So disappointing. How many more chances will Dignitas get in this game, especially defending like that from Juraeus? Violent Panda pulls it, leaves it to Extra. Fake of sorts from him, and Marked by 8 can begin the next attack. It's heartbreaking for Dignitas fans.
Yeah, Yukio's shooting has been better in the last, to be honest, just this regional, but it still does lack in some areas. We've seen so far, he's hit the crossbar and the post, I think 1 time each, and that final one just being sent straight at the big blue French mass is not what you want to be seeing from your teammate if you're a Dignitas player. But the play continues, and Yukio with another chance for the double redeems himself.
You feel that he absolutely needed that. One of the biggest confidence players you will ever see. And look at this one, reading the ball, straight down he goes. And Dignitas do have their equalizer. And Stumpy, the start of this upsurge in form for Dignitas came in the grid recently where Verge tweeted that they had this new playstyle, and that involved a 3-2 defeat to BDS. So in recent times, Dignitas have taken games against them.
Yeah, and honestly, they've looked very good against most teams they've come up against. BDS, such a hard team to try and suss them before, because the issue is they don't necessarily just have the play style that they stick to, and they are good at that. All round, they are just fantastic players in defense, offense, in the midfield, if they're defending or whatever they are doing at that time. Chances are one of the BDS players is going to be the best in the world at that. So very, very tough cookie to crack. Dignitas definitely taking it to them as and when they are connecting with the ball as well as they would like to. And the offense from Joris continues. 1-1 under 2 minutes remain. Looking poised for either team to take number 2.
BDS are trying to close down these Dignitas attacks as quickly as possible, diving at the ball, all 3 of them, until eventually they do manage to break through and get it over to the orange half. Mark Baye gets another touch. Monkey Moon's coming in. The Violent Panda closes him down well, and Mark Baye's a little bit stranded here. The boost wasn't spawning, so all he can do is let Jorius in, and he comes again trying to get this next touch. Mark Baye cleverly, round 1, round 2. Can he get over Panda? Not on this occasion, but that's the transitional play that BDS have.
And the 90 seconds remain as Joris takes a shot at the net. Not to any effect though, as Yuko then picks it up on the side. And with the double, that's on target. Panda is not quite close enough. Maybe should have been up to try and attack that. Even if it was a 50, it would have gone into a beneficial position. Mark Baye getting so many weird touches on his way down. As Yuko sends it central, hands it off to Joris. Doesn't quite get that shot away.
One day we'll figure out how to say this man's name, but today is
Close
not
enough.
that day. We genuinely discussed it, people, but it just flips out. Is he Joris? Is he Joris? Jorius. Anyway,
Jorius. That's how you say it, Jorius.
45 seconds and Monkey Moon on the attack. Let's get one all the way towards the goal. He actually had another touch to spoon that ball towards the net, but it was saved well by the despairing, diving Dignitas defender. But just look how deep Mark Baye is sitting, and that miss there from Jorius is going to make it really tough for Dignitas to defend. Panda does his best. And Jorius, thankfully for Dignitas, does have boost, and he does have the mechanics to at least buy a few seconds here for Dignitas.
Chance Yuko to go high. Did not get the reset off it. And Joris
idea.
trying to send it back, but Panda being faked out by Extra. Only 30 boost as Panda comes in and bumps him away. Monkey Moon, chance for a shot on. Instead, Joris up. Sends it towards that right-hand side instead to by Mark. High again by Yukio. Final seconds of this game wanes as Extra will let that ball drop. And in game 2, we repeat game number 1. Overtime at 1-1.
First one by BDS. Can they do so again? They got the early start. Mark Baye, this could be a shooting chance, but it's weak. And even with Extra diving, Jorius and Yukio, it doesn't come to anything. But Mark Baye turns sharply there. Violent Panda's having to do a lot of work in defense right now, as expected. And he is doing well. He's reading what BDS are throwing at him, and he does seem to be there to block a lot of these attacks at source.
Yeah, Panda is an incredible defender. He is one of the old guard where that normally would have been typically somebody's role to be a defensive type. And so he's played this game before, bringing it up into the latest meta. But he will not want to just be the only defender back there, as of course every single player needs to be competent in every aspect of this game. It's not like your standard team where you've got people who are a goalkeeper, a defender, an attacking midfielder, whatever it ends up being. So we're going to need to see Joris and Yukio picking up, you know, how they'd like to be playing and get more defensive and offensive as and when the game calls for it.
And there's a great touch there from Joris. The ball just sticking to his car, but sadly it was closed down so quickly by BDS. Just look at them coming. This is what they do best. They swarm any opposition they're up against. This is how they've been beating Vitality consistently in these regionals, and this is how they're beating Dignitas so far. But Dignitas still stand tall. One touch maybe too many there. It's Extra that comes in. Yukio's underneath it and does get the save. Can Mark Baye turn it? No, he can't. And Extra isn't able to either. Somehow it remains overtime.
A very wide shot by Extra as well, uncharacteristically off target, but 9 seconds has gone in this overtime. Monkey Moon far back and then absolutely slang it back into the orange half. The Joris catches it Extra, awkward. 40 boost on the backboard, will take it slow as Yuko will wait to poach. Shot by Violent Panda, sneaks over Mark, and Dignitas with game 2 victory.
How on earth did this find its way into the back of the net? I saw that Yukio was going for a bump, and he got it! He got the bump on Mark Baye, and Violent Panda's shot finds the net. And Dignitas, yet again, do have at least one game against BDS.
Much better holding out defensively by all 3 players on Dignitas there. Yukio and Joris actually sporting the only saves in that match as well. 3 apiece and Panda on 0. The difference being, not all the time will a save actually be credited as a save, because realistically, you want to make sure you have 0 saves at the end because you want to cut them out before they become a scary shot. But lots of scary shots did come in from BDS, dealt well by Dignitas, and another overtime, this time falling to Dig instead of the Frenchman.
After the early Team BDS lead, you would have been forgiven for thinking this was pretty much only going to go one way, but what a save from Yukio there in overtime. And then down the other end, Violent Panda with a decent finish. And more importantly than any old game of Rocket League, Stumpy, our dream of having 2-1, 1-2, 2-1, 2-1, 1-2 results all throughout the day continues. That's 2-1 overtime.
Will we be seeing 2-1s all the way? Maybe. That would be
dream.
really weird if we did. It'd be weirder if we saw them in the best of sevens as well. That'd be crazy. But
Words.
now, game number 3, both teams poised to be taking series point. But all of a sudden, it's still open. The defense and the offense for Dignitas starting to take shape. Yukio proving a point with his regulation time goal as well, that he can style on the best.
They're delicate though, Dignitas. You know, one poor play in defense, one missed open goal, and you can just see the whole thing collapsing around them and Team BDS scoring 3, 4, 5 goals. So they have to just keep this level of concentration up for so long. But Joreus has the mechanics to be able to get round and put this one into the center. Yukio's going out. He wanted to get another little bump, which is what worked for them in that overtime. Didn't quite happen. Now I want to see Joreus getting out and letting Yukio in. It does happen, but it's a little bit slow. An extra can dribble away.
With 0 boost, though, does manage still to get it into the offensive third on the behalf of BDS, but Panda challenging in the midfield. Joreus can't quite get the nose touch to it. Nico with low boost sends it central. Caught by Monkey Moon over to Extra. Shot chance, the bump instead, but Panda managing to squeak the touch and the save.
And Joreus was absolutely relieved that Yukio got that one as well. He was on the backboard, and it was really awkward for him to wrap around that ball. So seeing his teammate who was there, standing to attention, ready to block it himself, was just a weight off the man's shoulders. And at 0-0, the longer it stays like this, Dignitas will be feeling happier and happier. They want these games to stay scrappy. They want low-scoring, tight, cagey affairs. And credit to them, they're forcing it to be the case.
Yeah, there's so many close challenges coming out. And Panda, again, going for these bumps. Didn't go for the final bump on Monkey Moon, which would have been an opportune time to go for it. But instead, not taking those risks. Not wanting to, like you said, force a 4, 5, 6 goal game. Because if you're playing that game versus BDS, they're probably going to be scoring a majority of them.
They need to close this one down quickly or else they'll score this one. And Yukio's done just that. Good closing down from him. Now up against Monkey Moon, gets the 100 boost too. So if Joreus can get this touch, then BDS may just begin to be boost starved, I say, as Extra flies all the way across the map to get a touch and send the ball all the way back. They've always got some in the locker, haven't they? They underestimated their boost control there. I apologize, BDS fans.
That shot should have been on target. Panda had just cleared to the side, and I think it was Extra had the chance to go for the immediate shot. Does so, but just not convincingly enough. Mark going up quickly. Panda with enough boost to chase this as well from the ceiling, and 50s it alongside Monkey.
Yuki on the backboard needs a big clear here. We've got too much boost. Look at Mark by its positioning. He was just ready, waiting for what Yukio had to offer in defense. It's a double tap attempt, maybe. I thought that Monkey Moon was sort of going to go off the sidewall and get the next touch himself, but it just couldn't quite happen.
BDS's shooting has been lackluster. They've had chances and opportunities, and I saw Extra earlier send it high. That shot coming in just then, going wide. And normally that's fine if you have somebody to follow it, even if it is yourself. But they didn't. There was no contingency plan. Potentially getting a little bit complacent, thinking, well, we normally score these, but they haven't.
A fine line between complacency and frustration. And my read is that BDS is just starting to get a little bit annoyed at Dignitas for having the audacity not to just roll over and die and let them win, which is what, to be honest, we were all expecting. But this orange wall at the moment, stand firm. Look at Violent Panda on the backboard, just waiting for the BDS touch. There is a shot that comes in. Joreus needs to be alert. And is there. Yukio is going to be coming in a little bit late here, so Violent Panda needs to win this one cleanly. A 50-50 over the goal could have spelt danger. But yet again, they find a way to clear this ball, and one counter-attack could win Dignitas this game.
As we approach the 1 minute mark, both these teams holding steady, holding out 0-0. Mark by 8, taking his frustration out on Joreus. Monkey Moon on Yukio. Extra can work his way down the pitch, and cleverly rotating via the boost has Joreus been. He has done that a couple of times. When the offense is built, he will go out of the way just to grab the boost himself. And Monkey Moon can't get it past him.
Huge save from Joreus. Dignitas are just starting to look a little bit boost starved. Now the real attack begins from BDS. This is where they feel they can take it. The game is stretched beyond belief. But Dignitas do seem to have a little bit of boost in the attack. Joreus wanted to go up for the redirect, but Monkey Moon got the bump on him. It almost backfired because that ball was sailing in.
It was the other way around. Joreus went for the bump on Monkey Moon.
Oh.
And
wow.
Monkey Moon had to go low, turn around, and then catch it backwards. So the recovery from Monkey Moon saved that from going in. And with 15 seconds left, those chances will not come often.
Yeah, how often are we going to see a Dignitas player in front of the ball? Look how camped back. Violet Panda is all the way back, but Yukio gets the touch. Could he have a chance to counter? Marbaye's touched it into the center. Joreus is bumped away. Now Yukio can catch this one. Has pretty much no boost. It will surely fall for overtime. He tries to keep it up. But we have our third overtime in a row, Stumpy. Surely BDS take this one.
I mean, they've had the majority of the pressure, but they've not done much with it. Sloppy shot up against a strong, solid defense. Now Yukio with a chance. Will he go high? No, instead opts to go low. Extra catches it on that left-hand wing. Sent central by Joreus. Central again. Chance. Can't quite make any contact though, and now Extra can work his way down the pitch.
If any team has got history of overtimes on Aquadome, it's Dignitas as well. This is where Yukio played his strongest 5 minutes or so for Dignitas, probably ever against Vitality at Season 8 World. So they will have that belief. Yukio comes forward. Now it's a chance for Joreus to take a touch. He shoots it. And he shoots into the back of the net. And Dignitas are on series points.
The result that nobody saw coming. Firstly, Dignitas to take the lead. And secondly, BDS to be sloppy. We now see, going into Game 4, Dignitas beating BDS. Series point to end the 20-series win streak. BDS have not lost since the first regional, and they've won both since.
This is utterly unbelievable. We're about to see the replays, the highlights from this game, and I guarantee you, the background, the backdrop to all of these will be orange because 95% of this match was performed in the Dignitas half. The amount of saves they had to make, the amount of near misses BDS had, but none of that matters. All that matters is the finish at the end from from Joreus. I'm in shock right now. I really am.
Now, I've got a bit of a reputation for my incredibly bold and usually quite stupid predictions that I make. Lest we forget, I predicted that we would see Dignitas in our semi-finals. One more game, and they make it there in place of BDS, and I will never let anybody live this down.
I was trying to cover my ears there, and I just put my headphones further onto my ears so I heard you louder, so that one didn't work out quite as I intended, sadly.
Game number 4 is underway. Dignitas looking to do the impossible and to take down the greatest team in the world in our quarterfinals of Regional 3.
Shot for Joreus. It's almost in. Extra gets a save on the goal line, but Dignitas can take the lead early. That's something we haven't really seen in this series. We've seen Dignitas scoring in overtime, we've seen them equalizing, but never have they had a lead to actually try and defend. That would completely change this dynamic, would it?
I don't know what either team would do with an early lead because BDS they are so rarely in a position where they need to chase. They do not often go down in a series, but no team has been this close. Guild were the closest so far, yesterday going to 4, but the 5th was just too much for them to take. With 1 minute gone without incident, the pressure, for once, has been on the side of BDS. Dignitas hammering that door.
They are, but they need to be careful. These double commits will not serve them well. I understand they want to play fast-paced Rocket League against BDS. They feel they have to, but they still have to keep the communications high. Joreus closes it down and gets the save, and Yukio gets the double as well. And now,
1v1?
a counter-attack. 1v1. Joreus loves these, but sadly on this occasion, can't quite get it over Extra.
The nerves coming out there as well. You can just tell how much that moment, how big that impact would have been from a goal. Couldn't quite put it away. 90 seconds have elapsed. Still no goals. Yukio will get a boost steal in to start off this offensive pressure. And Panda getting the double tap just because he can, and a good pass back towards his teammate.
They're looking like the better team at the moment, Dignitas, and it's the first time this series have been able to say that after they've defended all throughout. Monkey Moon's the backboard, surely Monkey Moon scores, and a little bit of quality from one of the best players in Europe is enough to break the deadlock.
Probably the longest time BDS have gone without scoring in this entire tournament so far, seeing as they didn't score in game number 3. But Monkey Moon getting the fantastically angled double tap. A bump coming in as well on Violent Panda to keep him away. And Jorius goes low. Extra will keep it a 1-0 affair.
Amazingly, Monkey Moon's first goal of the series, deep into game number 4. How often can you say that with BDS? It says how well Dignitas are defending. Marked by 8 again needs to be alert. And Violent Panda can come from the side here. He's got 100 boost, but an awkward touch. He gets it over 1. Tries to go over Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon's 50-50 is all the way up in the air towards Extra. BDS continues to come. It's Monkey Moon's shot that's blocked. And they are blocking these shots at source, Dignitas. It's scary. It's risky, but it's working.
Oh, that shot, though, saved away by Panda. I thought that stretch might be a little bit too far. In the end, it was actually about right, the full stretch, managing to just get his fingertips to it. But, I mean, a lot of the backboard hits that we're seeing come in, like you said, they're being saved away later than I think Dignitas would like. They're not being saved away before the double tap happens. They're being saved away on the shot rather than the pass. And you cannot maintain that level of beating out BDS on the ball. But a miss from Yukio, saved by Joris.
And then an important touch from Yukio just to stop Mark by 8 getting it all his own way. So Violent Panda can eventually come in and get it. Oh, I thought for a second that Monkey Moon was going to end up second best to that race, but he doesn't. And now it's Extra. You know what he's capable of mechanically. He wants to just wrap his car around that ball to force a flick reset. But again, Dignitas closing it all down as quickly as they possibly can, just trying to send this ball backwards. Counterattacks, the name of the game for them, whereas sustained pressure from BDS, so dangerous. Then look how deep Mark by 8 was. They're still keeping their discipline, BDS. There's Jorius following Monkey Moon. Violent Panda in the corner, clears long. Yukio can flick this one over towards Violent Panda, which slows things down. Good stuff from him as Extra comes in. Yukio towards the center, Extra's following it up. And then Monkey Moon finally will have a few seconds to dribble.
Open towards the back as well. Monkey Moon just gets it sent high. Mark central. No one able to get on the end of that. Yukio high again. Under 1 minute remains as Panda can catch it in the middle. Yukio trying to get there early. Will not be outmarked. Panda central. Yukio with the shot off the crossbar.
It was almost old school Dignitas just for a second. We were back to Season 8, but it wasn't to be. But they can start again. Yukio into the corner, met by Mark by 8, who closes it down. Towards Extra, who misses his touch. Can Jorius be the recipient? Monkey Moon comes from the side. This is really dangerous for BDS until they make that combination. And Dignitas are put right back towards their own goal. They'll have one more chance at this. Jorius up, Jorius shoots! Monkey Moon saves.
Final 15 seconds, needing a Dignitas goal. Otherwise, game 5 is on the card. Extra, trying to beat out Panda, does not. Yukio central. Jorius just weak on the final shot. The final 5 looking like a chance is dead for Dignitas. Off the post, read by Yukio, who did get the 100 boost as well. Can go high, but touched down. And BDS take game number 4. It's game 5. Whoever takes this goes through to our semis. I don't think many people anticipated it to get this far.
The first game, in this series, but doesn't end up going to overtime, which shows you just how close it's been. And Monkey Moon, despite getting his first goal throughout this entire series in that game, took 7 shots in that game alone. He was desperate to get himself on the score sheet. And with a couple of minutes gone, he finally managed to do it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable performance there. Defensively by Dignitas, just not quite enough. It was the fact that they also needed a bump on the side of BDS to clear the net out from Violent Panda, the man who is staying goal steady and just hitting the ball away at every available opportunity. Game 5, though, is where we see BDS on the line. Will they secure 21 series wins in a row? Or do Dignitas cut them short at only 20?
Raise your hands. Be honest if you expected us to end up on Champions Field in a series between Dignitas and BDS. I did not. And if you did, then credit to you. I can't think of anyone that... Did you say 3-2, though? Did you say 3-2?
What did I actually have? I didn't actually predict that one. So I'm going to say I did say 3-2, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. In that case, pat yourself on the back.
Patting.
Well done, mate. You are the only one amongst however many thousand of us are watching right now. Surely this is BDS's to lose. Dignitas can't possibly do this, Stumpy, can they?
There is a very, very good chance that they do. But It goes awkward for the Dignitas squad. That's an open net as well. Mark by 8 can't steal it off the line as Monkey Moon, in just under 40 seconds, secures the first goal for BDS. And you warned Dignitas against the double commits. And here they are, and it has bitten them.
We saw the same thing in the last regional in the quarterfinals against Guild, where BDS were taken to game 5 as well. And then in the 5th game, I think they won it 5-1 or 4-1. Suddenly they came to life and their opponents just looked beaten. My hope, my prayer is that we don't see the same from Dignitas here, but it's looking like it could be, especially if this goes in from Monkey Moon. But a good touch from Jorius at the end of a stunning Yukio save yet again.
Joris Central does get challenged by Mark by 8. Panda on for the double, will send it down that right-hand wing. And Extra then pumps it long. Mark and his BDS compadres are so good at getting those midfield touches and making sure that nothing gets through.
A pre-jump from Jorius almost paid dividends. It doesn't quite, but Yukio's got a pass out wide to Violent Panda. Instead, it ends up being a pass to himself. So no harm done, especially if some boost spawns right here. That'd be lovely. It hasn't, so a big old booming clearance from Violent Panda on Mark by 8 is what's needed. Yukio's touch is clean into the corner, and Extra spoons that ball all the way back into the BDS half. The ping pong emerges here, and I think the Dignitas would be happier about that than BDS right now, because they wanted to slow this game down.
Yeah, I think Dignitas still need more touches on the ball for them to even get goal-scoring opportunities, because right now it's just send it at BDS and they will return in some form. But a bump on Panda in the net will open it up somewhat for Extra, who can get that central. Monkey Moon moving a little bit too far up. Gets called off by Mark, who attempts the double tap and will hit the post. Not quite in goal. The early call, not quite making it.
I am absolutely shocked that Mark by 8 has not just doubled BDS's lead. That is incredible to me that that's been missed. Jorius looked completely out of position, diving upwards like he had no chance, but somehow BDS are only still 1 goal ahead, which is risky territory. We've seen that Dignitas have got goals in them. Whether they're ugly goals, 50-50 ones, weird pinches, it doesn't matter. They are getting opportunities to score. This could be another one from Yukio onto the back wall. Violet Panda puts it out wide, wants this boost and gets it. Now what can he do from the ceiling? Not too much, actually opts just to hit it against the ceiling, and Jorius is just about closed down by Monkey Moon.
Yukio, good turn to land solidly on the wall, but does still get beaten out by Mark. Now Panda beaten away by Extra, who tries to get it central. Jorius just reading him, however, as Extra removes Violent Panda from the pitch. That ball will float central, and Extra is first to it. Just under 2 minutes remain. BDS keep their lead. Every single game thus far going to a 1-goal difference. 3 of them being overtimes, and the 4th being a 1-0 to BDS in regulation. Dignitas have not had many offensive opportunities thus far. There are only 2 shots in total on the Dignitas side. And 90 seconds, we need to see more. I want to see more bumps, more demos. And Dignitas, I'm sure, would like that, as well as Yukio sends it top corner, and under 90 remains.
What a shot from Yukio. He's found Violent Panda for the redirect. And then I did not even think this was going in. Monkey Moon was in the goal. I thought that it would be some sustained pressure from Dignitas. Never did I think that one was hitting the back of the net. And that was the danger for BDS. They had to keep that concentration level so high because one chance for Dignitas was all they needed to come back in. Extra on the other end, saved by Panda, and Monkey Moon will follow up, and BDS have been let off.
Nobody even up for that double tap. Jorius had full opportunity to just tap that away. No pressure at all, and then Panda just sends it weak into that midfield. With over 80 seconds, BDS once again regain that lead, as I'm sure most people would have anticipated them to. But Dignitas still in this with a fighting chance.
Oh, Dre is so close to a touch there, couldn't quite make it, and Yukio does the same thing, misses too. Eventually, after a couple of touches that are missed, Jorius does get one towards the BDS half. A minute left for Dignitas to make something out of this. It's Panda, he's dunked by Mark by 8, but Jorius is the next one in. We just need Dignitas to string a couple of passes together. At the moment, they're getting good touches, but there's no one on the other end. Very rarely do we see a redirect. Do we see someone in front of the ball? And all it's going to take to surely kill this series is one more miss. And there's Monkey Moon for his hat-trick.
The backboard misses just killing Dignitas right now. We saw the same thing happen in Game 5 with Guild, where it just slipped. It's almost that winner's tilt style play where you don't quite believe that you are in the lead over BDS and you could theoretically take it. And you start to doubt every single thing you do because you do not want your mistake to be the one that lets it slip. As BDS just start to play safe, taking their time on this ball. 20 seconds remain, still 2 needed for Dignitas.
Yeah, they gave away 1. Surely it won't happen again. Certainly not twice in the next 15 seconds. Yukio still trying as hard as he can, but another miss for Dignitas. Is this one making it all the way in? Yes, it is. BDS are making it through to the semi-finals yet again. And the sign of a champion, Stumpy, is being able to grind out series that you really do not enjoy. And I can guarantee you, BDS have not had fun over these last 5 games, but they have found a way.
They typically do. BDS is such an incredibly strong team. Their resolve is unlike any other in Rocket League right now. Truly deserving to be our current 2-time European champions. And with that performance, they might struggle to make it to the semi-finals still. Sorry, to the grand finals, rather. I am honestly not convinced by that BDS squad. I appreciate they just won and they came back. Their mentality, fantastic. Was that the performance, though, of a team that's going to win all 3 European regionals? I don't know if it is.
It's weird with BDS because they seem to struggle more against lesser teams. Vitality, they are just next level.
Yes,
against.
no problem.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget that it's Vitality that are playing in that semi. So I think they'll look at that and think, oh, don't worry. We will play better against Vitality. We always do. Even if we go 2 games behind, as we have before, they will still step it up and suddenly turn into the peak BDS that we've come to expect in these regionals. But credit to Dignitas as well. They really put up a fight there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Dignitas were their own worst enemies. They held every single game to such close contention. It was just those backboard plays that they were just missing. And it was unfortunate to see, but BDS will be very happy to making it to the semifinals to play Vitality. Everybody, make sure that you come back after the break because we are going to be having a look at our 3rd quarterfinals. It will be Galaxy Racer versus Barca Esports.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind
Well, hello, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leafex. Alongside me is Gibbs and Achieves, and we're going to break down that last match. We are making our way through Stage 3, BDS versus Dig, and Dig is back on track, Achieves.
Yeah, great series overall. Loved Game 3. Huge defensive performance from Violent Panda to keep them in it, put them on match point. But then Game 4 happened, and they continued to spend that entire game on defense, and that was not good. And then Game 5 was more of the same. BDS ramping up in the last 2 games of this series, not letting Dignitas get anything done.
Now, Violent Panda, he tweeted yesterday, said, new Gibbs confirmed, and he was half joking, but after watching that series, the entirety of Dignitas, I think they should have been rocking a hard hat, because literally every single rotation on defense was to just park on the goal line and then make saves. They didn't care about the back wall whatsoever, and the problem is BDS never attacked it. They attacked it finally in Game 5. We got 2 back wall goals, but throughout most of this, there was no back wall play from BDS. There was no infield passing on the offensive half at all, really, either. So for BDS, sure, Dignitas, they turtled, and they turtled well, but for BDS, they should be able to break through that, and it was a tough task for them. So I'm a little bit worried going forward when they play harder teams like Vitality next, but we'll see if they can change it up next time.
I mean, I think Corelli touched on it well. He kind of figured this would eventually happen. That offense would end up finding a way through. If you turtle too much, you're eventually going to have a hole, and not having any offense means you're not going to be able to push that opponent offense away from your own side of the field. So I think that he was right in that. But Achieves for Dig going forward, do you think this is something that should be a fairly easy fix for them, just getting on the backboard?
Yeah. The backboard defense is easy. That got solved like 6 seasons ago. It's just sometimes it comes back to haunt you in a series, and this was one of them.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket now that we have a couple matches down. We have 2 teams moved on to the semifinals, which means we get one of the best matchups we've seen in recent time, Gibbs, in Europe.
BDS Vitality, 3 regionals in a row. These are the only 2 teams that have made it to the top 4 of every single regional. BDS obviously winning every single one, and the problem for Vitality, well, they've had to play BDS every single time at this stage, so they haven't moved further from here, but they played yesterday. Vitality lost yet again, but like at some point, BDS I think is on a 4-game winning streak versus Vitality. At some point, Vitality is going to get that win, and you don't want to have to continue to play them. So both these teams not happy about it, but they'll be happy with the top 4 finish at least. I just can't wait to watch that game.
Achieves, I wonder if you think everyone else on the other side of the bracket looked at the results here and went, "Ah, shoot, I was hoping maybe those 2 teams wouldn't have been there."
Well, I don't. I think it was yeah, okay, that's fair. Not necessarily. Oh no, why has this happened? I think everyone was expecting those 2 to make it. They're not happy about it, but how can you claim to call yourself the best in Europe if you're not willing to take down the current top of the ladder?
That's true. There's still 4 teams on the other side. Top Blokes, Endpoint, Galaxy Racers, and Barca Esports. Let's talk about that next match coming up here. Galaxy Racers versus Barca. Barca's been looking pretty nifty lately. But of course, Galaxy Racers, previously known as Monkeys, have always been able to kind of step in there and make sure that their name's been heard at Chiefs.
Yeah, I think Galaxy Racers this time around got a fairly comfortable run, I would say, throughout all of it. I think their one really tough match was obviously against Oxygen yesterday, and they were able to come out with a good win. But for me, I think the ball is all in Barca's court. I think this one is theirs to lose. I think they've had a tough run throughout to get here, and they've performed very well. So, I mean, for me, Galaxy Racers, you better have to play some inspired Rocket League, because I think Barca's offense is clicking this week.
That's for sure. Speaking of inspiring, let's go to chat. It's time for the fan vote. These guys always bring our spirits up. Hashtag FCB, hashtag GXR to get your vote in who you think's going to win this one. I actually don't know how close that one will be. Let's get our predictions in, because that's something that I feel like I know which way it's going to go. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you.
You know, people are just going to go with the brand name of Barca here. I'm going to go Galaxy Racer. I feel like the last 3 weeks, they're starting to click. Now with Arju, and it took a little while for this roster to start clicking. Last 3 weeks on the grid, though, 3 bracket stages. One time made it to the grand finals by beating Vitality, then losing to them all the way through to that grand final. So a Galaxy Racer, they've been hot. Sure, a little bit of an easier schedule so far, and Barca's had a tougher road. I think they can shut down that offense, though, Barca. So I'm going to go Galaxy.
Geez, you made a bit of a face there when he said that. You're gonna
Again, I don't know why Gibbs is here. That was simple.
Wow. All right.
No. Devo is playing incredibly well this week. I think the Harbinger is doing good things for him. He's going to continue to have a great day. The offense will continue to produce for Barca. Barca knocked him out in the last regional to stop Monkeys from getting to the bracket, and they're going to do it again here and shut down them in the quarterfinals.
It's Barca for sure. I mean, there's no way. Gibbs, I don't know what you're doing here. I mean, I guess someone had to do it, I suppose. But I guess that they've been able to step in and again say, hey, we're here. But I feel like that's mostly going to be it. It's, hey, we're here. Now we're gone. Have a good journey to the grand finals, everyone else. And chat believes that as well, too. Let us know.
Oh, no. Gibbs getting buried right now.
On chat, bury him some more on Twitter, at RL Esports, at Gibbs000. I don't even know. Worst branding ever. Hashtag RLCS. But make sure you let him be heard how wrong you think he is. But we're going to get into our next quarterfinal right now.
Well, while the desk figures out how to reconcile Gibbs' presence on the desk Corelli, we're going to get the match started. And Barca, the heavy favorites on the desk, how do you feel about Galaxy Racer versus Barca as it gets underway?
So I actually agree with both sides of the argument that we heard on the desk. If you take the snapshot in the first two stages, Barca definitely had the stronger strength of schedule of having to play Dignitas, Liquid, Top Blokes, and Guild all on the same day. That's a tough ask for anyone. But if you zoom out just a little bit further, Gibbs is absolutely right. Galaxy Racer, they finished top 2 in the grid one week and had a followed up with a top 4 finish as well. So you could make a strong argument for both these teams. However, when it comes to the regionals, I think there's a lot more stock put in what Barca has been able to do just in their performance in the last week.
Now, to Galaxy Racer's credit, you can only play the hand that you're dealt. And they did take down Oxygen in 5. There might be mixed feelings about how people feel about that result as a quality or not quality win for Galaxy Racer, but it's quality by my own standard, especially with how Oxygen had looked coming into the weekend. But, if Ronicky is hitting shots like he was yesterday, I certainly think Galaxy Racer have their work cut out for them. But so far, the first minute hasn't really been too much. There's been one shot and maybe a second coming here for Barca, but barely diving back was Arju. They're still going to have to work their way out. Ronicky made it really close, and Ixo will pop it right off of his teammate, and they get out for that push.
And Ronicky's still a shooter, man. Every time this guy's on the field, it's he gets written off sometimes, I feel like. And Ronicky's still producing high-quality shots for this team when they need it most, especially in tight games. It feels like Ronicky's the guy to be involved in some way, and a lot of times it is his shooting.
Yeah, I don't know how people can discount Ronicky. He's got the best conspiracy theories out of any professional Rocket League player.
He's got the biggest brain.
Yeah, the Galaxy brain, if you will. But Galaxy Racer on the other side having to play more defense. Devo expecting that touch from Matane. But Galaxy Racer, despite getting each clear, they haven't really been able to turn the screws on a counterattack on Barca. That's going to be a hard shot wide, but it's still Barca ball. Ronicky dives for it, and it's Ixo who falls into it. That was still a dangerous challenge. And Barca, they're finding it difficult to get into the Galaxy Racer net.
The Galaxy Racer certainly doing well to defend a lot of the shots, but it's been very close a couple of times. A few shots have snuck by that last defender, and they've been lucky that they've just gone wide of the frame. Barca's definitely got the better of them, but this one's going to go just wide of the post off that challenge. I don't think anyone from Barca expected that one to break through.
Very nothing there for Galaxy Racer. Matane was having to screen across midfield. And Ixo getting demoed on the backside, so Matane has to come back. But Galaxy Racer, they're still going to press here on Barca, who have been kind of sitting beyond their own midfield or the midfield line, waiting to receive some of these clears from Galaxy Racer. Still no one able to score. Barca, the first half was summarily theirs. But Galaxy Racer, more and more, they're winning these 50s in the attacking third and pushing towards the net. Ixo the next up, while Barca try to get out of the corner, but Arju snipes it. and hits the close angle.
You can kind of smell this one coming. Galaxy Racer did a great job of keeping Barca in their own half, disrupting the clears. Ixo, that was fantastic to jump in front of that first defender that was trying to clear it out to keep that play alive. And of course, a fantastic shot from Arju, but just that annoying nuisance type gameplay, especially from a player like Ixo. I mean, it'll always produce fruits for a team like Galaxy Racer.
It'll certainly keep you on your toes if you're Barca, knowing that at any point, Ixo's going to be flying in your face for a 50, but Roniki is able to get by Matane on this play. Now Barca have another chance. Roniki dumps it in front of the box, and it's a loose ball that Itachi will clean up very quickly for Barca.
That's a tough one for the blue side of things here for Galaxy Racer. Arju was in a tough position. He couldn't get back to that ball quick enough before Roniki could get a piece of it, and then everyone's scrambling for the oncoming shot. And unfortunately, Galaxy Racer couldn't get set before Barca collapsed.
No fortune on the double commit, but also fortune off the pressure Barca have created so far. Devo will fade away and take the boost out. It's going to force Galaxy Racer to just wait in their own goal line for Barca to advance. Still having to defend off the back wall. Arju not wanting to just dump that ball right in front of Itachi, and he at least gets to midfield, but it comes right back. Devo has the net, but the crossbar denies him the goal.
Galaxy Racer got caught out just a little bit. Arju losing the ball in the midfield there, and everyone thought that 50 wasn't going to go back towards their net. And Devo was so quick up to that ball. I was watching it from Ixo's perspective. I heard Devo jump, and I don't even think Ixo was ready for that play to happen. Luckily, his shot just high, and Galaxy Racer now back in the final third.
Itachi again in the corner. He wins 2 50s, and now he has a winger if he wants to take it. It's Roniki, who just hops on top of the 50. Like the delay play there from Itachi on the play to give Roniki a chance at it. Now he's going to give Itachi a chance, and the shot is good. And at 0 seconds, Barca steal game 1.
And it was such a great play from Itachi, too, just waiting for this ball to come out. Matane backs towards the ball there, facing his own net. That was a free shot for Itachi with 0 seconds left. And Barca steal away game 1.
I love the fake pass that set all of that up before Roniki made the challenge to Itachi, where, Roniki is coming in as the wingman to Itachi, and he's looking like he's going to pass it to him, but he just sits there and lets the ball roll into the defender, who obviously has to respect the fact that Itachi can pass the ball at any time. And he's like, I'm just going to leave it. And then Roniki hops right on top of him, and Galaxy Racer weren't positioned for a ball to just bounce right off their own back wall on the rebound. And then Roniki took advantage of it on a great 50. Like that whole progression on offense was so good, Corelli. And like you were saying at the beginning, Barca's offense are so good. Roniki has been shooting so good, but we're seeing why Barca have been so successful in this regional so far. I think that was a really good snapshot of what has made them so good.
Yeah, I think that was a fine game from Barca. I also don't think that was the worst game from Galaxy Racer. I mean, if you just take a look at like the fan vote, you would think that Barca have a huge margin here for victory. But I think this series is going to be much closer, and I think that game was good proof of that. That was a close game 1, even though Barca were able to come out on top with that last shot. Galaxy Racer were absolutely in it and could have taken that game.
Galaxy Racer certainly cannot be discounted as Ixo takes point and shot, but easily handled by Devo. And this is what Galaxy Racer really want to do. Barca had created a lot of early pressure against them, made it difficult for them to break out and really get any kind of rhythm going on offense. But if they can retain possession here and force Barca to react to them, then they might find the net a little easier than game 1. The Barca defense, no slouch. Itachi with another clear. And now he's going to quickly get that ball over. Oh, he got that last tap. Roniki was ready for it. But again, the defense by Galaxy Racer is good enough. Ooh, quick launch from Matane. He got 1 and 2 and a couple. And there's not really going to be a play just yet for Galaxy Racer. But you like where that one may have headed for Matane.
It was quick and it looked threatening. All of a sudden, Matane just shoots from the midfield, and they're still pressuring here. Matane is going to just carry it across and knock it in. Up 1-0 is Galaxy Racer.
He won't get it the first or the second time, but he will literally just he just bulldoze through Itachi, whose car was merely a nuisance for Matane to get to the net. The ball pushed him out of the way. Nice goal from Matane.
And that's one of those goals where you feel like you just got to have a better challenge. I don't think anyone on Barca, after that first challenge, thought that he could make it through and just push his way across the goal line, but Matane certainly did. And now Galaxy Racer, well, giving up the ball there in the final third, but still looking very dangerous.
Get another look here for Devo, but Roniki's also up. Oh,
Roniki!
Roniki takes it himself and finds the read on the rebound. Excuse me. Barcelona. Hello.
So he just hits it towards net, and it was all he could really do. And that ball comes off that defender, and it's right in front of him as he lands, and he basically just shoves it back in, landing on top of it. We talk about Roniki being the great shooter. Well, how about that? Ball coming right back to him off a defender.
You know, Devo, up in front, you gotta love. I'm with you, Corelli. It feels like Roniki only ever gets the praise, every now and then. But man, when he does score, it's always just fun. It's just fun to watch Roniki score. And Arju on Galaxy Racer can't find any opening against Barca on that push. The push back again. Everyone waiting to receive something on the backboard, but it's been difficult for Galaxy Racer on this last push. And Devo's car is just something out of 1972. It's like the harbinger machine of funk is what we're going to call that. Very sparkly, Devo. I like it.
Intimidation at its finest there from Devo with this blinged out car. I think it's been spoken of before on broadcast, but he makes it work.
Well, Itachi will push this downfield. But she was talking about Devo and how he was impressed with how he's been playing lately. Long-time RLCS veteran. He's had his moments. He's had shots named after him. And he's certainly been fitting in well lately on Barca. Ever since Itachi joined this roster, Barca have just been slowly and slowly ticking upwards with every regional and grid that they play. But this has been locked so far. A lot of boomers back and forth. Both teams not really giving much to the other.
Devo's got one of those interesting stories of a player who has evolved so much. As this ball rolls out to the midfield, it does come out to Devo for a shot. He's going to sneak it through, and maybe back in the day he was hitting double taps, but now cleaning up the mess for Barca and getting the go-ahead goal.
Itachi went away from that. I think it was Ixo who was expecting Itachi to at least make a touch on that ball. Had he, it would have been a clear. And Arju, he had to make up for lost time because he was still sitting a little farther on the back wall. So I actually think that, Itachi pulling off there was the entire key for that goal to happen. Arju didn't have enough boost to recover from his positioning, so that was a great play by Barca again. Sometimes it happens unconventionally. You don't see the fake pass like we saw in game one, or as fake as it can get. But it's still tough. I mean, Galaxy Racer, for all the struggles, it's been difficult for Barca to get there for that reason. Arju makes two great stops on the goal line, keeping Galaxy Racer within it.
Oh my goodness. Devo was just sending head fakes left and right. He got every one of Galaxy Racer, and he put it across the net, and unfortunately Roniki couldn't put it away, and Devo had an opportunity as well. Huge save from Arju. Now back the other way from Matane as Galaxy Racer need one with 30 seconds left.
Ooh, Arju didn't get the read. Ixo had to buy time. Now Matane has to fly across the pitch to make the challenge happen. Ixo wanted to keep Devo honest, and Arju will actually win it against Devo, but is it going to be enough for Galaxy Racer? There's still the entire Barca defense to get through. Oh, Matane might be given a chance here. Quick move. Now Arju next up. Last man's Itachi. Arju wants a pass, but there's no one there to pass to. Making up for it was Ixo, but Matane's got to be quick because time is out.
Oh, that's a good challenge.
He's going to get it. Arju couldn't find the read. He miscalculated, and Barca take game two.
Wow, what a final challenge there. That one set up perfectly, and I think things just happened too quickly. Arju just couldn't get back to it. a couple of mistouches there at the end of the game for Barca after really playing a full game here in game 2. There were a couple weird things that happened. Devo missed the ball in the corner, and there was just interesting challenges in the midfield. But overall, again, a very fine game from Barca. And I think what's coming down to, at least from what I saw in this game, the challenge game was very weak from Galaxy Racer, even on their own back wall. There's a couple times where, you can think about Itachi. Devo just did it right at the end of the game as well. They're able just to push their way through the line to the back line and then across the net. And that just is unacceptable if you got everyone back for Galaxy Racer. The challenge game, rather, has to be better.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There was also some disjointed opportunities where the one where Arju had the ball in the attacking corner and he opted for a pass rather than trying to force it into the corner. But the third man for Galaxy Racer was the whole way back in their half. So that disjointed offense can't be a continuation here in game 3. This is it for Galaxy Racer. If they have any hope, they've kept it close, but close is not good enough. You got to score a little bit more. Ixo, he's going to start and get the ball out to Matane. Barca have been a force against Galaxy. They've given him a lot of different looks on offense. Ronicky especially has been playing excellently in his first match today in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's been a quality series so far for Barca. A few things here and there, but that's going to happen. It's Rocket League. Mistakes will be made. And honestly, Jorby, we give a lot of praise to Barca. I think Galaxy Racer are playing just fine too. There's just a couple missing pieces that aren't as well executed as maybe Barca has been here in this series. But Galaxy Racer, they've kept it close, and they have certainly had plenty of chances to stay in those last 2 games.
Ball going a little fast for Devo. He tried to make the 50 happen. This is a good pass from Ixo to Matane,
nice.
And a textbook infield passing play gives Galaxy Racer the first lead.
Beautifully done here. And like you said, textbook play. Get the first defender to go, pass it over to Matane. The second guy in Itachi, that second defender, just a bit late on the read. And that's what that pass gives you, that extra space for your oncoming attacker to put it away and catch that last defender out. Well executed there. That's what we're talking about. Just well executed plays from Galaxy Racer is what they need, because they are getting the pressure.
Well, and this has to be a point of, or a place of confidence for Galaxy Racer. And oh, Ronicky, what a save! He had no boost and flipped perfectly into it. Oh, that was beautifully done to keep the scoreline 1. Ronicky might even pick it up here, but Ixo waited for it. He got the save.
What can you say? We asked for better executed plays, and Galaxy Racer has so far delivered in the first minute and a half, but there's not much you can do about some of the goalkeeping right now on the Barca side. They've done it a couple times, especially in game 1. Felt like Barca just hanging on, and they are now, as Galaxy Racer immediately back on attack.
I was going to say earlier, it has to be a place of confidence regardless for Galaxy Racer, because they've played pretty solid defense overall. Barca has had to get creative on offense, so now they're going to have to defend another passing play. Itachi slows it down, and Ixo is not fooled. Had held for as long as he could, but you got to feel pretty great in a pretty great spot. You just play your game, don't try to force too much, just based on how the rest of the match has gone for Galaxy Racer. And they're still pushing forward on this. Look, the rest of Barca, they're forced to react. Nobody's really low on boost on Barca, but that's just the control that the last few pushes Galaxy Racer have had.
Both teams showing up with some good passing plays at the moment. Barca, a couple of infield passes. You can see them spreading the field out. Galaxy Racer as well. Quick 1-2s downfield. Both teams on point right now. Great save from Ixo. Barca is still trying to threaten.
Ixo, that I'm thinking back to that game 1 double commit that gave Barca the lead, and since then he's been kind of the cleanup man on defense to follow up just in case the second man can't get the save, and he hasn't bit at the same time, and he's gotten the saves both times. So Ixo much cleaner on defense, and Devo is going to look for Ronicky, but Matane diving forward for the stop. A couple of demolitions came out to harry the rotation, and Itachi knocks that attempted pass away before it could ever happen. But Galaxy Racer have retained the lead. How long can that last? Ronicky looking for a pre-jumping Itachi. Back over to Devo, and they keep possession. Doesn't matter if you don't score. If Devo's got the ball and Itachi on the wing for Ronicky. Can he get the goal? No! Matane closes the gap. No goal for Barca. They're looking every which way for a hole, but none are found.
And great setups multiple times from Barca as well, but just out of position a few times. Low boost situation for a lot of players taking the shot there, which is why they couldn't catch up to get the angle. Ronicky and Itachi both included in that, and still Barca with less than a minute to go. They might have another chance here as Devo doesn't get to that one perfectly, and they'll have to reset.
Nice clear by Matane, avoiding the diving attack on the challenge, but Itachi grabs it. Has Ronicky. Laser shot denied by Arju. Ronicky lets it roll back to Devo. Ronicky up denied by Ixo. Galaxy Racer defense getting faster by the moment. Itachi demoed. Now Arju got the catch, but Ronicky hops right on top of him. Racing behind him quickly was Devo. He's gonna get the pass, and Matane is up quickly again. Galaxy Racer defense has to hold on for just several more seconds. Maybe Arju picked up the goal. He does! Matane clears the path, and Arju picks up much-needed insurance.
And just like that, a cushion for Galaxy Racer and a great bump by Matane. Devo was surely going to make the save on that shot, and Matane makes sure Galaxy Racer gets that 2-0 lead.
A complete turn for Galaxy Racer. There were a lot of tough opportunities they had to save before that attempt could happen. And Barca still aren't done. They won't go to that clock, or they won't stop till that clock hits 0, but that clear will likely put it to rest for game number 3. And a much needed win, obviously, for Galaxy Racer, but one where you really prove that you can dominate the pitch and you can really control the flow of the game against this Barca team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the case here for Galaxy Racer. Is it feels like now they've proven themselves that, you know, we've kept these games close. Now we've actually come out on top, a 2-goal lead, a quality first goal, that passing play, and then a great second goal with the bump from Matane. So those were 2 quality plays. On top of that, you're able to defend a lot of great setups from Barca. I mean, there's probably a highlight reel of just missed shots here from Barca, but the passing plays leading up to it were spectacular from Barca. So for Galaxy Racer, this is a great game for them. Not only do they get it done on the offensive side of things, but they're able to defend some very tough setups from Barca.
And this is pretty big for Galaxy Racer. They've played Barca 3 times now this season in Grid and the regionals. They've lost all 3 of them. They've been able to take a game, but they've never been able to force them into a match point situation. So this is a big chance for a game 5 and to maybe pull off an upset. We'll see. Forbidden Temple is our next destination. Barca looking to close it here and head to the semis. I've got my eye on Matane for Galaxy Racer if they're going to continue to be successful. A lot of great pushes from him, even if he's not scoring. He's setting up opportunities by being that first man disruptor so many times for Galaxy Racer. Another passing play in front and saved again. You know, apparently, Barca can shoot as hard as they want on a passing play, but somehow, they're always ready for it. Galaxy Racer come up with the save again.
And it's been multiple times that it's been Ixo to pull up those saves. Then he gets a demo on the goal line. Now Ixo's up again, and Barca has to deal with it. But you said Matane, I think Ixo might as well. But how about Arju just wins the challenge through Barca, and it goes to the back of the net.
Kind of launches like a cannon out on the challenge. Ronicky, not how you want to draw it up. He was trying to force that ball out farther towards the middle. And he had Devo ready to receive it for a quick counterattack. But the timing was Arju's on the challenge, and well done enough. Sometimes the challenge just goes right into the net, and those are the best kind of goals.
And the defense definitely not ready for that, as they thought at least Ronicky would get a piece of that ball, and surely it would knock out towards one of the sides, but instead straight to their net. And now Galaxy Racer still trying to threaten some sort of attack here as they press on in the corner. And they got Barca a bit spread out. Itachi just gets demoed, and that net is a little bit wide open, but nobody there from Galaxy Racer to follow up.
Matane winning another 50 in midfield. But Itachi will just win that clean. It's about getting by that midfield line. This might be their chance, but Matane was already back. And he's got the read. He'll actually put it back into the corner.
Oh.
And somehow that ball just popped out towards the box, but nothing yet for Galaxy Racer. They're blocking down the sides really well, though. Barca is struggling to find lanes to either pass or clear right now.
Preventing a lot from Barca. Not seeing a lot of passing coming out from the Ord side of things, as Itachi just has to beat his first man, but gives up the ball, and right back to work Galaxy Racer go. This is a dangerous floating ball as Roniki's forced to clear it away and can only hope for a challenge there as players fight for possession in the midfield.
Matane, nice shadow against Roniki, and he won that next 50. And Barca forced back against their own wall again. And Matane is still a force in midfield to work with. The rest of Galaxy Racer collected some boosts. And Barca, where's the way out for them here? They've had to catch the ball on the side and try to go into the middle, but they can't get by midfield most of the time. But when they go unchallenged in the midfield, you just plop it right on your teammate's bumper for a goal.
I cannot believe Roniki got away with that air dribble. And then Devo, great challenge using the back of his car as he went into it to push that through the defender. Very similar to the last goal, or at least in theory, just pushing it through, and Barca able to tie it up here.
Now, not as comfortable anymore for Galaxy Racer. Ixo will keep pushing it forward. That's just going to give Roniki a booming clear. May set up Galaxy Racer for a push. Arju. He's been pretty speedy in game 4. Ooh, Matane losing the ball in midfield, and now a breakaway opportunity presents itself for Barca. Itachi finding Roniki again. This is going to be good for Barca. Nobody's up in time. Matane barely gets there. And Itachi dumps it for Roniki. And Arju tried to deny it. Oh, but he still had the block again. How does he come up with the save every time?
He's always there, and it's the way he positions himself, too. He came from the backboard. Barca's still trying to put on some pressure, and they might get a bit more, but Ixo has just been such a rock for Galaxy Racer, but for how long? As Barca are just putting shot after shot, and it might slow down here as Roniki couldn't deal with it in the midfield.
You know, ever since I was praising Galaxy Racer and Matane's presence in the midfield, it's literally switched since then, since that goal. Where Roniki went uncontested, and now Galaxy Racer are forced to dive back for a lot of these saves. This is not the defense you want to be playing, and Ixo has to turn around, but that's way too wide. Itachi literally just pops it in.
Look at this fake. Look at this fake from Itachi. Oh. Doesn't even go for the shot and then puts it through. Even Ixo was fooled on it. So smart from Itachi in front of the goal line, too. I mean, that could have spelled disaster for Barca if they actually got the challenge on him. There could have been a counterattack back towards the orange side. So smart from Itachi. And with less than a minute to go, they needed it.
They absolutely did. Itachi, you know, he had that fake challenge earlier in game 2, I think. Roniki, Arju picks up the save when pretty much 90% of the ball was in the net. The Galaxy Racer, the saves are great. Now you got to push right here. Matane, he sniffed that opening. He tried to get it as fast as he could. This is exactly where Galaxy Racer want to be with 20 seconds left. Arju hard out to Ixo. Wants it back to Arju. They got Matane, but he goes for the backboard instead. Still, this is going to be set for Ixo. Matane's out of the play, and Arju hustles forward. There's not a lot of time left. Arju on the catch. Ixo's there, but denied again by Itachi. Barca hanging on by a thread. Matane forces the ball here. This is the last chance. Can they get to it? They do keep it in the air, but this is going to be massive for Arju. Matane got the catch just in time. Roniki kills it for Barca, and they move to the semifinals.
Man, that was a hard-fought series for Galaxy Racer. Every single one of these games were close, and unfortunately not able to come up with it in the end. Barca able to move on here, and for Galaxy Racer, really not the worst showing from them, I think, in this series. Again, I sung their praises basically in every single game. There was a lot of good happening for them, and a lot of great saves, a lot of good offense as well, and that's promising for a team like this, and I don't think there's too much shame in this defeat against Barca.
No, if anything, I think it just puts more eyes on Galaxy Racer for the future. It's like, oh, I kind of want to see more of that team now. They were playing pretty speedy by the end of it, and Barca were really forced to respect them when they did have possession. So, GG's to Galaxy Racer. I certainly look forward to seeing more of them. We're going to round out the rest of our quarterfinals after we get back from the break. The playoffs for our third European regional continue after this.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Got wandering eyes.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, European Regional number 3. We are in stage 3. That means we are down to the top 8. Well, actually, no, we're down to just only, I think, 5 teams left now. So welcome back. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Turtle. We're going to break down that last match here as we continue to eliminate teams, and we will eventually find our top 4. But Galaxy Racers and Barca, Turtle, Barca did manage to get their way through, but I will give it to Gibbs. Galaxy Racers put up a fight.
Oh yeah, it was a close one for sure, and you got to respect Gibbs for the prediction. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and roast him. You guys were harsh. Gibbs deserves maybe a little bit of love here because it was a close game, and I thought Barca, they had really great passing. It wasn't the best striking we've ever seen from them, but I thought that they just got a solid win together as a team, moving down the field, always looking for each other, which was something that took a while to get warmed up for in yesterday's matches. So I'm glad to see that they're already looking for each other, building that synergy early on today. So hopefully in their next matchup, they'll keep that up.
Now I'm upset because I'm not upset about me. Go ahead and bash me all you want. But this is the first time Galaxy Racer, they're in this bracket, and you guys are just saying my pick is dumb. They have no chance. They played a very competitive series here. The one positive, I will say for Barca, like obviously Galaxy Racer, it was a tough series. But for Barca, their offense wasn't necessarily clicking, but their defense played really well. And that is a good sign for them going forward because you don't want to always have to score 3 or 4 goals per game. They won all 3 games with just 2 goals. So kudos to them. Galaxy Racer, though, they will be back. They've been playing well through the past month, and I expect them to continue that.
Just to defend it, Chiefs, and I and nothing against Galaxy Racers. I think it really was just we had an opportunity to just go at you, and our blinders got put on, and we saw Gibbs at the end of the tunnel there.
And Gibbs will always take the opportunity to roast us, so we have to make sure when we get those small windows that we jump on it.
Gibbs got justification at the end of this one. Galaxy Racers putting up a good fight, but again, unfortunately for them, Barca will move on, which means we have one more match to go to get our semifinals all sorted out here, and that is Top Blokes versus Endpoint. Let's spend some time here and chat about this one. Endpoint making it to this point here, but a lot of people are saying, Gibbs, that people are starting to figure out their play style, it seems, but it's still working for a top 8 position.
This time around, it did. They did get to top 8. Like, I even back on day 1, I was like, I didn't even know Endpoint was in Group A just because I think they're just one of those teams that are just going to finish 9th, and that's that. Wow. They did make it to the bracket. They're looking pretty good, and obviously their play style is not just Virtuoso going for demos anymore. He's obviously doing a lot more on the offensive side of the field. So we'll see how this all goes out. Problem is they're playing Top Blokes. Top Blokes is one of those teams that in both regionals, they also made top 4. They are considered a top 4 team in Europe. So this is a tall order for them. But at least in grid week 8, which was just 5 days ago at this point, I'm losing track of time because of these super weekends. This team of Endpoint did take down Top Blokes. So it is definitely possible here.
Yeah, this is Turtle, not going to be an easy match for Endpoint. Again, as I just mentioned, we just reiterated that teams are starting to understand them, and the fact that Top Blokes has been that other team outside of BDS and Vitality that's made all the semifinals and regionals. So if the script is to continue true here, Endpoint's not looking really good for them.
Yeah. I have to agree, and I think that Endpoint, even in stage 2, they got a really good win over Liquid, over Oxygen, and then it's like, I for whatever reason, I keep devalidating Endpoint, and I feel bad because I see them get wins like that, and I'm like, how did this happen? Where did this come from? Team Liquid were looking so good, and then I'm like, okay, maybe Team Liquid and Oxygen, we have those days where they just start throwing everything away, and that's how Endpoint are here, so I don't want to devalidate that win, but I think this matchup, if they can take Top Blokes here where it matters, I'll give them so much more respect because that is a tough task. It's going to be a defensive game. Both these players and teams like to play a little bit more passive. Nobody throws themselves forward as much as maybe other teams like Guild, so it's going to be fun to watch to see how these defenses can battle it out on the pitch.
Curious what you guys think in chat. Let's get that fan vote up now. I'll give you some time to think about this one. Top Blokes versus Endpoint. Use the hashtags end or top to get your votes in, and we're going to do some discussion while you guys do that. For Top Blokes Endpoint, let's actually get our predictions out there as well while we talk about this. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. Top Blokes Endpoint, will this newfound adjustment to their playstyle for Endpoint push them through, or is the script going to continue for Top Blokes?
So I actually think this might be high scoring. Normally these teams play a little bit more defensive, but these are 2 of the top 3 offenses from the top 16. And maybe that was just, a one-day thing, but I want to see some more offense out of both these teams because I think it would be fun. I don't think Endpoint can take down Top Blokes. I said it on day one. I was like, Endpoint's a 9th place team, and sure, they made it to the bracket. And maybe if they're playing someone else, but this is Top Blokes who've made it to the top 4 of every regional. I think they continue that streak. They had a hot day yesterday, and they'll do it again today here.
Turk.
See, I like what you said about that, Gibbs, how they're defensive, and we're going to see a lot of high-scoring games because somebody has to step up, and that's why this is actually a really exciting matchup for me because a lot of times these teams will go up against another, and we'll see nobody step up. Nobody wants to take the initiative to move forward, and I think, you know, we've got people like Metza and Archie who are going to be battling it out, 1v1s left and right. I'm going to go Top Blokes, but I will never doubt Endpoint again after today if they can take this dub.
If you've watched and listened to what we say, which I doubt it, I barely listen to what we say. I've been talking about Endpoint and how much I love their playstyle so much, but I can't pick them in this one. I have to pick Top Blokes. I feel like Top Blokes overall has synergy that is just going to pull through a much more well-rounded experience in this. I love the playstyle of Endpoint. I like they've made adjustments to make sure they can fight it out, but I think Top Blokes should be the winner in this. And Chat was a little confused on this one. We have a lot more reasonable picks for Chat today. 58% in Top Blokes, but I think the script continues right now. But let us know your thoughts online if you like how the script's been written so far at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSX. But we find out now if Top Blokes can make it 3 semifinals in a row over in the Skybox.
Now, Top Blokes may be on that journey, but Endpoint, you know, for how their performance has been lately, they might put a forcing. I don't know what forcing means, Achieve. They might put up a stop here against Top Blokes, but I don't know. After watching Endpoint play yesterday, seeing Virtuoso play a fantastic first man, I'm not counting this team out.
Yeah, absolutely. This one, I think, could be a lot closer than you might initially expect, but at the same time, obviously, Endpoint and Top Blokes have both been prone to their ups and downs, and we shall see what happens today. Cassio trying to start it off with a bang, just passed.
Archie going to slow down Endpoint on a quick counterattack. That was something that they did pretty well yesterday, and their success was their counterattacks. They're going to try to force some opportunities in front of the box here. And each player kind of taking it up, trying to high air dribble, see what works, see what's not, but it's going to be Metzenaris who will actually just straight up win the ball, keep Endpoint on the orange half. So not a bad start for Endpoint. Let's see if they can keep that going. That 50 will certainly send them running back.
I'm really looking for Relating Wave. They have a big day if Endpoint wants to be successful. And of course, today is Flame's birthday. We'll see if he plays well. Cassio missing an open net. Would have liked to see that one go in. And as I was saying, we'll see if Flame can celebrate a birthday and make the semifinals and continue the road here for Regional 3.
Ooh, Relating Wave. It's a nice touch in midfield. And Endpoint are looking right now like the squad in control, and Virtuoso punches the first one in off of Metzenaris' rebound.
Virtuoso happy to go and catch this miss clear. Awkward ball, real tough to play that one over the shoulder. It needs to be perfect. Flame can't quite get there, and Virtuoso will capitalize.
No, the birthday jitters. The birthday jitters.
Yeah, right.
It's his birthday. He's allowed to miss one.
Everybody gets one on their birthday.
And maybe 2 for Endpoint. Relating Wave, a laser into the net off of another Metzenaris pass.
Yeah, this one off the kickoff's pretty brutal. Flame gets bumped by Virtuoso, so he can't even go and challenge the ball. Metza throws it out to the side for Relating Wave and leaves Archie in just a awful position to be in, trying to defend the large part of the net, forces you to give up the back post, and gets blasted right behind him.
Well, Relating Wave wanted to send Flame his happiest happy birthday by putting the party time goal explosion on. Happy birthday, Flame, the ball's in your net. But Virtuoso quickly in midfield. And Endpoint, maybe not what a lot of people expected heading into this match, Chiefs. Top Blokes have consistently been, challenging the upper echelon of Europe.
Yeah.
While Endpoint have certainly had their struggles all across the board.
Yeah, and Top Blokes definitely heating back up with their qualification here into Stage 3. 2 convincing stages in Stage 1 and Stage 2, and Endpoint kind of starting to scrape by despite throwing out a lot of fireworks earlier on in some previous regionals. Metza had an open net, and that one is followed up by Virtuoso. Thankfully, He's having a good start. 2 goals, 3 assists for Metza here. But Virtuoso is happy to go and collect one more time.
And probably the easiest start Endpoint could have expected. You get a couple of key misses from top blokes, and you really take advantage of them. But Metzenaris getting the playmaker this early. He's been the passer, I'll just say the passer for this team, because that's kind of what Metzenaris does. Even when he's shooting, he's passing. The poor guy's hit the post and the crossbar more times this weekend than any other player, it feels like.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking to Virtuoso, I believe it was last regional, we asked him, you know, what went into picking up Metza and what's it's like to have a player like that. And they were like, you know, we picked up Metza because if I'm going to sit there and play so aggressively, you need a strong defensive presence. And, you know, Metza, if anything, is absolutely a solid anchor player. He can be a great guy to just break out of your own half. And when he gets that ball in the midfield, he can make a few things happen. So that's most of the reason why they bring Metzenaris on. And Relating Wave is just that nice flex player for them.
But it is interesting for Virtuoso just because he's evolved since the last regional. So it's not just, you know, it's not just straight aggression, like I'm going to go for bumps and demos and I'm just going to cause havoc. Instead, he's really morphed into this. I'm just going to play a very consistently aggressive first man and try to, you know, win some solid 50s. If I can cut rotation and get a quick follow-up, I will. And he's been very solid in that role for Endpoint. Like, that was the biggest thing I think that I noticed yesterday with him was that evolution of, you know, bumps and demos aren't everything. And while it was fun to watch Virtuoso constantly blow everybody up on the pitch, this certainly is netting better results.
Yeah, I would agree. As we mentioned, you know, it felt like people were starting to figure Endpoint out. And, you know, when you start running into a brick wall, you have to change your method. And Endpoint are absolutely trying to do that so far. And we'll see what Metza has here with trying to get a pinch pass. Relating Wave looking for Virtuoso. Gets it through Casio. Sticking with it. Gets a block, but nobody else there to follow up. And Metza will turn that aside.
Just no offense for top blokes at all. They have 4 registered shots on net, but you look back and their cleanest opportunity was Casio's miss on the open net, and he was playing pretty close to the back wall in that opportunity. And Endpoint have played very cleanly and haven't felt the press at all. No one on top blokes is really finding it. And Flame almost got the goal. That would have been nice to have at the end of game 1. But they don't get it. This is definitely a better return to form on this push. A little too late for game number 1, but after the whiffs, the initial jitters, top blokes saying, look, game 2, it ain't gonna be the same.
Yeah, I would agree. I think this one got out of hand a little early, considering they got that nice early goal, and then Flame couldn't stick a tough read over his shoulder on the backboard. Combine that with just another kickoff goal where they got bumped and couldn't even challenge the ball and then got put in a bad spot. Endpoint played a phenomenal first minute and a half, and the rest was just some solid textbook back and forth. And, you know, that's all really Endpoint had to do. They didn't have to press after they had such a strong start. It was really all on top blokes to be aggressive, and I think you're right. I think top blokes prevent game 2 from getting out of hand so early. I think it's just some unfortunate happenstances there.
And that's really where I want to see Endpoint. It's like, okay, you know, quality first game, but some of them were definitely given to you. But how do you play when you're put under some consistent pressure? You know, how, what's the word I'm looking for? How stoic are you on defense? And how well can you handle a high pressure offense like the top blokes can put on? So we'll see if they can mount that kind of attack in game 2. But if Endpoint start well off on the kickoff here, that confidence might be all they need to keep top blokes on their back wheels.
Yeah, I think first minute going to be very telling here for game 2. You're really looking for top blokes to come out here, control pace of play, see what they do with this kickoff. They drew it back, and what does Flame do? Bit of a risky play, just dumping it off, and it puts a lot of pressure on Casio to hang onto the ball here. So how does top blokes hold possession?
And Archie on top blokes, who's made a lot of waves as a splash player. You can have some flash to him every now and then, but more and more as top blokes play, they've definitely formed a more complete unit. Casio, who at one point, I think it was the last regional where I felt like there was nobody better in Europe at passing than he was. And so you'd like to see them do that. Speaking of splash plays, Archie sends one from the top.
What a shot as well. Archie just went and got this one. That is not an easy shot to hit. Coming from the opposite side of the ball, boosting up there to make sure you beat the defense and squaring it up with the corner of your car on the opposite side. That requires some real control, and that was a phenomenal shot from Archie. And of course, it helps when Flame got up there so quickly just to kick that ball into the middle.
The first goal for Top Blokes. We'll see if this flips in game 2, but Metzenaris gives a chance to Virtuoso, got a great dunk, but Flame jumps back for the save. Now Endpoint want to keep midfield theirs, but it's proven difficult as Top Blokes move downfield. Cassio is already ready in the attacking corner. And now Flame with no boost actually kicks it out to the side, and that will delay Endpoint for a moment. Cassio matching the speed on both ends of the pitch. Archie picking up the next save. Top Blokes not even letting Endpoint have any sort of extended opportunity. And back to the blue half we go. Popped up for a lading wave, but no one is going to commit for that on Top Blokes. Much rather go back, trap it again. We'll try to carry it out from our own half. The result, well, Archie gets a carry, but the 50 is Cassio's now, so Endpoint, a couple of pushes just haven't worked out, and Cassio almost found the dunk. Flame maybe gets this to Archie. He does, but that's just going to delay Endpoint on their attack back, or will it?
There you go. Really liking Top Blokes' ability to pick up some of these awkward clears. Relating Wave finally able to sneak it over everyone. Archie can't make it back, and oh no. I thought they were doing so well. Archie creeps a little too close here to the corner, though, and just unfortunate. It's what classic, gravity effect. You just want to get closer to the play as it's slowing down, and Archie
Your brain turns
one
off.
step too far.
We've been so good on offense. Cassio, he's won everything.
He has, really.
He won't lose this touch.
He's had a solid game 2 so far, for sure.
Yeah.
Cassio, I think, for me, definitely one of the strongest midfield presences in Europe. Perhaps a little underrated in that regard, but I really do think he provides a lot of value when it comes to the challenge game.
I think I definitely agree with that, too. Cassio doesn't wow you a lot of the times, and those players tend to go unnoticed just because their value, or most of their value, comes in the abstract and not necessarily in the hard numbers, the scoring, or the things that you can obviously see, like crazy flip resets, fakes, those kinds of things. But I absolutely agree that he's underrated in that midfield aspect. This has been good for Top Blokes after that last kickoff. Though still got to be careful because the 50 game is not completely theirs. It has certainly swayed back and forth, and now Endpoint, they've had a couple of good sequences here. They're stretching Top Blokes end to end, getting a couple of demos. Demos will come out when nothing else is working, but Flame hops in front of this next ball. Top Blokes, excellent on defense.
Ooh, Archie really trying to get creative there, slow that play down, and Virtuoso doing the exact same thing. Flip reset, and Cassio, he didn't bite at all. He didn't care. He was like, I'm playing the ball. Archie will go up and get that. Top Blokes are going to score here because Cassio just saw Archie's air dribble, was like, nah, that's terrible, and just took it from him.
Cassio says, I see your flip reset and I raise you a ball chaser. And sorry, I win this bout. I'm just going to smash my face into the ball. Sometimes that's the best option. Certainly works for Cassio.
Works every time.
Now, Endpoint. Well, the control just hasn't been there like it was in game 1. Much cleaner, especially from Cassio. I know we've talked a lot about him. Oh, Archie tried to air roll into it.
He was playing a block. That's what had him beat to that ball, and he was trying to get above it to knock it back down. Cassio feeds one to Archie on the left side, and Relating Wave able to get out there. Breakaway chance for Endpoint. 2 in the corner, and they're going to have to run from this one.
Oh, they're just forced to stretch even when they're on offense. No one's ready for Top Blokes to just pop it over to the gap. One option left a little too wide open, and Archie had just a little bit of space, but that only delays things for about a moment. This is where Endpoint want to be. They can keep it locked in midfield. If they can force Top Blokes to respond like that, where they're diving for a lot of challenges, then they might be able to find the opening that they're looking for. They tried a couple demos earlier, but that didn't do enough to stop the rotation or create the hole that they wanted. But here, Virtuoso can't get anything going there from Relating Wave, too far away from the ball. And this is exactly how Top Blokes will play if Endpoint are going to give it to him. Time running out for Endpoint to find a game-tying goal.
Yeah, and they're all stuck in the same spot too. Mets is going to have to work some magic, and that big bump from Flame is going to waste so much time. Now they got to do it in the air.
Well, Relating Wave will be challenged, and Endpoint will lose game 2. We're all tied up in our fourth quarterfinal. Top Blokes much more in form.
Some big takeaways from both Cassio and Flame, but Archie, I mean, you got to give him credit. A lot of speed to follow up both of the goals he scored. Like that first one, Flame just went and popped it up off the sidewall, and then Archie just went and got that one. And the second one, Cassio just takes away that air dribble from Virtuoso, and Archie is there once again to tap them both in. So credits to Archie for recognizing goal-scoring opportunities. Unfortunately, he gave one back, but at the end of the day, it's okay. They held on.
And I do feel like Endpoint did try multiple things to try to get by this Top Blokes team, but midfield was really something worse for them, and they tried slowing it down. They tried those air dribbles. They even tried booming clears, but there was always somebody on Top Blokes that was right where they needed to be in the rotation to stop anything they were trying. Even when they were they tried demos to open it up, but it wasn't the right demo. So Endpoint there maybe left scratching their head a little bit, wondering how they can get by this Top Blokes defense again in game 3.
Yep, I think Endpoint, like you're right, had a couple of good ideas, right? The classic demos, but the offense not quite in the position or having the boost required to be able to come forward and capitalize on that. And that's a nice cut from Relating Wave, and they're going to have a lot of time to set this up however they like. Flame getting in their face, though, and just making that as difficult as possible. And that's a good move. You know, in 3v3, you can almost be assured that it's always safe to send one person to just get in the face of whoever's trying to air dribble.
I thought Archie might be able to find the closest angle there. Knocked away regardless. Cassio, the continuing touch. Those kind of touches always keep a defense on there, flat, because you just don't know when the play is actually done when a Top Blokes car is still behind the ball. You think he's not going to get to it, but then you're like, oh, he got that touch and the ball's over your head. It just keeps you a little more honest. Yeah.
It's not like it's a particularly dangerous touch, but it's one that it's easy to overlook, and just like that, it's right through as Cassio is able to come cleanly out of the corner with the ball. Relating Wave wants a banger, slaps it right at Archie off the ceiling. And Metzenaris is going to just clip this back over to the orange side. Not the best clear, and Top Blokes in a bit of a weird spot. Fortunately, Virtuoso wasn't in position, and that's a few precious moments to get reset here for Top Blokes.
Endpoint actually grabbed both of those midfield boosts as well. And we'll keep Top Blokes, well, one at 0, the other below 50, and only one was able to pick up a canister. You can't try to force too much, and they're back on their own wall. Nice catch and cut. Man, Relating Wave can be so speedy out of nowhere. The, I guess, agility, if you will, of his ability to just cut really fast onto the ball when you're expecting him to go a different direction. A couple different times now he's had those nice cuts in this match. Ooh. Metzenaris setting up Virtuoso. Top Blokes defend it for now.
They got lucky. Relating Wave was expecting that clear to go out to the side of the pitch instead of down the middle, so he wasn't in position to just take a shot. Otherwise, Top Blokes were going to be toast right there.
Oh, Top Blokes. There's plenty of time to get set and grab boosts. The boomer back to their half, and everyone's kind of flat stuck.
And
Archie
again,
was driving up the back wall, but yeah, why is Cassio just getting a free clear from that angle?
Yeah, like Virtuoso, like that's a great pass into the midfield, and that's what we were talking about at the start of this game. You know, it just didn't really feel like Endpoint were necessarily in position to follow up on some decent chances, and there's a better example of it. Flame turns aside, an attempt from Virtuoso. Metza keeps the pressure up, but is anyone going to be here for this? Archie's number 1, Relating Wave to Virtuoso. This could be pretty. Straight down. Flame is able to make the block. Can't make number 2. Archie comes out of the corner, tries his best, but Metza, number 3, drops the hammer.
Now Archie grabbed that midfield boost, and Was expecting to have a little bit more time to get back, but that was a great touch from Virtuoso.
Oh yeah.
Putting Top Blokes in a really high pressure situation, and just had enough of a touch to make things super awkward for Top Blokes. Those are always tough to properly save. Offense more times than not has the advantage. So Endpoint right back where they left off.
And you know, that's what it should look like. That's the time where, okay, now they're all on the same page, and then it bears fruit all of a sudden. Amazing.
It works out once and maybe twice. No, Relating Wave not going to find the touch he wants. And Virtuoso is just going to buy time. It was enough time for Relating Wave.
Ooh, big block.
Oh, Top Blokes, they can't force anything against the corner. In fact, 2 touches for Archie, but again, enough time for Endpoint to think about where the offense is going on defense. There aren't enough consistent opportunities from Top Blokes to really stretch Endpoint. I was curious how Endpoint would fare again when they're tested with Top Blokes offense. Well, how they fare is they've limited them to 3 shots on net. Top Blokes have had few chances.
And goals have really come at a premium in general across this series so far. So Endpoint might be content to just try and punt the ball away for the last minute or so and see if they can get away with winning the game that way and just jam the ball in the corner.
Oh, you got to be careful though with Flame keeping things close, but the rest of Top Blokes were playing it a little too close together. Cassio will come in. This might be a chance for Top Blokes, but Metzenaris grab the ball away, and then Relating Wave kicks it off that blindside challenge. This might be Endpoint's ball, and it just skirts wide of the net. Top Blokes cut off again. Relating Wave doesn't get the touch, and Cassio picks up the ball. Has another one. Can he get it in? Cassio snuck it into the top corner. Oh, Top Blokes tie it up.
Flame gets the bump to take off one player. Metza knows he's got to get to it, but how do you squeeze that one into the top right corner? Cassio delivers a big goal with 11 seconds left.
Just when they needed it. And now Endpoint with 1 touch from Relating Wave. And a hard bounce. Metzenar is just going to make sure he doesn't overcommit and maybe give Endpoint another chance. But that might have just given the ball to Top Blokes. Probably better you missed. Overtime.
Disappointing OT to find themselves in for Endpoint. Really played a pretty solid game. Like you said, you know, they limited a lot of Top Bloke shots. But all it took was 1 Cassio air dribble with an uncontested approach, and Archie's kind of getting the bumps, and that's a huge stop from Relating Wave. Turn it in off the backboard. There's Metza into the goal. Endpointer on match point heading into game 4. They get the bump here. Cassio can't make the read, and Archie is saying, please just hit it into my car because I can do nothing.
And Metzenaris is like, okay, well, I'm just going to roll it next to you. How about that, Archie?
That's close enough, right?
I gotta say, even though I was like, I think people are sleeping on Endpoint a little bit, I am still kind of surprised to see them at match point. But like, this is just a different Endpoint squad. Like, they don't look like they don't look like a 500 team anymore. And that was what they were for the first 2 regionals plus the grid. Endpoint would win half of their games, and you literally couldn't figure out what was going on with this team. Yeah, you had Virtuoso Cam, you had some hype around this team. There are some likable characters on Endpoint, but would you put them in the top anywhere? No. But today, they're playing super well, very clean. Overall, there's not a ton of misplays, not a lot of mistouches. The worst that I think you could say is, you know, they might give up on a touch or 2, or they might not be as accurate. But like, this Endpoint squad is really putting it to Top Blokes.
It's looking good so far, and Top Blokes definitely not looking like the team that's trying to kick your teeth in with the offense so far. So here with 2 games left to win, if you're a Top Blokes fan, you're really going to have to start pulling out some impressive things, and this kickoff might be just the way to do it. Flame gets through Virtuoso, skips it into the middle. Cassio's there, and it's off the post and out. Kick down the pitch, and Metza might score a goal.
That was the riskiest 3rd-man challenge from Archie. But good defense. Cassio, he tried to snipe that right corner, couldn't find it, and hit the post. And then Archie was like, no, we got to keep playing offense here. But everyone was still recovering on the opponent's back wall. So don't win that challenge, you get scored on. And Endpoint take advantage.
Oh, and they get another one. Oh, no.
Well, the mountain just got a little bit steeper for Top Blokes, and Cassio...
Kickoff gone wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, top blokes don't do anything really wrong here. It's just an aggressive follow behind the kickoff. You get a little too close, the ball skips up. The other team has waited just a few paces behind, and that means you're toast because it's over your shoulders.
Archie thought he maybe had an opportunity there, and those kickoff goals are always the worst when you're on the other side of it, because it feels like they got a 2-for-1 almost on one goal, because you barely played anything. But the best thing for top blokes is they let it happen in the first 30 seconds. So you got plenty of time as long as you clean it up from here.
Exactly. There's a very positive way to spin that, you know. It's just you give them the 2-goal handicap because you know they need it. And, you know, now you're going to go out there and win the game, right?
Oh, no. Well, if Archie can't put the ball on target, I don't know. But maybe he gets this one. Oh, sweeping underneath was Cassio. I actually don't know what the better play would have been there. I like the idea of, you know, they're watching Archie, and you might not expect Cassio sweeping the rug from under you underneath.
Oh, here we go.
Too hard.
That's too far, yeah. Flame had the right idea. It was going to be a hotly contested ball either way. Cassio trying to give it back to Archie in the corner, and I really feel, I think, top blokes starting to strain a little bit, forcing things a little tighter than they need to be. But I can understand the frustration. You're on match point. You need to score, and Flame is turned aside by Metza at the top of the goal.
Great save, but still top blokes ball. Close angle pass for Cassio, and immediately defended. All Archie's touch is going to do is buy time for midfield. Flame had trouble handling the ball, and top blokes are forced into another retreat. Flame grabs this touch, but not before Endpoint could grab it back. Virtuoso going to make this 50 happen? He does, because Archie had pulled off on the play. But Endpoint haven't bit too hard on anything top blokes have given them. The top blokes have had a couple of pretty solid opportunities since the opening minute, but still just can't really find a way through Endpoint. The Virtuoso is just going to demo the guy in net for good measure. Good luck getting a consistent clear now.
And you know, that clock seems to run a little faster on match point, because it feels like we were just saying, you know, it's only 30 seconds, but now you're halfway through the game, and they need that one in. Metza Norris clearing that away. There's a demo on the goal line, and top blokes really throwing everything at Endpoint right now.
Archie will have the next catch. He's got enough boost to get one more touch, and Cassio will make the challenge happen. So now top blokes can get set. And Flame, he dove for the next challenge. This is a limited boost scenario on offense that top blokes were in, and that long boomer forces them to try again from their own half. Archie just can't hang on to this. Endpoint are responding to every pass, and Cassio gets a nice read there on his flip, but it's not enough yet. He's going to flip in front, try to turn. They're really trying to force the issue.
I feel like the communication breaking down as well. Archie and Flame both going for that ball in the same corner when one of them needs to split out to be able to block a clear, get ready for a pass, and waste valuable time. And when you need 2 goals, you'd like to have at least a minute to do it.
Ooh, Virtuoso, knowing that Flame was playing close to him, just wanted to keep him away from that challenge. That is not what you want if you're top blokes. Archie racing towards it. He will grab it. That would have been disastrous and likely the end of the set. Still top blokes.
He turned around. Flame tipped that to the left because he saw, I think it was Cassio at the midfield line, and he was expecting Cassio to push forward. But Cassio picked up the midfield boost and turned back. And that's just one of those unfortunate circumstances. Virtuoso wants the demo on Cassio. And time a big factor. Archie through 1.
And he can't get through 2. It's relating wave this time on the save. Well, urgency button needs to be smacked about 1,000 times by top blokes. Otherwise, they're about to be knocked out in 4 games by Endpoint, and it will be their first. It will be the first regional that they don't make a semifinals appearance. Flame can't carry the ball out. And top blokes are suffocated against their back wall, desperately looking for an angle out. But every time they try, Virtuoso's in the way. Even right there, Relating Wave and Metsunaris are rotating back after Metsunaris had the miss. And no, the goal doesn't happen still. Yes. And Archie has to force his way through. Full bore in. Top blokes are still alive.
Casio somehow able to stick this one close with everybody on endpoint running into each other on the goal line, and who else but Archie to come through and turn it in. They got 14 seconds. Does it happen?
Well, endpoint got a gift on a kickoff goal. Maybe Top Blokes can get a favorable kickoff here. But Metzenaris puts it in the one gap. It forced Top Blokes back, and that wastes all that time, and now they got to do it in the air. But Archie gets a solid touch here. Flame, well, they're going to have to receive what Metzenaris gives them. That's going to be a high ball. Can he get there? He does, but two Top Blokes players close in midfield. Archie with the first touch. Flame with the second. Archie can't get back. Flame keeps it alive. Casio, he had time to get back from the demo, and he's coming up for this one. Virtuoso is there, and it drops to the ground. Endpoint upset Top Blokes and roll to the semifinals.
Virtuoso with the big brain play on the goal line at 0 seconds, making it look like he's going to just try and tip that out to the corner, pulls in Casio going for the dunk, and Virtuoso just rolls the car back down and lets it fall in front of him. Great play from Virtuoso at 0 seconds to kill the series, and a disappointing loss for Top Blokes. But hey, hats off to Endpoint. Metzenaris, I think, had an excellent series here. A lot of great saves, a lot of great goals, a lot of great setups. I think he did very well today.
I think so too. I thought Metzenaris was, the force, a little bit more of that force that we were used to seeing back when, he was in his best days, I would say. But he's slowly finding a new place, a new form with Virtuoso and Relating Wave. This Endpoint squad in general has evolved. We've talked about it over the course of this match, and I certainly think that they have to be taken with 100% seriousness in this semifinal. They're not going to be an easy out at all.
Well, on the other side of things, of course, disappointing loss for Top Blokes, considering Top Blokes already beat Endpoint once back in stage 1. They won 3-2, but today in single elimination, they can't get the job done, and they will have to see what's next for them.
And so our quarterfinal matches are wrapped up, Achieves, and now it's time for the juicy semifinal match. Y'all know what's coming up next. You've been waiting for it ever since that second quarter finish. Team BDS versus Renault Vitality, turning into a classic in Europe. I can't wait for it after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, European Regional number 3. We are in stage 3, which means we are getting down to the final nitty-grittiness of this fall split for Europe. I'm Leaf, alongside me, James Spot and Gibbs. Let's break down that last match there because it went entirely different, James, than what the entire desk thought it would.
I mean, I was listening to Gibbs. I thought it was already over based on what he was saying, but I guess Endpoint had something else in mind, and I love seeing Metsunaris play well. And the kickoffs, I think, were very strong for Endpoint. I don't know if that's something they worked on, but that is something that worked out heavily in their favor. And Top Blokes just couldn't recover after some of those kickoff plays.
Yeah, that was a big turnaround. Game 3 overtime, basically a kickoff goal, then 2 goals right away in Game 4. And then you just got to hold on. And I felt like this was an Archie series that was a give and take, where he was the third man a lot, but a lot of the times he wasn't sure what to do because of what was presented in front of him. And then Endpoint's defense, great with 50-50s. Sometimes some greedy plays from Top Blokes cost them some freebie goals. But at the end of the day, like Endpoint, they showed up. Their defensive line was great. Now they're going to the semis.
Well, to talk about their victory, Eclipse, the coach from Endpoint, is here to give us a bit of a chat. Congratulations on upsetting the script, buddy, and getting the win.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice feeling, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I just want to talk to you about the team kind of in general. Now, obviously, we talk about the uniqueness of the play style, but with now some adjustments, did you realize and did you guys know from the beginning that this kind of play style would eventually, be start to realize by other teams and that there would be adjustment? And was there already a plan in place to assess for that?
I mean, yeah, kinda. Our plan always was to remain whatever play style we play to have its core still the same. So we still play relatively aggressive. We still have quite a lot of bumps and demos. I'd say most teams don't have, but we just know when and when not to do it now. Whereas before it was either all in or nothing. As I'm sure everyone saw with just going off on its own, having a good old day. But we've used these last few weeks to refine when to and when not to use it. So we know certain teams are especially susceptible to it, and some teams have, as you said, figured us out a bit. So we've worked around that, and now we've started making it available for when we need it.
Speaking of game plans, you guys get Barca next. How do you guys feel about that matchup?
I mean, we've done relatively well against them in the past. We lost our most recent match against them, so it's not going to be a given, as is any game in this tournament. It's never a given, let's be honest. But I'm quietly confident. I think, we are the underdogs, so we have nothing to lose. We only have everything to gain. And it's after statements get told by some players and stuff here and there, it's like, Barca, Ronicky on interview yesterday said they don't fear anyone or they don't struggle against anyone other than, vitality and stuff. So speeches like that from some players can come back and bite them. So hopefully that happens today.
I mean, you talk about being the underdogs. I don't know if you heard the death segment, but Gibbs basically said you guys were going to lose. So, Hey, Gibbs, hold on. I got a question, okay? Hey, just let me get to it. But I want to understand, you guys say you're the underdogs, so clearly you think that you have performed maybe above your expectations. What were the expectations for you guys or your goals coming into this tournament?
Our expectations are always top 2. We don't think we've underperformed. We're underdogs in other people's eyes. So we know that, and so we know when we go into a game we can use that to our advantage. It's the same Top Blokes. Top Blokes, we have a losing record against them, so they're naturally going to be a bit more confident. They've been here a couple of times now. Do you know what I mean? So we can play on those things. So when we do go 2-0 up or 3-0 up, it's much harder for them to come back at us because they have something to risk. Do you know what I mean? They're risking their title or whatever at that moment in time. So we use your guys, Gibbs in particular, to help us out in that sense.
I'm just trying to help. That's all.
I mean, ever since you stopped voting for us again, we've started winning. So
Keep it up, Gibbs. It's the lucky charm. One final question before you let go, and it's about some other teams. I want to know who you're going to be facing in grand finals. Is it going to be BDS or Renault Vitality?
BDS.
BDS. All right. I think they're going for it. Hey, I just want to say congratulations on the win and good luck in your match against Barca. And thanks for giving us some time.
Cheers. Thank you, boys.
There's a clips from Endpoint, and yeah, it's a real approach. I guess James, as he was saying, is like, hey, people think we're the underdog. We're not going to tell them any different because it makes them maybe forget about us a little bit.
It's the best place to be as a player. You know, if you don't have as much expectation placed upon you by the community, by fans, or anyone, then you are free to play as that underdog role, which is really the place you want to be. Psychologically, it's a lot less demanding. And, top blokes, a lot of people were expecting them to move on. So you have that added pressure, like Clips was saying, when you're playing from behind. It's that added extra little bit of pressure that you could do without. And Endpoint has been playing without that. But I think it's getting to the point where that's going to be all out the window. They are one series away from the grand finals.
A few days ago, we started with 32 teams, and now we are down to 4. Let's take a look at the bracket and see which our remaining teams are. We head into much longer matches now as we head to Endpoint, Barca, BDS, and Renault Vitality as your 4 final teams, Gibbs.
Yeah, Vitality, BDS once again, but that top side of the bracket for Barca and, of course, Endpoint. 2 teams that haven't been here before. Golden opportunity to make that grand finals. They avoid who many consider the top 2 in Europe with BDS and Vitality. So we'll see what happens in that matchup. But of course, we get the classic matchup that we're going to get all the time. It seems like BDS Vitality is going to be so much fun to watch.
And I just want to point out, too, that Shogun called this immediately. He says when they inevitably meet in the semifinals. So Shogun, well done. Bravo.
Well, let's talk about that match then. Let's dive into this one because this is a juicy match. BDS versus Vitality. James, we've heard multiple times Vitality be called BDS, but I think we've said officially. I think, Vitality is the final boss, and BDS has taken over that crown a little bit. Do we feel like that's going to continue here? How's this match going to play out between these two?
It's really tough to say that at this point. BDS has proven over and over and over again that they really are the best team out there right now. So Vitality, I think, is going to come in here, and they are the underdog, which is something that you can't really say about
usually,
any other matchup except for the one against BDS. BDS is up there at the top, and it's Vitality's job to push them over.
Let's get that fan vote out. I always like to hear from you guys in chat. Use these hashtags that appear right below my face. It's RV or BDS to cheer for either BDS or Vitality. I expect this one, Gibbs, to be extremely close.
Yeah, this could be close. One thing for Vitality, they obviously played all the way at the beginning of the day. Sometimes that is a disadvantage, but they got to watch BDS versus Dignitas. And I think that might help them here in the series because obviously they lost to BDS. And when it's a fast-paced game, BDS generally wins those. But Dignitas, they slowed the pace down. They played very passively, and BDS barely won that series. So I wonder if Vitality is going to change up their game plan here.
Well, I'm gonna make you make a decision and see if they are going to change it up here. BDS or Vitality? Do it.
BDS. I'm not too confident because it's hard to beat Vitality so many times in a row, but I'm going to go BDS.
James, you got to make a pick too now.
I want to be confident here. It is BDS. They have proven over and over again that they're the top team out there. And until somebody can beat them in a situation like this, I'm going to keep saying BDS.
I hope we don't curse them because I'm going with BDS too. I believe in the three-peat. I believe that they're going to go all the way to the end and take the whole thing. So, of course, I have to have them taking down Vitality first. This team has continuously gone full matches. They've gone to the end, but they always clinch it out. They always make sure that they get that victory, even if it's going to game 5s and game 7s. And chat is not thinking it's going to happen today. They think Vitality, and it wouldn't surprise me. I think chat might not be wrong here, James. I think there is full possibility Vitality could take this.
Chat votes with their heart most of the time, and you can't blame him. K-Dop he's a great streamer, Alpha legendary, Fairy Peak legendary. These guys have been around for a long time, have a lot of fans. So I'm not surprised by the chat vote. And honestly, it's very possible. Vitality, very good team. So we'll see if they're right.
This is a great match. We want to hear how hype you guys are. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But we got to find out right now if chat's right or if the desk is right. It's BDS versus Vitality in the Skybox.
Well, Vitality certainly may have the ability to beat Team BDS, but in Vitality's last 9 matches, they went 7-2. Where were those 2 losses? To Team BDS. So, Turtle, this is probably going to be a proven game for Vitality. BDS has consistently been the gatekeeper this season against them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is probably one of my favorite matchups. We already start with a flick from Alpha. That one's going to roll in by Mark by 8. Actually, a little bit of an own goal. He was panicking. The ball was just floating on the goal line. You can't blame him. And right off the bat, we already know this is going to be a great series, Jorby.
It's actually a nice delay there by Alpha initially on that flick. The kickoff already puts you in such a favorable position.
Yeah.
But Monkey Moon did what he could, turning back onto the corner. And Alpha just the little delay to put it farther to the right. So that's a great start for Vitality. And Turtle, I will say this. If things start to get screwy for Vitality, they always have the secret weapon, the most dangerous weapon in all of Rocket League, and that's Mount. But K-Dot will throw this away, and Mark
I was just with that whole monologue, I was expecting you're going to say Alpha 54, his mechanics, something along those lines. But you know what? I respect
hashtag Mount Gang.
There we go. I respect it.
Was pretty great to see earlier. Marked by 8, though. It's a nice pass, and Extra snuck it under the whole defense. And it didn't take long for BDS.
See, my favorite thing about this series is we're just going to see fantastic striking on both sides. Look at Extra slotting in under both defenders, the speed on the ball, and every single aspect right there of the shot. You got the accuracy, the power, the timing too to rotate in. These guys, just such a good response. Only a minute in and we've already got some crazy goals.
Well, Team BDS have quite the star power on their team. Extra, who picks up the save, is at the forefront of that stardom, has posted quite a season so far and has been part of this meteoric rise of Team BDS. I mean, you can say something about all 3 players, but Extra, he stands out just a little bit more. And that's the most dangerous thing about these teams at the top, is all 3 of them can pop off individually and can seem to do no wrong. Vitality are full of the same players, but BDS, like we said, they've gotten the better of Vitality more than a couple of times, and right now they're cutting off a couple of key Vitality passes on their attempts downfield. But BDS have mostly controlled the pace of this. Vitality are usually chasing down like that some of these balls, and Extra got the whole load of it.
Yeah, and we're seeing really booming clears after booming clears. No team holding too much pressure. We've seen a lot from BDS, but also a couple of good looks from Vitality. Then in the first game, Fairy Pig off the corner. I can't believe he read this and set himself up beautifully.
A great challenge when it started from K-Dot. And Fairy Peak just had the pre-flip. Now, he had the read as soon as he touched the ball.
Wow.
Fairy Peak knew exactly where that was going as soon as he got the touch. It was an immediate pre-flip. He's like, all right, I'm sailing. That ball is right into my bumper.
As soon as you flip there, you're all in. There's no if and or buts about it. You have to go for it. And there's basically no correction you can make unless you're completely wrong. You're just going to miss whiff completely. And still, the angle was so difficult. We talk about the read, but also getting the angle to barely tap it with the bottom of his car right there, Jorby. I mean, I'm just excited to see all the shooting and striking that we'll see so far from both teams.
It just may turn into a shootout. And Alpha behind the ball, you know that there's going to be at least a couple of opportunities in the air. Oh, hard pass and rebound that Monkey Moon collects on. And Team BDS, don't let Vitality stay in the lead for too long.
It's an unfortunate double commit, too, from K-Dop and Alpha trying to clear that one out. Ideally, you'd have somebody get the touch and then the follow-up to get the challenge. Instead, you gave up space by double committing. And even Fairpeak himself said, you know, as long as you get that ball out and cleared, the double commit doesn't matter. But in that instance, it did not work out. They couldn't get the strong hit. And it's BDS to capitalize.
Vitality would love to retain a lead for more than 10 seconds. It's certainly difficult with that passing threat from Team BDS. It's not just the passing, it's the power of the passing that can make it, you know, you start getting whiplash with your camera whipping around on defense. With Vitality, they're playing more defense. And Extra's gonna pull off on this. He sees Fairy Peak, who ends up missing the touch. But the rest of Vitality were already back on the play. Oh, Extra drops the ball for Mark by 8. He gets bumped by K-Dop, but Monkey Moon has a look on the ball. K-Dop lets it drop. Fairy Peak play it out to the corner, but both sides are locked down by Team BDS. Extra hopped right on top of it. They're keeping Vitality honest on the goal line right now, and Fairy Peak, he's just desperate for a clear, and K-Dop wins a massive 50.
Oh, that was crazy defense from Vitality. I mean, multiple overhead reads off the backboard, and that is something that Vitality have always been good at, and usually it's Fairy Peak leading the way with those reads, massive clears as well. And Alpha also made a crazy save in that little sequence. So Vitality, I was a little bit concerned with how their defense would be able to handle the BDS offense. A lot of times it seems like they break down just by the amount of shots and the overwhelming presence of Extra and especially Monkey Moon, but they have been handling it so precisely now. With only a minute left, let's see if they can keep it up and find a counterattack.
Yeah, they've been testing the midfield challenge ability of Team BDS with those hard clears out. And K-Dop, he's been winning them more and more. But Team BDS, the offense has quieted. And they've had scant few opportunities. And now Vitality will just give it right back to Monkey Moon, and it just sails into the net. Vitality completely blown apart on defense.
Oh, and this is all the rotation from Alpha. He cheated up because he had so much respect for Fairy Peak's pass there to go right to his car. Fairy Peak instead gave away the ball to a free clear on net. And Alpha, I mean, that just shows how important your accuracy with passing is. If Fairy Peak doesn't get that out, it's just going to be a free net. That's exactly what happened. And Alpha, I mean, you can't blame him for wanting to go for the risky play.
Yeah, it's still a risky pass, too.
Yeah.
From second man to third man, and you know that right there lurking was Monkey Moon. He certainly had the capability to block the pass out. So Vitality might just be feeling the heat. They only have 4 shots on net in this whole match, or in this whole game, excuse me. Fairy Peak, weak attempt, still in the clear, but it drops down. And Team BDS have owned game number 1. Vitality, they got a few quick strikes, but their defense has been a little leaky, and Team BDS have taken advantage.
Well, I mean, Vitality are always willing to go for those risky passing plays too, but against BDS, it's scary because, you know, as the history shows, BDS always have a confidence defense against Vitality and seem to intercept those clears and those passes so much better than any other team right now in Europe. And I think that's why Vitality need to kind of scratch that idea of going for those midfield passes that might be a little bit more risky and focus maybe on some solo plays, something to stop giving away possession to BDS.
And even on some of the plays where they did get the save that they wanted, they put it up high. BDS couldn't immediately hop up and grab it. They'd get bumped in net, and then that little chip would snowball out of control on defense. Fairy Peak has to hop over K-Dop after he gets bumped, so he's slow to the next ball. And then that's when you start feeling desperate, and that's why those desperation clears started coming. But, you know, Turtle, you're absolutely right. Monkey Moon especially putting 8 shots on net. And this team is just so threatening on the infield passes. They're so fast. And Vitality, they're always retreating when they happen. And so it's so tough for them to receive some of those passes from BDS.
Well, it's the thing that amazes me about BDS is their decision-making with when to go for solo plays. I mean, we even saw it there for Vitality. Fairy Peak should not have gone for a risky pass like that. And BDS, on the other side, they almost never seem to make mistakes where it's resulting in a risky pass that just gives away the ball. And it's weird because, you know, you have Monkey Moon, who's a player who can go for so many solo plays, but he also knows exactly when to pass. The same with Mark by 8, who I'd say is the main assister of this roster. And they never really have shaky passes that just kind of go directly to open space and give it away to Vitality.
Yeah, the only times we really see them really struggle for offense is when teams get, you know, solid control of midfield. They can confidently challenge every touch that BDS give them. And Vitality, they can play that aggressive style, but they much prefer to control that ball, pass it around. You know, Alpha especially, you know, he loves to carry, air dribble the ball, find a flip reset if he wants, and he utilizes that in his passing game as well. But they haven't had the space to do it, and they've been struggling to really get the ball downfield. It's like laterally they don't have a problem, but you know, the more you pass the ball laterally, the more time BDS have to assess the situation and position properly. And they work, their communication is, like you were alluding to, always solid. So the more time you spend figuring out how to go forward, the more time BDS have to figure out how to stop you.
Yeah, exactly. We can even see it in the midfield space that's been given a little bit to BDS right now. Vitality a little bit flat on the defensive line pushback. And it doesn't mean that, you know, Vitality are struggling by any means in the series. They've kept it close. They've had a couple of good shots, but in terms of overall pressure and the threatening offenses, I mean, I think the most important highlight from Vitality was that Fairy Peak double tap. But other than that, it seemed a little bit slow. Let's see if they can pick it up here in game 2, though.
Oh, Extra just got that ball out. It's just skated by I don't know who went for the dunk there. They flew into the net so fast, I didn't see their name. But Alpha wants to get things going here for Vitality. The offense has stuttered, but they did put 2 early shots on net, and they're slowly gaining control of midfield. Ooh, marked by 8. Comes from behind to grab that save, and then he picks this ball up as well. But this is still good pressure. This is what Vitality want. Just keep BDS locked in. Don't let that ball skate by your last man in midfield. They've accomplished that at least, but they're going to want some more shot opportunities. BDS, well, now they're forcing Vitality to retreat, use a little bit more boosts. Vitality have collected the boosts on their side for the most part, so not feeling the strain exactly. Defense has been pretty solid for Vitality. BDS had slowly grabbed midfield back.
Oh, and it's wins like that from Alpha 54 that are going to put Vitality in the lead. If you're beating BDS to those midfield clears and keeping pressure and denying BDS, from keeping that ball in your own zone, that's where you can start to build out on offense, because as we all know, Vitality thrives so much when there's maybe 2 or 3 consecutive shots in a row, and then you come in for maybe Alpha 54 solo play or Fairy Peak like we saw last game.
K-Dop, he's been positioning his second man for some of these clears or some of these continuations, but BDS have consistently put the ball away from him, and it's forced him to rely on his third man to come in and clean up while he retreats, because he doesn't have an angle onto the ball. He can't find exactly the right position right now in game 2, but it can all flip pretty quickly. Here's Alpha. He's going to get it to K-Dop, but Extra was able to get back to the ball. Monkey Moon got a demo on the back end. Maybe he can create that, or maybe that was space for him, but it was already K-Dop and Fairy Peak pushing it back.
Oh, and there's 2 players from BDS just rushing back. It's so scary because once you go for those offensive attacks after getting an initial save, you're running solo on boost, 2 players rotating back, and there's space for Vitality right now. I think they are looking the most dominant here in game 2, and we're just waiting for that crack in defense from BDS so long as Vitality don't double commit or maybe have that same issue where they're going for too risky of a pass.
Well, Extra's been the most difficult man to deal with on defense. He has 3 saves, and he just cut off that pass as well from Vitality. Fairy Peak, he's just punting this ball downfield. The rest of Vitality setting up for the return. K-Dop on the next 50. The Fairy Peak, he can't turn on it. Alpha's way late to the ball, but Fairy Peak will get back in time. Despite Vitality slowly grabbing control of this game, constantly putting this ball on the BDS back wall, they have no goals. Still hunting with 20 seconds remaining in regulation.
Well, it's a big clear.
Alpha had the time. They'll put it over to K-Dop, but that's not the clear Vitality want. They're given that mistouch as a gift. Now Alpha's downfield. No, he has to retreat. Out of boost. That's a look for K-Dop. Back to Fairy Peak. And hopping on that immediately was Extra yet again. The dunk for Monkey Moon. And no, it drops right in front of the net. Vitality take a deep sigh of relief.
Oh my goodness, Monkey Moon, that pre-jump to dunk Alpha. K-Dop got that back pass, and we could have seen a buzzer beater, maybe even from Vitality, had Monkey Moon not gotten a touch, and that would have rolled in certainly for BDS. So unfortunate if you're a fan of them, but Vitality, they took a giant breath of air after it went into overtime. That is insane.
That's exactly what they needed in overtime to reset the score, and Alpha 54 puts them on the tie for the series.
Baby. This is what we want out of this series. We want at least a game 7, something worthwhile, because I think that's what we're going to get. Alpha 54 controls that ball beautifully, gets it on his hood, and a nice flick. And that's the same thing that started out this series, I believe, was Alpha 54, the dribble play off the kickoff in the previous game. And he does it again here to go up 1-0. Team BDS, they almost got that buzzer beater. I'm so shocked because I thought Monkey Moon, maybe he had a chance to get under the ball, but unfortunately, it bounced down.
It did bounce down, but it was just to keep Vitality. They were pushing the ball really well at the end of regulation. K-Dop also he hurried Extra up on the goal line on that Alpha goal. Extra probably jumped a half second earlier than he might have wanted to, because he saw Alpha come and he knew he was going to search for the side, but K-Dop was hunting him right behind him, and Extra jumped right before he got bumped. But that was enough. Like, he didn't have any momentum going forward, and the boost wasn't going to catch him up in time. They literally had to take Extra out, and it was just hurrying him up that did it. But Extra was such a nuisance on defense. It worked out for Vitality, and now it's all about running it back and doing it again.
And that was a scary moment too, because you can see BDS had 2 players in net rotating in instead of going out into the midfield, or at least on top of the box, to go for a challenge on that alpha dribble. And it's the decision making, you know, I talked about it from BDS, that was fantastic, but then you got to talk about Alpha in that situation to control it instead of going for an early shot. If you can keep that ball close, you force one of the players who's sitting in net to come at you close. If you can get the flick over him, it's almost a guaranteed goal rather than going for an early shot where 2 players have a chance to pre-jump and get a save.
Well, BDS knew it wasn't going to be easy. And we'll be guaranteed at least a game 5 in our first best of 7 of the day. Vitality. We're going to have to run back to their own half and wait for Monkey Moon. For K-Dop this time, he's... Ever since we were talking about him feeling maybe a little lost in the first half of game 2,
yeah,
I think he's found his stride again. He's been in the right spot to make solid contact on these challenges and keep that ball away. This is a tough position for Vitality, but Alpha had the time to get back and hand that ball off to K-Dop, but it just turns into a shot extra, throws it down on the double, and that might keep possession for BDS, but now they have to go into full retreat. Fairy Peak on front for Vitality, and it won't turn into anything. They all have to pull back yet again. What? I found a gap! He tried to get Alpha to bite early, but he just grabs the rebound instead.
I like that earlier play from K-Dop to go on the backboard to follow up the clear attempt, as that one almost rolls in from Alpha off the post, I believe. And K-Dop, you know, it was a little bit shaky. He got it out. And you expect those double taps from BDS to get hit 90% of the time. So it is a bit shocking. I even saw it earlier today in BDS's first initial series that they missed a couple of double taps. So maybe a little bit not warmed up there. And it seems like once they start hitting those, we'll see that full, you know, team BDS where everything is there, connecting with passes. You've got the crazy mechanical double taps, and you've also got a solid defense. So maybe we're not seeing the full potential yet of BDS.
And to the credit of Vitality, I mean, they've certainly made it difficult for BDS when they are clicking on offense.
Oh, yeah.
And since game 1, the leaky defense has been plugged, and BDS have really had to search for opportunities and get a little more creative on offense. And sometimes you just take the shot and look for the gap. Extra almost did. The rest of Vitality, gonna wait for this carry from Mark by 8. Took him a while to get behind the ball. This is going to be Monkey Moon. Alpha, he's going to let Fairy Peak grab that. The double commit won't mean too much as Fairy Peak gets back to his touch. So Vitality stop another BDS attack. Nothing really threatening from them just yet.
Vitality starting to look more and more to each other for the defensive transition, which I always have appreciated about the roster and how they play. Never just trying to boom this ball forward, instead trying to find a teammate, even if you're right in front of your own net, just keeping calm and keeping that level head, so that you know that if you can just transition out smoothly instead of give away possession, that's your best bet against beating this BDS defense. And even Alpha here, look, he's keeping possession, goes for the boost. The smart play now keeps it to himself, and he's got a better clear. It's stuff like this that make Vitality so threatening on defense.
Yeah, it really cleaned things up after the whiff from Fairy Peak.
Exactly.
And then immediately played it back. So Alpha, now in possession, a little more important than pushing the ball forward. BDS starting to grab control of midfield. Monkey Moon, you know, BDS consistently trying to carry this ball on that spot. They're always grabbing the ball right here, and they're going to do it again. Look, Extra got the flip reset. He actually wins against Fairy, and Mark by 8 can't get there in time. But still, they are constantly trying to go for this air dribble, you know. Vitality, maybe they want them to come up and 50 them. The positioning from BDS certainly suggests it on those carries. Vitality haven't given them what they wanted, though. They're back on the blue half.
Well, they could try and pull off, you know, the strategy that Alpha 54 seems to be going, where he's keeping the ball low. But this is a shot from K-Dop in the midfield. This one slipped out. I don't know where the defense was from BDS. You expected somebody to push out on top of the box, and it's almost like a double commit in the corner for the boost from Mark and Extra.
And Mark, Mark was strolling out expecting a challenge to happen. When he realized none was coming, he had to turn back really quick, and then he saw Monkey Moon, and he wasn't sure if Monkey Moon was going to get that or not, and so he tried to shade as much of the net as he could.
Right.
But then K-Dop just put a laser on net.
And it's that subtle lack of awareness where you need to know where your teammates are and how much boost they have, whether or not they're going to get touched. That could be, you know, a lot of different issues. It could be communication or just the fact that Mark by 8 wasn't aware of his teammate. That's a good pass out into the midfield. But this time, Vitality don't have 2 people going for the same boost. Everybody's organized.
BDS keeping Vitality away from insurance. They need to find a way back in the orange half quickly, otherwise things will turn for the worst in game number 3. Extra just gonna be there to make sure that they don't go the opposite direction. Now Monkey Moon will get it right, or not Monkey Moon, excuse me. Vitality will throw it right over marked by 8. Time running out now for BDS. Vitality holding them scoreless. Ooh. The defense has been clean. Long ball to Extra. He's going to throw it back down. Monkey Moon can't grab it, so it's going to be marked by 8's turn. And it's taken away yet again. Vitality pick up game 3 and also series advantage.
Yeah, and I want to say it was a much cleaner game from Vitality than it was BDS, but there was one mistake. I mean, that's all it took for Vitality to get in the lead here, was just that one simple double commit in the corner where both of them went for the same boost. And the same issue almost happened for Vitality. It was K-Dop who kind of just passed the ball out to the top of the box, giving BDS a free shot. They could have gotten a double tap, but he missed. That's what I'm talking about. In that situation, if you hit that shot, it's all tied up here, and you guys are 1 for 1 with mistakes, but BDS unfortunately not able to punish Vitality. Meanwhile, Vitality, I mean, it was so easy for them once that ball rolled out into the midfield.
Well, I mean, Vitality pretty much had him red on offense. BDS just kept trying for that.
Right here.
Whether
that double tap, dude, that double tap, that was it. That was where they needed to change it.
I mean, that was still pretty tough, though. Like, Extra, he grabbed that, tried to be as speedy as possible because he knows Vitality were ready for it, and he can't just put it anywhere on net there.
I have high hopes. I get it.
For these guys, Extras hit the half chances, Turtle. Your expectations are certainly warranted. I'll give you that. But BDS, they got to find a way to. They got to find a way to get through Vitality. They can't force anything on the back wall or the backboard. They consistently tried for those air dribbles from midfield, but Vitality were always ready for them, and they could never get the 50 win that they wanted out of it. The infield passes won them the game in game 1, and they just couldn't really find any sort of rhythm. I just feel like Vitality played excellent defense. K-Dop bailing out his team on that last play right there. As game 4 is underway, a 3-point passing play will result in a boomer. Extra's downfield. The shot's on target, but K-Dop denies him the goal. Marked by 8, drops it right in front of him again. Monkey Moon slowing it down, but BDS, that was as good as it was gonna get, but K-Dop, what a save.
I'm amazed that Vitality were able to hold on for that counterattack. That clear from BDS to hit Extra on the other side, it was so fast. I didn't think anybody could rotate back in time, but it was K-Dop, I believe, like you said, who got that last second save. Huge for Vitality in their defense.
I'm getting another touch. That's been a big proponent of this offense.
Oh, wow.
And also keeping BDS's offense completely quiet is K-Dop being a nuisance like that, setting up this play for Alpha.
Marked by 8, excuse me. I was about to say marked by Extra. Those two players basically just getting a bit confused again. Nobody knows how to go for the ball or when to because they're looking for boost the entire time. Vitality, once they get on the offensive side, it's Alpha who's constantly taking boost. You even see him in the corner here. He just took the full boost pad, and now if they can just transition out of defense, they've got a solid job at getting probably one of the best looks at a counterattack and continue this lead.
Alpha, he rolls under, or rather Monkey Moon took the ball away from him. That could have been dangerous, but Monkey Moon was ready, and that ball will sail right to K-Dop. He wanted the boomer. Vitality, they'll let that ball drop if they have the space. They'll immediately take that formation. And love going for that quick counterattack play in midfield. Alpha takes the ball again, marked by 8. Not the challenge Vitality were expecting or hoping for, but you do keep the ball locked for now. BDS offense has been non-existent despite the shots on net. K-Dop has denied you entry. Results in no goals in the last 8 minutes. Or 7 minutes, excuse me, from BDS.
It's crazy because it's Vitality who are trying to keep this ball constantly in the air on defense, but then whenever they transition out, it's Alpha who usually keeps this ball low to the ground. I mean, they're not trying to bang it off the backboard or go for those air dribbles that you were mentioning earlier, Jorby, that BDS seem to constantly do. You know, they'll take it to the right side, go for an air dribble, force a 50, and hope something happens. But now Alpha 54, almost off the backboard. And look at how this ball is just grounded. It seems like once it goes to Vitality's side, it's just boomed into the air, and Vitality are totally fine with them taking to the corner like this, and then go for a 50, and now it's cleared out.
That whole progression by Fairy Peak was really nicely done. He was thinking BDS, okay, they want to bang that off the sidewall or just roll it up the sidewall, so he just flips in the way, and it goes right. Vitality were ready for it. They saw where Fairy Peak was shading, and the ball ends up in Fairy Peak's corner. Then he has to win another 50.
Oh, the bump,
BDS,
the bump.
Here they come! Oh, no, but it's saved again. Alpha 54 picks it up, and he gets the challenge win as well. Well, I mean, what do you do if you're BDS? You threw out the entire deck on that play, and you got nothing.
Alpha, how do you recover after that? I could have sworn he got hit or there was some contact on the bump. He recovered out of the net, still got the save, and Vitality are staying in the lead. Bumped again. They're not going to recover from this one, though. Extra punishes them off that great bump.
Well, Alpha is pulling his best K-Dop from last game and picking up save after save, but that was an unfortunate bounce. He tried to play it out to the corner, ended up hitting the inside of the post, and Extra was gonna get that all day long. So BDS, that favorable rebound, finally puts them back in the match. It was 8.5 minutes without a goal. They're still being pressed here. Extra gets smacked off the ball. The Fairy Peak at least can stand in the way. The Vitality have just been such a danger in midfield. BDS really haven't found that same form in game one where, Vitality couldn't win a single challenge, but now it's clearly flipped. K-Dop has won so many 50s in midfield. BDS, they're stretching for boosts right now. It's going to be hard. Vitality will go for this passing play in midfield while everybody's flat-footed on BDS. And even right here, just they got to take their time. It's like, okay, well, I didn't hit you, so I'm just going to punch that reverse real quick. But that's unfortunate, too, because that's the stretch that they felt against Vitality. That one just off the mark. And no goal for Vitality. Marked by 8, wants to press. But that's going to be difficult to do while everybody's still back beyond the midfield line. Vitality just steal the ball away again. Alpha can't sneak it back in. But this will be Fairy Peak's ball next. And it gets knocked out. BDS, despite that game-tying goal, you still feel like Vitality have had the better of them on the pitch. Off the ceiling, Fairy Peak had the read. He drops it, and almost got him on the shade. Monkey Moon picked up that save, and he'll kill it for OT.
Yeah, and this has been so back and forth. And like you said, Jorby, it does seem like Vitality are a little bit more collected on defense. It's weird how they can still manage to hold the pressure from BDS, have boost to go forward, and keep finding passes out of their own end. That's the thing that has given them the edge, is, constantly looking for passes. Meanwhile, BDS, they're looking for boost. They just want to get this ball out, relieve some of that pressure. And even the demo from Out 54, that's going to help relieve the pressure as best as it can possibly be relieved. And now the bump maybe for Alpha. No, he gets the save. He's been having to dodge so many physical attempts.
BDS have pulled out everything that they have to try to score on Vitality, but they haven't been able to make anything work. Bumps haven't worked, the passing plays haven't worked, the carries, the dribbles, nothing. That doesn't even work. The ball just jet right to the wrong side of Extra, but another shot marked by 8. Extra tried to hop in front, but Alpha yet again, his 4th save. K-Dop has 3 of them to boot. Monkey Moon is frustrated as he clears the ball back downfield. Can BDS do anything against Vitality in this overtime? No. K-Dop sees a clear downfield. Monkey Moon forced up. He missed completely, and Vitality take advantage. Punished on the return. Vitality up another game.
K-Dop loaded up the cannon for that clear. Did you see it all the way across the map, off the backboard? BDS had just gone on this extensive offensive attack. They're rushing back to get boost. They didn't expect that boomer of a clear from K-Dop. They're rushing, scrambled all over in defense. They can't get the hit, panicked a little bit, and it's Vitality who punished. And that is not a surprise whatsoever. That entire game was Vitality running around in the space, finding passes, taking all of the boost, and BDS had to play catch up.
They were really just like, okay, Team BDS, they're trying some specific things against us. So, let's just look for those holes. Let's find those gaps, and let's really cut off that small ball passing that they want to do. Those quick passes that they found success with in game 1, but Alpha was literally the reason nothing worked for BDS. Extra causing havoc in front of the net, doesn't matter. Alpha recovers, makes the save. Oh, you got a cool passing play off the whatever. I don't care. Alpha has the save.
Yeah.
Like Alpha every single time just came with the save. KDOP had a couple of key ones as well. When Vitality's defense are playing that good, BDS, you can look as good as you want. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. And you're going for a bump. You're like, okay, this is the player we got to take out. Alpha 54. He is unstoppable. Let's just demo this man. And you still can't even do that because he's dodging you left and right. And even when he's out of position, he'll get back just in time to make that save. That's what we saw last game. This Vitality roster, you know, even yesterday, I thought Alpha picked it up on offense. It was pretty much carrying the whole offensive attack because he was just a monster from the midfield with those shots. And now to step it back a little bit and play like this on defense, it just says so much about his versatility as a player.
Well, 3 of the last 5 matchups between these two have gone the way of BDS. But here on Wasteland Night, the war drums sound. You can feel the bass, and Vitality are about to change the narrative on this matchup. If they can complete a very dominant back 3 games. Here, Alpha, 1 touch, and 2, there's gonna be no chance for extra, and he's low on boost, and his boost is gone. Vitality, pull back in midfield. Everybody's low now on BDS, so they're going to have to react, but Monkey Moon makes the first touch happen in midfield. Now things spread out a little bit. BDS, quick turnaround, Monkey Moon shot, doesn't matter. Even if it's off the crossbar, you still gotta wait. Extra, in front. There's another Vitality card to defend it. BDS, well, even when you feel like you've gotten everything right, it all goes wrong. KDOP can't find the goal. Alpha pulls off on the fake. Now it's on the corner. Backwards he goes. There's nothing that Alpha can do now. It's cleared away. But man, every time Vitality get behind the ball, it's threatening.
Yeah, and it's a couple of close chances too on offense. It's very big, just air dribbling this. And there's so much space given to every member on Vitality. That's a shot from KDOP, the pre-flip into the side of the ball. He didn't even jump properly for this, and he still managed to find the angle and correct himself.
It had to be Monkey Moon to get that challenge out to the corner, because he was the only one who had any boost to do anything. Everyone else just had to hope that that ball was put in a spot where they could immediately react to it. Instead, it was rebounds, your camera whipping back and forth, and the ball in your net. Vitality, huge start, especially with how their defense is played. Goals are a premium for BDS right now.
And you know, we always talk about Alpha, and even you mentioned it, Jorby. You were talking about it in your cast, you were just saying, oh, there's another player on defense ready for the stop. And it wasn't even another player, it was the same guy. It was Alpha who got the save earlier, and then he went on to get the clear as well. So it's just him in the defensive side. He's doing so much, and it gives Fairy Peak and KDOP so much time to get boost. And whenever Alpha makes those saves, they can go forward with a crazy attacking play. And that's why we see KDOP getting the goal there. And it's Fairy Peak who had the air dribble to set him up while Alpha's holding it down on defense and now on offense.
Great shot by Alpha, but he had all day to make it happen. Marked by 8 couldn't find the challenge against him, and Monkey Moon just kept driving forward on the goal line. I think he might have been expecting Alpha to try to throw that close post. Maybe he was expecting, you know, a quicker shot off the flip reset. But that's the most dangerous thing when a player has that much space and a flip reset to go. If you know the defender's waiting, that means any option that you take can basically work. It's just the most dangerous place to be as an attacker. The defense, at that point, you have to guess almost where the player's gonna go with the ball. You can cut one option, maybe 2 off if you're lucky. For Alpha, good luck blocking any of them.
And what is KDOP doing off the ceiling to get that interception? I was watching his perspective. He saw and predicted the clear out. And KDOP, again, okay, I mentioned his name. He got that insane interception in the midfield, and then he goes on to do this.
One of the greatest players to ever grace the pitch of Rocket League will have that beautifully fall back right to him, catching the entire BDS defense out, and it's completely unraveled for BDS. This is crunch time if there's never been crunch time for BDS. Vitality about to do what no other team has done in any regional, and that's just beat them in the playoffs.
That's all you gotta do.
7.
And you've already made history.
There's gonna be a high ball. BDS, the clock has to start soon, even sooner now, but KDOP has been a force to reckon with in midfield. And the longer every single touch Vitality get are multiple seconds off the clock for BDS. And that's what they're fighting with here. just nothing for them. Just desperate. The second man desperate for a challenge, but he's nowhere close to a follow-up. And so that puts BDS's third man in an awkward position, forced to watch Vitality pass the ball freely past midfield. They are out of boost, they're out of options, and now Alpha just going to carry that down while BDS struggle to find a clear into the corner. Fairy Peak just rolled back beyond his own midfield line to cause chaos in that corner, and nothing's working for BDS.
Yeah.
K-Dop gets back to this. BDS just reacting, constantly in retreat. Team BDS, great save, but less than a minute left for them to get anything going. Can they start it here? No. Extra denied. Monkey Moo can't get back to this ball, and it is a 100% three-man press onto Team BDS from Vitality.
Literally just passing it back and forth between the corners, Vitality. Keeping pressure, keeping the boost control. And now Alpha with these clears, there's a couple demos flying left and right. And what I've noticed is Vitality, they're trying to keep this ball a little bit more in the air, a little bit more high grounded instead of that slow dribble approach that Alpha started off in the beginning of the series. And BDS, they don't know how to match them. They try to slow it down a little bit, and then now Vitality are like, okay, we're gonna pick it back up, start booming this one into the air.
The final seconds feel like a mere formality.
Okay.
Alpha 54 lets it roll, and Team BDS are stunned.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that first game from BDS, and I thought, okay, maybe we'll see the exact same thing we've been seeing at every single regional event. But Vitality, it was in the middle of game 2, I believe it was, where things started to shift. You could tell the defense started getting was figuring out how to rotate a little bit better. Alpha 54 started making every single save possible, and K-Dop and Fairy Peak then had the space to move forward, find each other on the offense, and set up that passing play.
Renault Vitality cements their place in the grand finals of the 3rd European Regional. They will play the winner of Barca versus Endpoint, the semifinal that nobody predicted happening. But Vitality have certainly, well, you better keep your eyes on them because that is a threat waiting in the grand final. Alpha 54 is in peak form. K-Dop, he is in peak form. Fairy Peak, happy to be here in peak form. Vitality, look, man, I don't know if I've seen it from Barca or Endpoint, if they can take this team down. I'd love to see a great match. I thought this was going to go 7, but Vitality have completely flipped it, and well-deserved grand final placement.
Oh, 100%. This is the Vitality we knew was possible to see. Once things started moving, they were connecting the dots a little bit more on defense and also the passing plays. Because, you know, Alpha, he's not just being a monster on offense. He's a little bit more passive this game and just letting K-Dop and Fairy Peak become beasts themselves. Everybody's getting involved. And on the other side, I mean, I don't even know if Ronicky, if he steps up in that series, starts popping off with his shooting. I mean, maybe that's enough, but still, I'm trying to figure out how you break down this Vitality defense that doesn't seem to let up.
Well, we'll see if one of the teams in the other semifinal can figure it out, but they got a match to play before they can get there. It's Barca versus Endpoint for the final spot in the grand finals. Who takes it? Get up, get a snack, and come back after the break.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Leafex. Alongside me is Gibbs and Shogun. We're going to break down the last match, BDS versus Vitality. Hey, you know what? The game was fast. Let's just get back to the death fast. Why not?
Why not? This match by Vitality went very peaks in double taps like that. And then the one player that we always have question marks around with is K-Dop, and he played out of his mind throughout the series. BDS, this was definitely not their A game for sure, but it was still a solid B+, but it didn't matter because of what Vitality was doing. All three players really popping off, and watch out, Vitality may be back as that top dog for Europe.
Okay, I think in these sort of situations, when a team has been this dominant for so long and they finally take a loss, the only reasonable thing we can do, guys, is completely panic. BDS are washed. They had their opportunity. You hope you enjoyed your moment as number one in the region. Vitality are the best team in the world. Boom, easy.
Okay, well, I mean, we're not through the bracket yet, so we can't quite say it.
Done.
Okay, fair. You know what? All right, we're ending the discussion there. Let's just talk about the next match because it's already decided by Shogun. Let's talk about Endpoint versus Barca. We get to find out who our next going into the grand finals is to face off against Renault Vitality. Gibbs, this is, you thought Endpoint would be done before this, but they're still going.
And I thought, so Regional 2, I was like, there's a curse here, Endpoint. I'm never going to pick you again. And guess what? Now they're succeeding. So you can thank me, Endpoint. I'm just trying to help you out. But Endpoint's defense looked fantastic versus top blokes. Now they're going to go up against a Barca offense that can really pop off. It's going to be interesting.
Let's get that Twitch fan vote going, guys. We're almost to the end of regional number 3s, which means it's only a couple more matches you guys get to get your input in, and this is one of them. Endpoint versus Barca, hashtag FCB or hashtag End. In the chat right now, we're going to count those up while we get our predictions going on here. I'm going to start with you, Shogun, here. Endpoint versus Barca. Do we think the Endpoint's run is finally going to end here and Barca's going to get themselves into a grand finals?
I'm so upset that you came to me first.
We can move. We can go back to...
Yeah, there wasn't many options, to be honest. It was a 50-50. But I don't think this match was 50-50. I think Barca have been hitting their stride all week long. I think Ronicky has stepped up to a brand new level. He's no longer just the one-shot, one-touch, one-goal player. He's added so much more to his game, and it is so much better.
Gibbs.
It's a golden opportunity for both teams, but I'm going to go Barca here.
So... because we're all picking Barca, I'm doing as well. That means Endpoint's going to win this one. I also have Barca win this. I think Shogun nailed it on the head there. Is just they've hit their stride. We talked about them being one of those top potential teams in Europe, and it's just they needed some time to get to that point, and they're finally here. Chat also agrees with that, which means for sure Endpoint is going to grand finals here. But we're going to find out very soon. Get on Twitter with the hashtag RLCS at RL Esports to make sure we see your tweet. But it's time to find out who goes to the grand finals against Vitality now. It's Endpoint versus Barca.
Thank you, Leaf. And the underdog position is another one that Endpoint is going to take. This series, you saw chat, you saw the desk, everyone predicting Barca. And Endpoint ready to prove them wrong yet again. Turtle, what do you make of this series?
I mean, I was on the death segment where everybody was kind of just destroying Endpoint, okay? And I said that if Endpoint had beaten Top Blokes, I would never doubt them or disrespect them again. So, of course, I have to believe in Endpoint. And after what we saw against Top Blokes, I mean, it's not going to be easy when you're fighting against Ronicky if he starts warming up. But with clears like that, okay, and the speed that Endpoint are coming out with already, it's more than possible.
Itachi, counterattack, hard shot. Relating Wave can't get the backboard deny, and a miss from Ronicky. He was up quickly. Already a good chance. Virtuoso taking this towards net. Good bounce to the middle. Itachi. Everyone's missing. Ronicky will clear it downfield. Already some exciting action taking place. Chances on both ends. Relating Wave. Wanted to pinch that, but Itachi will pass it out to the middle. Metza breaking up the play. Virtuoso and Ronicky going toe-to-toe. And now Devo to the corner. Ronicky waiting, didn't make contact, and now Relating Wave will dribble this through the corner, but he's stopped by Itachi. Metza low boost. Devo looked for the center, had Ronicky waiting. Barca gearing up for an assault. Virtuoso doing everything he can to get this out of his half, and he does get it down, but Devo clearing it back. Second effort, centers, Itachi. Play broken up by Virtuoso. Itachi did get the demo. However, Metza will finally clear it. Barca maintaining some good pace.
to start it out, but now a chance. Relating Wave going for the double tap ball, broken up by Itachi. Devo keeping this in the endpoint half, floating above net. Ronicky drops it down to Itachi. Itachi shot far post will bounce off the backboard. Devo can't follow up.
Oh man, we're gonna need to see, better shooting from Barca at the beginning. Yesterday, it took a while for Barca to warm up to get that reverse sweep over Guild. They ended up having Ronicky start to snowball a bit and get some fantastic striking in, but it's gonna need to be early. I mean, granted, they do have more time with the best of 7, but this is gonna be tough because Endpoint already with the passes, they seem to be on top, or at least in form, and trying to get to that matchup against Vitality.
Endpoint, their defense is holding up, and that's something that we have seen from them multiple times in this tournament, is a defense that holds up. Not necessarily the highest scoring affairs, but man, are they good at keeping this ball out of their own net. Metza, the challenge, ball bouncing back, Relating Wave going for a double commit. Virtuoso out of net. Itachi will hit it right at Virtuoso in the corner. Cleared to the midfield. Devo gets bumped. Metza with time, but no boost. Being pressed.
Oh, what
out to the middle. Itachi shooting opportunity right down the center of the net. And Itachi will open the score sheet.
Oh, I felt like it was just a matter of time. Ronicky gets that corner boost, and then the dunk off of Virtuoso, who could have just taken that ball up the wall. Poor decision making there. He needs to just make sure he controls it, as Ronicky was so far out that you couldn't even force a 50 so long as Ronicky had the prediction. And that's a tough start for Endpoint. They have just been stuck in their own half. And while we compliment their defense, it's still difficult against Barca, who do not like to rotate back. They want to take your boost, have Ronicky flood the corners like he just did, and just annoy you.
And you're 100% right, Turtle. Flooding those corners, getting the corner boost. We saw it stolen right in front of Endpoint's face so many times, and it was the boost drain that eventually got to him.
Yeah.
Virtuoso missing that play there. He did get a bump on Devo, and that gave the passing opportunity, but Virtuoso put the shot high. Almost capitalized on that moment. Itachi back to the middle. Virtuoso jumping to it. Great first touch in the air. Going for the air play. Virtuoso. Lovely finesse.
Oh my God. This is the best way to start out any game for Endpoint, and it's off of a solo play. Endpoint always have, some decent passing going forward. It's rare that we'll see a solo play from these guys, and Virtuoso, I love to see it, keeping it close, and the air dribble over the last man back for Barca, who like to push up, and that's something that does get seen so many times for Barca, is having that third man push up a little bit too far, and still close chances now for Endpoint.
Endpoint answering back nicely. Ronicky leading the charge, going for the bump. Virtuoso able to dodge the bump.
Oh, nice touch.
The flex of the Endpoint defense is impressive. It's tough to get him to snap. Under a minute left. Relating Wave has Virtuoso down in front. The pass right to him off the crossbar. Virtuoso narrowly misses that. Now counterattack. Ronicky aiming for the backboard. Relating Wave patiently taps it down. Now flicks it by Itachi. Double commit from Barca at the midfield, but they're fine. Ronicky flicking it over. Devo trying to stop the counter. Virtuoso up fast, going for the double.
Tap.
But it leaks out to the corner. Pressure now coming from Endpoint, trying to lock this ball down in the Barca corner. Metz up fast, challenging Ronicky. Staying in that same corner. Pass to the middle. Relating Wave didn't want to commit, but it kicks out to him. He has Virtuoso down in the middle. Light pass. Ronicky was able to break up that first play, and now the ball will touch, and we've got overtime. This series off to an interesting start.
Yeah, and Endpoint, they are exceeding expectations again. It still seems like their rotation's perfect, just like they were against Top Blokes. I'm not seeing too many forced issues where nobody's in net or nobody's ready to take that hit. As Virtuoso, even for example, right there, he's rotating perfectly. The timing was there to get the dunk and push it out of the defensive end, where normally a team might be going for boost or be a bit slower to get back.
Virtuoso staying in the play. Relating Wave got caught in an awkward position, but now finds his way back into rotation. We'll hit it and test Itachi on the backboard. Ronicky skipping it past Mets at the midfield. Relating Wave going for the center. Ronicky was the only one there, however. But Metza double tap
Follow up
to the corner, pass out to the middle. Where is the endpoint attacker? Virtuoso jumps in late. Now Itachi on the dribble. Denied, but rebound out to Devo. The shot can't find its way around Metza. And Endpoint's defense holds up yet again.
Just need that shooting accuracy for Barca. Give them a couple of shots and they'll get more warmed up. But, eventually, especially where you're in the semifinals, you need to start hitting those. I want that one back, and now Ronicky looking to keep pressure as the rotation comes out. We also saw an opportunity for Endpoint as the rotation for the first time so far in game one has broken, where we waited for a shot. Virtuoso just too slow to come in.
Metza up the midfield, only enough boost to get the first touch. Rebound from
there it is.
Relating Wave, and no one from Barca able to challenge, and Relating Wave will score the overtime winner.
Virtuoso, he landed in the goal and then I think got a piece of Itachi, who probably wouldn't have been able to get the save, but maybe a half flip could have gotten him close. An Endpoint, either way, that is a solid finish from them. After that break in rotation, I got a little bit worried. I was thinking maybe Barca would have that counterattack. The shooting accuracy was plaguing them way more than Endpoint, and they don't come up on top, but that is the best way, I'm telling you, for Endpoint to start out here.
Endpoint, they snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. They had so many situations where they had to make a save in a precarious situation. They were able to make those saves over and over again. Barca did get that first goal. But since then, Endpoint managed to make things work.
The question is now, how will we see an adaptation from Barca? I mean, what are they going to change? This always happens for them where we get into a series and it seems like there's something that's a little bit off. Even that shot there, I believe it was from Devo, just shot right at Metza, who had the easiest pre-jump. All he basically just jumped once and was like, you know what? There's the entire goal to shoot out. I'm just going to pray he shoots it right at me. And fortunately enough, if you are Metza, Devo just shot it right at you. You had no choice but to get that touch. And Barca, they need to start scoring those opportunities.
We'll see if they do it. One thing's for certain is they were starving Endpoint from boost.
Yeah.
So much. But Endpoint would find a way to keep the ball out long enough for them to break out and score some scrappy goals. The goal from Virtuoso, though, that one was quite nice. The airplay, that first touch, the finesse touch in the air, setting up his follow-up touch. An old school double tap. Except that one looked a lot prettier. Metza, bounce shot, saved, but two defenders went. Devo and Ronicky will just keep going downfield. Virtuoso trying to clear it across. Itachi not letting it happen. Metza in the corner, slow playing it. Ronicky with the challenge, Relating Wave up to Metza, but Itachi had beat him to the ball. Virtuoso streaking in, the shot off. Rebound out. Metza will put it to the corner. Virtuoso has had a few narrow misses so far. When he's had those good looks, Turtle.
Yeah. But then on the other side for Barca, it seems like they're a little bit too panicky on offense. They'll get given the ball, a couple of spaces left to dribble it. I mean, we even saw in the last series for Vitality, it was Alpha who every time he'd get presented with an opportunity where there's a little bit of space, even if he's right in front of the net, he would take it down, go for a dribble, and get a flick. And there are a lot of 1v1 potentials on Barca who have solid flicks and can get it past at least one player. So if they see that space, make sure you're making use of it and slow down the pace of the game.
Virtuoso pumps Itachi. Relating Wave will leave this.
Double tap.
Metza, hard hit downfield. Virtuoso low boost. Hoping the corner respawns. It doesn't. Looking for a demo. Gets a bump on Devo. This backboard pass isn't going to work out. Ronicky to Itachi. Itachi to Devo. Devo going for the double, and he misses. That was the setup. Barca plagued by shooting accuracy problems.
Oh, now Relating
Wave trying to go for that air dribble play.
This is tough for Barca fans all over. You see them get the opportunity. Devo there, and he must have gotten thrown off by whoever was on the backboard. I'm not sure who it was in the end, but somebody from Endpoint almost got a touch, and it's just the presence of that defender on the backboard that can make you adjust your car ever so slightly to get the miss on the ball.
Metza back just in time. Awkward hit. That one off the post and out. What? Barca. It seems like they couldn't, I don't want to say it, Turtle. This is a rough shooting performance from Barca.
I mean, you were right in front of the net. That one has got to be it. I can understand the Devo, and now on defense, Itachi had to save. We were getting scared. A couple of misses on offense, and now maybe a miss on defense, but no. The defense is there, and it's panicky. You see the double commits from Devo, and I believe that was Ronicky looking to get something out. And I'm a little bit worried, Barca, even whenever Endpoint aren't looking that great on defense, you can't capitalize and punish on simple mistakes or even off your own demo.
Oh, and there it is. Finally, it's Ronicky to get the monkey off their back. Itachi, lovely passing. Oh, it looks like maybe even Metza bumped Ronicky into that a bit. Either way, Ronicky able to stay in control, get that quality strike.
Still looking at Metza. I think if Metza flipped across, I'm not sure if he would have gotten the angle, but Virtuoso came down. Might have denied him from getting the save, and it was so close because Virtuoso did get a touch. Instead, it was just still going back towards your own net with how much power it was striked with. Virtuoso now looking to outpace the defense. Can't do it here. A nice demo for Endpoint to relieve the pressure, and Relating Wave is going to get this clear out.
And Barca had a game similar to this, I believe, against Guild, where they had so many chances over and over and over.
But it takes them so long to warm up with those shots. I mean, they get opportunity after opportunity, and for Endpoint, they just have to fix up a couple of mistakes on defense. You're giving them the room to fix those mistakes instead of punishing them and getting those early wins in this series.
Itachi blocked by Relating Wave. Ronicky coming in to help. Itachi with the 50, rolling up the wall. Ronicky towards net. Relating Wave back just in time. Control from Metza. Center to Virtuoso. Virtuoso gets the dunk. Rebound out to Relating Wave. Shot wide. Double tap out. Metza with the 50. Virtuoso gonna wrap around. Itachi didn't fall for it. Now another 50. Tap from Metza. Puts Itachi last back. Itachi, another quality touch.
Take the boost.
Looking for the pass as well, perhaps. It's just wasting time. Relating Wave has the ball sent across field. Virtuoso. Good pop. Metza racing to it. And that'll be it. Barca hitting it to the ground and will win game 2.
And I'm going to be honest with you. With the shooting from Barca, I was a little bit shocked. I mean, I saw that they were up, 1-0. They got that solid finish into the back of the net off of some decent passing. And the unfortunate hit from Virtuoso where it just slipped in. And yet, I'm still thinking here, Barca could pick it up tenfold. I mean, there were so many opportunities for so many different players on Barca to put one in the back of the net. They failed to do it at Endpoint. If you're still losing a matchup where you were giving away free shots and they weren't hitting them, that has got to be alarming.
Yeah, this was a game for Barca where you truly thought it could have easily been 3-0 or 4-0 if they were shooting the way we know they can, struggling to find that accuracy, but it doesn't really matter. They still get that 1-0 win. And now we're moving on to game 3. Endpoint. They've been challenged to break out of their own half. It has been tough for them. This game looked a little bit better, but still Barca controlling the tempo, setting the pace, and Endpoint trying to figure out how to make it work when they're stuck in their own half looking for boost most of the time.
And it's a difficult thing because I'm trying to find whether or not Endpoint have enough boost that takes. So I want to be a little bit more cautious of that, try and go through the different players right now on Endpoint because the corner is constantly getting taken by everybody on Barca. And I think that is what's contributing to the slower performance from Endpoint where they fail to get it out of their own half in a fast manner, and then nobody's waiting for the counterattack opportunity to receive the clear. So pay attention to those boosts, see if they can recover the mid ones. Even Metza here grabbing that one. Let's see what the boost game has to tell for this roster.
Good start so far for Endpoint. Virtuoso did get his flip back, but it was too far away off the bounce on his undercarriage. Relating Wave has Virtuoso upfield being a bully. Backboard bounce, Virtuoso up, shooting opportunity, lower corner. It was on target, but Ronicky there for the save. Another quality pass infield. Itachi breaks that up. Virtuoso Had the midfield boost taken in front of him. Still had enough to work
what
with.
a
Infield
touch.
pass. Beautiful play from Endpoint. And wow, that was a great play, Turtle.
It's so tough too in the corners because once you go in, you try and take the boost, but Virtuoso realized he could have gotten a touch if he pre-flipped fast enough. That's what got him out into the middle. And again, it's difficult because when you come off the corner, you don't know which angle you're gonna get when you jump. So pre-flipping, you could have gone any direction, it feels like. And Virtuoso made that look so easy. Now another chance, it pops out. Virtuoso. He is a beast right now at the beginning of this game.
And I love this wave dash from Relating Wave. The low shot. Itachi couldn't get much of a clear. And Metzanaris apparently got a piece of it because he got the assist.
Yeah.
And Endpoint continue to work on the kickoff goals. Quick 2-goal lead. Barca going to have to play from behind, and these games have not really been that high scoring. Double commit by Barca. Itachi, final player back. Double tap from Virtuoso. Now the pinch to the middle. Devo gets dunked on by Relating Wave. And a minute and a half in, already 3 goals for Endpoint.
Wow, clear to the corner, and then you pinch it all the way across to the other corner. Now it goes back into the middle. You're trying to keep up if you're Barca. And I told you I've been paying attention to the boost a little bit more, and it seems like Endpoint, they have been starving Barca so much. Whether or not they're getting the mid boost doesn't even matter with how much Virtuoso especially is infiltrating those corners, taking the boost, and you can tell that Barca, they're slow to get to the ball. Devo, excuse me, on that clear, he was barely getting back in time, and that's why he got dunked because of how late he came to the ball.
And that tap
another
from
one.
Metza. And this whole play began when Metza didn't believe that Devo was going to get this touch off the backboard.
He's so fast to get up to the ball too. Ronicky needs to get a touch in that situation. Metza, like you said, just kept pushing up the confidence to stay in the midfield, wait for that pass out. Endpoint, they have completely recovered, done a 180, and we're seeing them the most dominant we have this entire series.
Great start for Endpoint. Just past 2 minutes off the clock. Metza,
Speed again.
long clear downfield. And he's been winning a lot of those midfield balls.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to getting boost. It's so important that you have your own corner boost or even picking up pads because then in the midfield, you're so much faster. Metza getting a touch right here. It sets up Virtuoso for the clear. It's all routine. It's all calculated. Endpoint, the defense starting to really pop off.
Metza making defenders miss. Ronicky will chip it over. Itachi dropping it back down for Ronicky. The setup. Devo, the follow-up. And Barca on the board. Lovely patience on the counterattack from Barca.
Wow, look at that touch from Itachi. Then he goes forward to look for a demo. Relating Wave jumps already out of position. The slower paced gameplay from Barca is what works out for them, making sure the ball stays to the ground. You have a little touch from Itachi that goes backwards. They've managed to get a solid goal on the board, but they're still trailing by 3.
They recognize how much space and time they had to work with and used it very well.
Yeah.
Perhaps a glimmer of hope now for Barca. Devo going for another touch, but it was too far ahead of him. Itachi off the corner. Virtuoso stays in the play. Now Relating Wave. Metza going to stop this ball at the midfield yet again. Devo, light touch, going for a flip reset. Gets it off the backboard and quality clear. Now Metza taking it to the corner. Ronicky wanted to just test the defense. Now backboard bounce. Double commit from Endpoint. Infield pass broken up by Relating Wave. Virtuoso bumped.
Look at the defense from Endpoint. They always have a safety net. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know, how they keep getting these clears. And it's a little bit more shadowed behind another player where you're just making sure they can get the 50, a nice little touch, and you have somebody to follow it up. Even here, Virtuoso crashing in the midfield. Relating Wave now has the recovery. Seems like there's always somebody in position for Endpoint, whether or not they have the boost now. You know, at first it was always controlling the corners. They barely even had to stay on defense and just making sure you have somebody to challenge that shot.
And there was that counterattack chance for Barca. Itachi was working with Ronicky. You feel like they must score at that point if they hoped to bring this game back within reach. Relating wave, slow play, bouncing it off the defender. Ronicky, the first touch. Now Devo up to Ronicky. The pass backward is shut down by Relating Wave.
It's free.
Oh, but no! Mensa had bumped Relating Wave. He still recovers, but puts it wide. It's not going to make much difference as we're under 20 seconds left. Endpoint still up by 3.
Yeah, you're not even mad. You're up by 3 goals. You're not even worried. It would have added insult to injury. You know, I'm guessing all the fans of Endpoint would have loved to see it. Now, Mensa, maybe if you get the flip reset, he could recover. Virtuoso denies him. Okay, we're having a little bit of a team swap. I think somebody's starting to play for the other team.
Imposters.
Yeah.
And Itachi will get the 0-second goal for Barca, but they'll still lose by 2. Endpoint, they got off to a quick start, Turtle, and didn't let off the gas.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that benefited Barca this entire time was recognizing the space. Other than that one moment, it seemed like they failed to know where to push up, when to take it slower because they were worried so much on defense. And that's something that Barca don't do too often, but we saw it in this game. They were panicking, trying to force out a clear almost every single touch. And the difference was just when Itachi slowed down the play, got it to the ground, and made sure somebody followed it up, that's how they got a goal. And you need to keep rinse and repeating that process. Otherwise, Endpoint, they have much more speed right now. Every single challenge on their defense, they're winning. They're getting up to the ball so much faster. So for Barca, do what Vitality started doing at the early of the last series and just slow this pace down.
And Barca gonna have to mix things up yet again. I think that early lead, giving up that early lead really made them struggle. And we'll see if Endpoint can generate that much offense this time. We saw some good infield passes and promising from Endpoint.
Yeah.
Not only can they play defense, they can take it to you as well. They just proved it. See if Barca can answer back here on Aquadome. Itachi. Strong first touch. Got away from him. Devo will take that to him. Now back to Ronicky. Ronicky, air dribble. Blocked by Metza. We're seeing a call for a pause by the players. So we will figure that out. That'll go to the admins and we will determine how to resolve this issue. Turtle, didn't really take long for that to happen, so doesn't have much to talk about.
That
So
was
let's
right
talk
away.
about-
I mean, we've seen so much already. I mean, we got to break down what we've witnessed. But I mean, just speaking about last game, Endpoint, they had a solid start. I think Barca was managing, to get back into it with some confidence. And for Endpoint, that's a little bit scary. I think the defense started breaking down a little bit. Maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves and too overconfident because whenever they pushed out on offense, it was just everybody started flooding the net. And look at the passing too. That's something that I appreciated the most out of Endpoint is they were passing the midfield. Barca couldn't catch up to it. And also the solo plays too, forcing Barca to make a mistake back and forth. Devo couldn't rotate in time. We saw a couple of instances where there were slower rotations, taking the boost around. And overall, I think Endpoint just completely flipped the script,
They certainly did. They proved that they don't just have to play defense stuck in their own half. They really were setting the tone early on. So Barca going to have a task ahead of them right now, down in the series 2-1. We had a player issue, so we're getting that resolved right now. But when we get that up and going, we will be in game 4. Endpoint currently leading that series 2-1. So shouldn't be too long. We'll get that going as soon as we can. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. And Turtle, let's talk about Barca's shooting troubles. We've seen it a bit this tournament, but they always seem to find their rhythm once it's a bit later on in the series.
Yeah. I mean, it has been tough for them. And Aquadome is where it happened versus Guild in the last and yesterday in that series against Guild. We all saw a change on Aquadome. It was when Ronicky started hitting passes that were coming out from the midfield, from the corners as well. Then he had that crazy flip reset shot on Aquadome. This is where things can start to change. And Barca, they are such an emotional team. Things just start exponentially increasing for them once they figure out that missing element. And I personally don't even know what it is at this point because it might just be as simple as finishing shots because they've had a couple of good looks, a couple of good chances, and every single time it seems like they just barely miss and it goes wide.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Devo miss that double tap. Ronicky miss a shot. So Barca not as polished as we've seen them. We know that they've got it in them. And if they start hitting these setups that we've seen them get, then they could very easily jump out ahead in the series. But right now, Endpoint, They're in the driver's seat,
Yeah.
ahead 2-1, and Metza has been very good at the midfield. We pointed that out a few times, getting some huge challenge wins, getting there very quickly, and that's something that Endpoint has been doing very well, is turning quickly. If they've got a player in the vicinity, just have them turn and get the block.
Right, and we're mentioning Metza, but I want to talk about Virtuoso. Every time Virtuoso goes on offense, I think he does above and beyond. And that's a player that needs to have an impact for Endpoint, because when Virtuoso gets flung forward, he's always either getting a solid touch, a solid backboard read, something like that, where he's setting up his teammates. And for Virtuoso, he'll then continue to go for a bump, keep rotating out. And even then, we had to ask the coach in the interview, what was the difference here and how are you starting to beat a team like Top Blokes? And he said, we realize when we need to go for demos. We know when we should be aggressive, when we should start letting back. Because before, they had just always tried to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until your defense is just scrambled all over the place. You're running back because you kept going for demos. But now it is much more controlled and much more precise as to when to throw Virtuoso forward.
And we appreciate your patience. We're still working through things, waiting to hear from the admin team as to what the call is going to be. And hopefully we'll have this game up and going for you as soon as we can. Have a technical issue we're working through. And Turtle, who does this help? Who do you think this helps more?
I honestly think this helps Endpoint. I think Barca, we're starting to figure things out. They're a team, Barca, that you just keep playing. They're the players that once you get into ranked and you go on a 20-game losing streak in ranked, you're going to keep playing until you keep winning. That is literally Barca in a nutshell. There's other players, other teams who they'll lose 10 ranked games in a row and they'll say, bro, I'm done. I'm tilted. I can't play anymore. And Barca, those are not the type of players we have on the pitch. These guys will keep pushing through their struggles, keep pushing through the bad striking. And this pause could definitely slow them down for, a team like Vitality who's waiting in the grand finals. You want to come in there hot and ready to take them on the pitch and at least try and match that pace of Alpha 54.
So we're still waiting to get things worked through. Players still trying to get things fixed. So, Turtle, I don't know what more you want to talk about. We're still just waiting to get into this game.
We're just
Tech
excited
issues
here,
can be a challenge. And you know what? We'll just go to a quick break. And when we come back, we will have the continuation of the series. Thank you for your patience.
Go wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's pulse, so that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience as we worked through those issues. It's all cleared up now, and we will be starting Game 4 with 4 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. Endpoint currently leading in the series 2-1. Barca looking to bounce back. Endpoint really getting off to a hot start the last game. We'll see if they can do it again here, or if Barca has stabilized the situation.
It's a confusing series so far. I think that both teams not even playing up to their peaks, really. I mean, there's so many things that could be improved on either sides, and I think as the series has gone on, it's just going to get better. And Metza, this is better striking from him. Barca couldn't find the back of the net, but Endpoint, they continue to find that finishing shot.
And you see Itachi and Devo both going up for that same ball. Itachi taking it right away from Devo. And that rebound chance coming right back to Metza. Defensive struggles early on for Barca. Relating wave takes the shot. Itachi, he blocked it, took it downfield, but now the ball gets away from him. Devo, bounce pass to Ronicky and a save from Virtuoso. And Relating Wave will tap it back down to him. Hit to the corner. Devo turns. Relating Wave, backboard pass. Ronicky drops it down to the corner. Devo didn't get much on it. We're seeing some endpoint passing. And Barca's half now. Itachi trying to get this past Relating Wave, but it doesn't work. Off the ceiling, Relating Wave. The shot blocked by Devo. That one looked like it might be heading in.
Yeah, oh my. Relating Wave has been a monster so far at the beginning of this first game that we're seeing coming back from the break. It seems like Relating Wave, every single touch to a teammate, or he's on his own getting a nice little dribble to stall out time, force a 50. And I just want to see more of that out of Endpoint. I feel like we're always lacking that final touch, the special factor. It could be Relating Wave. Virtuoso has so many good looks on offense. Now for Barca, this is a good look for them. Off the post, saved by Metza. Again, the striking. I feel like you could have found that angle instead of hitting the post.
That was a really tight angle. It was possible, but it was tough. And then Metza gets the follow-up block as well.
Man.
It's been a tough day for Barca. Good pass, but the smoke screen didn't bother Virtuoso. Endpoint, their defense can withstand quite the barrage.
Yeah. I mean, no matter how good the pass is, I think it was Itachi who had that dribble touch, almost a fake shot, setting up Ronicky, who I believe was behind him. Oh my goodness, even with the best setup you can look for, the striking still not connecting yet for Barca. And there's also credit to be given to Endpoint's defense on those goal line saves.
Devo. Now Virtuoso out. Corner bounce. Devo dropping back down. Virtuoso, the back hit, now dribbling in the air. Pinch to the corner. Under 2 minutes left. Bouncing down, Devo hitting Ronicky on the fly. Backboard bounce. Virtuoso and Metza both miss. Devo up to Ronicky. Ronicky, the drop down, and if he could get that out to Itachi, that might have been a scoring chance, but Metza was ready for that play to the middle.
Seems like the defense for Endpoint starting to realize the shots are not coming in, so they know to look for more of that midfield pass, because that's what Barca are starting to rely on. They're saying, if we can't get this shot on target from a distance, let's just try and pass more. Endpoint have realized now they're intercepting far more frequently in the midfield and getting better 50s. Virtuoso like this all the way across the Ronicky. He's getting in front of that shot, and now the 50 to take it out. This is the defense from Endpoint we know and love, but that's a better pass, and this shot still wide for Barca. How many attempts do we need to see from them?
Barca, they've had good looks. Now a look for endpoint. Virtuoso forcing Itachi to make the save. It was a tough angle. You thought Virtuoso might be passing, but no.
Yeah.
Ronicky hitting it straight down Main Street. Devo with the pop. Relating wave to the corner. Double commit from Barca. Metz off his own wall. Hard hit back. Itachi will pop it. Low boost for Virtuoso. Has just enough to tip it over to the corner. Virtuoso, round one. Ronicky going for backboard. Metza. That touch got quite a bit out ahead of him, but Relating Wave will help him out. Devo up high. Final seconds. Leading by 1. Endpoint trying to hold on. Ronicky shot blocked. Metza. Flip reset. Will kill the ball down. The back pass. Oh, that's dangerous, but Ronicky will keep it airborne. Relating Wave to the corner.
Oh, that's got to be it.
One more touch. He gets it to hit an endpoint move to match point.
It's happened so much sooner than I expected. Barca, countless opportunities in front of the net. I mean, look at how many shots. 8 shots to endpoints. What is this, 5? And yet endpoint are the ones taking the win here. Barca, they had the midfield passes. Endpoint, I'm telling you, they started to adapt. Barca, no, there were no solo plays whatsoever. Nobody on Barca wanted to take this by themselves, go off the backboard because they were whiffing. The mechanics aren't there yet. And so they started looking for those passes. Now endpoint, they're infiltrating the midfield, and Metza as well. Even in the end, we saw him get that huge 50 win to take it all the way out, and then the flip reset to stall out more time. Plays like that from endpoint were developing left and right, James.
It's tough to believe that Barca did not score in this game. Another 1-0 win. Endpoint getting the win this time, and they move to match point. Twitch chat didn't believe it. The desk didn't believe it.
I didn't believe it. I still haven't believed it.
Not many people did.
I said I would never disrespect endpoint again, but I thought this matchup was going to be closer. And I also want to give another huge shout out to Relating Wave, who's had fantastic touches on the ball, and even going on to offense. Now we see him getting the clear. He pushes forward to maybe take some boost, go for a demo, always doing more. And Virtuoso now with the shot. These guys starting to feel good on the offense.
Virtuoso gets credit for this goal. Metza getting that hit, and it drops down, and Itachi actually hits that in. But Virtuoso, he was in traffic, causing issues, and it turned out to be a big one for Barca.
Vitality are waiting. It looks like we might see Endpoint versus Vitality in the grand finals. It's going to be close, but Barca, I mean, there is still so much hope for them, so much time in this game. They just can't let it be a repeat of the previous one where you had the opportunity to start striking better, and now the net is left wide open. So much aggression, and it means nothing for Barca.
And this one off the ceiling, well timed by Virtuoso, who blasts that downfield. And another quick start for Endpoint. We've seen them do this multiple times today. Quick starts, 2 goals in the first 30 seconds. Now the check on the goal line. Oh, Relating Wave will score this one. And it was Metza on the goal line, bullying Itachi.
He got in front of Itachi, just parked his car, and then he put it in reverse and started messing with Itachi, who actually got a touch. If he had managed to get the save, unfortunately, the pinch did not go his way on the other side with the post. And that is all thanks to Metza. 3 goals now. It hasn't even been a minute, James.
Metza, like you said, throwing his parking brake into action. First minute, 3 goals with Endpoint on match point. Unless Barca scores soon, you feel like it's over. Ronicky looking to start the comeback. We've seen him do that before, but a huge challenge win. Relating Wave didn't have much space to turn with. Now 2v1. Devo to Ronicky.
What do they got?
Shot! Crossbar down. Perhaps this is the start of the comeback.
Remember this goal. This could change everything. I'm telling you, we even saw it against Guild. All it takes for Barca is 1 goal. Once they start the fire, it just explodes and erupts now on the offensive side. We're going to see some better shooting from Barca. I know it. That has got to give so much confidence to Ronicky, who desperately needed it.
And Ronicky usually the catalyst for Barca's offense.
Yeah. And there's still so much time.
There was that much needed goal. We'll have to see them step up their defense as well. Can't afford to let any more past them. Endpoint, however, threatening, and not only threatening, they prove to strike true here.
Oh my goodness. Relating wave. Look at the touch in the corner. He's rotating out, and the little pass also from Metza to always find a teammate. And that's why I wanted to give a shout out to Relating Wave, because it's those little touches where he's always aware of where his teammates are. He knows that if he hits this to one of them, they can have a solid shot for a defense on Barca that has been struggling. The offense might be picking it up a little bit here, but their defense always lacking right now on finding the save. And we even see all three players pushed up so much space now, given a Relating Wave.
Another
he beats
chance.
one. Just needs Virtuoso to finish it. They don't have it, but the offense still lurking for the 5th goal.
Endpoint. They don't want to let off the gas whatsoever. Virtuoso will get that off the backboard. Ronicky, hard touch. Follow-up, Itachi airborne. Sails it over to Ronicky. Ronicky off the backboard, but that play is broken up now by Virtuoso. And they've had some plays, Barca, where the passing was there and they looked good.
Yeah, the whole series they've had those.
But it just didn't pan out.
Oh my goodness.
And it pans out for Endpoint. The 5th goal from the drop-down pass from Virtuoso.
Virtuoso used his boost to actually stay on the backboard there. If you saw the slight frame where you saw him boost to the backboard, he thought to himself, maybe if Metza bangs this to me, I can drop it down ever so slightly. That's exactly what happened. And it's those last-second little touches of finesse that are making a difference for Endpoint. Itachi now, the dribble from the kickoff. We've got half the game. There is a chance, a slight chance, but it can happen.
And they get one back here right off kickoff. So we're right back to where we were a moment ago. 3-goal deficit. And we have about half the game left. Metza. Through the corner, gets a bump. Relating Wave back to Virtuoso, who's driving backwards, gets the backboard pass. The play stop. Now up for Metza. Metza, light first touch.
Double tap.
Backboard to Virtuoso, weak shot. Virtuoso, he loves staying in the play, and he loves to live on the backboard of the opponent.
Yeah, he has got some crazy rotations on the offensive side. He doesn't decide to just go back all the time. And we even saw that with the previous goal where he stayed on the backboard. And a lot of times we'll see him go up, go for the ball, maybe lose the 50 and still stay there. Here he does that exact same thing off the pass from Metza. Endpoint. I love what I'm seeing. They are not letting off the gas pedal.
Zero hesitation. Metza immediately knew he was going to bump. And Virtuoso was ready to finish off the play. Metza didn't even get the bump on Itachi, but I think Itachi was thrown off by Metza and Virtuoso, both so close to each other. Ronicky still showing some fight for Barca. He'll put one in.
And I'm still a firm believer that they can bring this one back. Itachi from the midfield finds Ronicky. Endpoint, I barely had to play defense this entire game. It seems like they've just constantly had the pressure. Now Barca, they're still trailing by 3 goals, a minute and a half. I'm telling you, it is possible. This is a team that will fight to the last second.
Metza can't get to that ball. Devo eager to get this comeback going. Ronicky over to Devo. Devo shot, crossbar out. Rebound isn't going to happen. Now on the other end, Relating Wave taking his time, going for the flick, and that doesn't happen either. But that could have been the continuation, Turtle. And it was another miss.
Where is the shooting, James? It's so close for Barca. It's almost infuriating to watch this because they are so close to finding the momentum that they need to bring this back. And also credit to the Endpoint defense, but there have been chances. Very few chances for Barca to get back in it. And Devo, he just needed to hit that shot.
Still not giving up. Itachi has the ball skip out to the middle. Now a long clear. And Endpoint, they've been the underdog all day, taking down foe after foe. And now just seconds away from securing their spot in the grand finals against Vitality. And Turtle, you better not have doubted them.
Dude, all day I had no respect given to Endpoint, and now my mind has been made up. These guys are a roster to be feared. You can't break the defense. The challenge game is there. The striking from Virtuoso, relating wave with the touches in the corners, and Metza doing a couple solo air dribbles. It's all connecting, and they're ready to take on Vitality.
Endpoint take it in 5 over Barca. And that was a convincing win as they move on to those grand finals, Turtle. So this is not what people expected. The desk predicting Barca, chat predicting Barca, and Endpoint overcomes those expectations yet again.
We just got to keep doubting them, and I'm looking forward to this matchup now against Vitality, because especially with how we saw Vitality play, Endpoint have got to step it up. I think that it's going to be a close matchup, but Endpoint, there is just a slight break in rotation every once in a while that if they can clean that up, we are going to get a crazy grand finals matchup, James.
And I look forward to it. I can see it now. The desk all picking Vitality.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Vitality. It's going to happen. This is part of the script. So I look forward to seeing how the story on the field plays out. Endpoint, they looked good this series. Metza, very good in the midfield. Virtuoso doing what he does best up there on the backboard, getting bumps, getting demos, and Relating Wave solid all series through. Endpoint get the win. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, the grand finals, Vitality taking on Endpoint. Stay with us.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, regional number 3 for Europe, stage 3. We are down to our final 2. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and JamesBot. To break down that match, JamesBot, the desk was wrong, but maybe we did it on purpose to help out Endpoint, but chat was entirely right on this one.
Were they?
I think they were? Or was it the other way?
They were
oh,
wrong.
they were wrong too.
Leafex, you're not paying
okay.
attention, man.
I'm just double wrong.
No,
Oh my
nobody
God.
had Endpoint winning this series.
I'm going back to muting myself.
You know, except maybe Eclipse. Eclipse seemed confident the whole time. He said top 2. He didn't say winning at all. He said top 2. So maybe you can rightfully pick against Endpoint next time. But this series, Endpoint looked very good. And they got a little help as well. I think Barca, we've seen them have better days with their shooting accuracy. But Endpoint was in their grill the whole time, being aggressive, going for bumps, playing their game. And it proved to be too much for Barca to handle.
Yeah, no, this is Gibbs. Continually, they go against the stride. I feel like again we're helping them out here. They're taking that underdog story to the next level.
Yeah, this is a crazy run for them. Back in the spring series when they really peaked with the new Virtuoso, they still came in third. Now they're into a grand final, top 2 finish. They will more than double their points they've had through the first 2 regionals. So this is great for Endpoint.
Well, we like to do this before grand finals to give the teams just a moment to recuperate, get themselves in the right mindset, because it's a very important match. We like to bring on a guest and chat with them. We've already been doing that in the side while that match was happening. We're going to bring them on air so you guys can listen to. Gregan from Guild is going to join us to have some lovely chats. And I think, Gregan, we're gonna start off with Guild, but I want to start firstly by saying welcome and thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. It's been great watching all of the Rocket League going on recently and just seeing how much each of these teams can perform on the day. And I think today, as you were just mentioning, Endpoint really answering all these questions. It's really good to watch.
Yeah, let's start with Guild though. Let's just dive into the team and what's going on. It's been some ups, some downs. It's been all over the place. Yeah, how's it been from your end, just wrangling in the team?
Well, my heart's in the best condition it's ever been with the amount of cardio they're giving me. And just in general, it's been, I would say from a coach's point of view, it's probably most challenging experience I've ever had, but also in a way, that's what coaches are there for, right? If you're always doing well, it's very hard to really make a difference. So I think we've had some incredible steps recently where we've been going up and up and up. And for us at the moment, we're trying to work out how we can do that consistently. And it's always the question, but I think we're very harsh on ourselves, and that's what's making us push ourselves so much. And that potentially could be what's making us underperform on the days when things don't go our way because we're so tough on ourselves. And I think our next step is to really work out how to overcome that barrier of the potential frustration over our underperforming and work out how to do that consistently.
So not only that, but 5 out of the 6 Swisses now, you've gone to 5 matches. So those are 5+ hour days. How taxing is that on you, plus the players?
I mean, I'm not playing and I feel knackered by the end of the day. So I can only imagine what it's like for the players. And I think the real struggle is a lot of those 5 going to the 5th game have been through 2 wins and then a really close game against a top team. And then you've got to recover from that, knowing that if you just finish that game off, you are through. And I think we're starting to get there. And I think this most recent Swiss that we went through, I think that's the best we've ever performed when coming off of a loss, but then fatigue started to really affect us there. You know, it's a long day, and I could see mistakes happening that they wouldn't make when they're fully fresh. So now we've got to work on that side of it. And so there's so many things to work on now because there is so much Rocket League, and consistency isn't just about the way you play Rocket League. It's about all the factors: mentality, how you're able to concentrate consistently, getting that confidence each time you compete and making sure it comes out the same rather than dictating whether you're feeling good each day based off of how you wake up. You know, it's a real challenge with how much Rocket League there is, and we're still trying to work on that.
And you mentioned mentality, and I think from an outsider's perspective, we've seen this roster seem to have so much potential, but hit a few bumps here and there when it comes to mentality and maybe some of the personality issues on the team. Do you guys have a plan to address that? What do you think needs to happen, Gregan?
Well, we're very fortunate because we're at Guild, where Guild want to treat these players like they would treat athletes. And one of the big parts of treating an athlete is having that psychological support. So we're going to be getting performance psychologists in soon. And I really believe that can make a massive difference. We're getting some of the best in the country, which is, I mean, again, fantastic that we've got that support from Guild to go with that. And I really hope that's going to make a difference. And you can never know how people are going to react to these kind of things, but we're all on board with the idea of it, and know that those small little percentage increases that we're going to get from each of these different angles of support is going to make a massive difference. I mentioned last time I was on an interview, we've got an analyst on board now, crunching out numbers for us. We've got people helping with the management side, so it takes less of the strain off of me having to do those kind of jobs, so I can focus more on coaching. I think that's the real exciting phase we're in with Rocket League, where we can start building up these teams around the players who aren't just a one-man, two-man team trying to turn these three young people into superstars. You've got a whole group of people around them really trying to make a difference.
Hey. Now, real quick, more importantly, when are you going to hire me so I can just yell at Scrub? And that's it. That's all I got to do.
Yeah, I mean,
please take them away from us.
I mean, Gibbs, you're an incredible father figure. We all know that, and I think sometimes that's what Scrub might need from me, and perhaps you can take that strain off for me.
All right, so we'll ink that contract soon. All right,
the ultimate support team. No, it does sound like you guys have a good support team behind you guys right now. So it looks like things are going to be continually on the up and up. And again, a top 8 finish is nothing to be laughed at for sure. But now that the day's done, before we let you go, we only have another minute with you or so. I want to get some thoughts just with the end here. I mean, just how EU's been looking, and then more specifically dive a bit into grand finals here. Let's just take a look real quick. Actually, if we can pull up the bracket just to remind everyone how the day's gone here, and show it to Gregan as well. Gregan, this has been our day. Has it been surprising to you at all? And what are your thoughts on this grand finals real quick?
I mean, we've got Endpoint, who are having one of their best days they've ever had in Rocket League history, so you can never count a team out who's having a pop-off day. But I think just the consistency of Vitality, and I mean, they've got the Mout factor in now, 100% win rate Mout on the team. You can't second guess that. And I think both teams are coming in feeling it. And I really genuinely believe the new style that Endpoint are going for will create some exciting Rocket League. So no matter what, this is going to be a great final to watch.
Yeah, I think we mostly all agree here on this. And it's just great to see that a lot of these teams are getting so close. I mean, for a while there, it was just, okay, it's just Vitality, right? It's just Vitality. That's all we can look forward to. The inevitability is those three, but things are starting to shift just a little bit. So people always say the depth is there, but now we're really seeing that. Before we let them go, because we do got to jump into our final stop before the match here. Any other questions from either of you two before we let Gregan go?
I got one real quick. Do you think Endpoint's only in the finals because they didn't have to play you guys?
Absolutely. I mean, we're their kryptonite, right? And to be fair, they have beaten us a few times recently, which caught us all off guard. I feel like we've got the upper hand most of the time. But yeah, let's say they got lucky going the other side of the bracket to us, because
Anyways, Gregan, it looks like Guild has a lot to look forward to here, and as always, it's always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for your time.
It's been great. Have a good final, everybody.
And there's Gregan from Guild doing a lot of work behind the scenes. You can hear it. It definitely feels like a lot is going on for Guild right now, which is great to hear over just all the ups and downs we'd heard from them. But we do have to focus on what we've all been working for here on regional number 3, 32 teams down to 2. We're talking about these grand finals. And while we talk about it, chat, get those votes in. We really need every single person here. It's time for the fan vote. Get the hashtags RV or Endpoint. Is Endpoint going to push their way through to a regional win, or is Vitality still that final boss? I want to get your thoughts on this one, you two. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you. Let's get some predictions in. This ain't going to be easy. How's this looking?
See, Now, I want to get what James wants to say first, but we'll do me. But I really want to hear James because he's been bashing us on the desk saying no one's picking Endpoint. So if he doesn't pick Endpoint here, I think that's a problem.
You put him in a spot.
Like, Endpoint is the first 3-2 team from the round of 16 to make it to a grand final. And I think there's a reason for that because generally those teams will falter at some point. They're having a wonderful day. But did you see Vitality take down BDS cleanly? I think Vitality's playing on another level right now. I do like what Endpoint's doing. I love their offense right now, but this is Vitality. This is definitely Vitality. And I think it's not even going to be close. I think this game one's going to be a blowout, and it's not going to get any easier. So for Endpoint fans out there, I'll even say it. 4-0 sweep for Vitality.
All right. James, are you going to let him put you into a hole here?
I mean, Gibbs he's the master of holes. He digs himself a hole every weekend, but I'm not going to step in there with him. I predicted when I was talking in the last series that the desk was going to predict Vitality. So was chat. And so I'm going to stick with the plan. I'm going Vitality here. I do think that they are the better team. But Endpoint, they love that underdog position. I think they're going to be in it yet again for the grand finals.
This is it. I think in inevitability, I have to go with Vitality here. Vitality have been the final boss for so long. BDS has been a huge challenger, and a lot of people, again, saying undisputed the best. Obviously, they fell to them earlier, but Vitality, for sure, is a team you never want to keep out. And now that we've all voted against them, Endpoint is going to win. That's just how it goes here. And a lot of fans out there confident with this underdog story right now. Only 60% to 40 on Endpoint in favor of Vitality. So this is going to be an exciting match unless Gibbs is right. But I think Endpoint here is at least going to put up a fight. Let us know your thoughts and how excited you are for our final grand finals of the fall split for Europe on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS. But it is now time, as I said, for European Regional number 3 grand finals with Shogun and Johnny.
So here we go then, Johnny. 4 long days, as Gregan previously mentioned, leads to this best of 7 grand finals between Renault Vitality, a team that, you wouldn't be surprised to see here, against Endpoint, a team that I think nobody expected to be here.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous, Shogun. How on earth have Endpoint found themselves in the grand final after a season which has been, I would say, at best, on the cusp of acceptable? Not even, but given the fact that this team got 3rd place in the Spring Series not too long ago, between Season 9 and Season X. But what an opportunity. There is a lot on the line here for Endpoint. Oh, what a start that could have been. A great opportunity on the center ball. But, besides this match, besides taking down Vitality, besides getting a regional championship under their belt, they could also improve their seeding for the Fall Major by 2 spots with a win here. I think they're guaranteed at least 6th seed, but they'll move up to 4th ahead of Guild and Giants with a win over Vitality.
And for Vitality, it's all about the follow-up sentence from this tournament. Not just they beat BDS. They want that sentence to be they beat BDS on the way to the regional championship. Spoke about it numerous times this weekend about how K-Dop does not like to sit around in this position. Oh! And he's not going to sit around before he passes this off to Alpha, who hits it with some gusto.
Yeah, not the best, not clear by Metza, but K-Dop's pass was phenomenal. K-Dop has really stepped up today. What a performance he's been putting in. And I think that's really, for me, the difference for Vitality. Alpha's been playing incredible Rocket League all season long. Fairy Peak is always such a smart, such a solid player. But, K-Dop, he's the player in this team with the most experience, the most prize money, the most world championships under his belt. And he's starting to show why once again.
I do have to bring attention to it as well about how when you do look at professionalism in the scene, a lot of people will point to Vitality being one of the most professional. And when it comes to these long tournaments, these ones that can span across 4 days, Renault Vitality, they've been in this situation before. They've been to those World Championships where they've got to play 3 days in a row. There's K-Dop off the wall. Fairy Peak wanted to see if a mistake would happen from Metza, who was not forthcoming with it. But this is Renault Vitality playing exactly how they want to. Send one player in, cause as much hassle as possible, but relating wave. That was a fantastic play to get it past K-Dop. Should be able to take Fairy Peak out as well, so instead he has to leave it for Alpha. And finally, opportunity to try and transition. Metza lays it over to Virtuoso. This is a slow play. Fairy Peak's been waiting on this left wall for about 20 seconds now, and it finally comes in to not much.
That's still brilliant work from Relating Wave in defense. Able to take the ball past 2 Vitality players and then 50-50 with the last man. Ideal, and more of that would really give Endpoint a shot in this matchup, but You know, it's not as impressive a prediction to make when Vitality already lead game 1 by a goal, but I think Gibbs might be right. A sweep, based on what we've seen so far from Vitality today, might be on the cards. And K-Dop, oh, he almost makes it too. It was a bit of a goalmouth scramble there. Alpha 54 was also in the vicinity. Look at this from Relating With. The Fairy Peak deflects near the back wall. K-Dop with the follow-up clear. Endpoint are at least getting some looks at the Vitality goal now, although theirs is also being destroyed by these shots from Vitality.
I think if K-Dop didn't get that second touch, Alpha was there for it. They just had to leave it for him, but it can be very difficult when you're up next to it. And often you will find yourself just trusting yourself to put the ball in. 2 minutes left, Endpoint, get a good shot at this as K-Dop has to keep following it across the face of goal. Defensive version of what the offense was earlier, and Fairy Pico is always so smart, but he couldn't make contact. That does allow Endpoint to break through. Vitality would prefer to see this ball in the blue side of the field as we come towards the second half of this game. It's such a great power clear. Fairy Peak not wasting any time with any of this. For Endpoint, whilst the transition game has been good, we need to see what they're going to figure out in offense. That's something that should have probably been a pass to Virtuoso.
Yeah, if that was a pass to Vert, then I reckon that's a goal because the shot would have been unbelievably quick. But unfortunately, the passing did not connect for Endpoint. We did see one pass before that, just the second one was missing now. Fairy Peak in the mind game. Oh, brilliant work by Relating Wave again to stay in the way of the ball. What a defensive monster he is. Virtuoso with a huge outplay. Is he going to get the ball past Fairy? No, he misses the boost steal as well. And you know, it's been a close call for a few occasions. But Vitality still holding on to this 1 goal lead. I'm impressed with Endpoint thus far, though. It hasn't been their absolute full force Virtuoso demo plays in the final third mode. But that's not what we're too used to seeing from them recently. They're trying to find the balance between that and full rotation. It's looking pretty good today. Mind game by Alpha. He's going to try and get a second one. At least like Metz there.
That is always the scare, just how good Reno Vitality are at slowing the pace down. They only have to commit 1 player. You've got to commit 2, and you're losing time on it. Virtuoso can turn around here. Metz will be backing him up. Goes underneath, but K-Dop manages to drop the car quick enough. There we go. There's the first demo from Virtuoso. They're going to look to try and capitalize on this. Bounce back down. Relating Wave will do well from that angle. Couldn't get to it before Fairy Peak managed to respawn and get it away.
There's a nervous start to the game for Endpoint, but since then they've elevated their gameplay. Relating Wave's been unreal in defense, and you know, Metza and Vert have been making plays in the final third, but Vitality are just that good. You can't afford to make a mistake early in the game like Metza did. Per clear, just gifting the ball to K-Dop, and of course he was able to pass it off to Alpha with no difficulty at all. I'm still pretty hopeful that we'll maybe get something out of Endpoint here. Going into this, I did kind of expect it to be a sweep, just because of the way that Rhino Vitality were able to handle Guild with him out playing in the game 1 as well, and then also crushing BDS, their closest rivals and recent nemesis in the scene. You know, Vitality probably already feel like they've won the final with that semi in the bag, and seeing that they only have to play against Endpoint. And I say only in the nicest possible way, because let's remember, we're comparing Endpoint to the team who have already won twice at this level in RLCS Season X. But BDS have been the best team in Europe. Vitality have already beaten them.
It's like comparing apples with a slightly sharper apple that's getting thrown at your heads. It's just, there's no such nice thing here when you talk about BDS and Reno Vitality. But for me, coming into this game, Johnny, it is all about them taking their time a little bit when trying to find that final pass, because it feels to me like when Endpoint are getting their transition plays going, they're doing well to get into the midfield, but they expect somebody from Reno Vitality to be on top of them almost immediately. So they're almost throwing the ball as quickly as they can without actually seeing where the play is, as we see Vitality putting some good pressure on to start off. Virtuoso again looks for the transition. Relating Wave called into action. Shepherds K-Dop over to the left-hand side of the field. This is the challenge game that Vitality want to be playing. They will squeeze Endpoint into this final third for as long as they can. Wait for the ball to trickle out to a shooting player.
Yeah, that's all very good, Shogun, but you'll need to tell me where I can find myself one of these sharp apples that you're talking about. Very interested to
From
see
Norfolk,
one of them.
mate. Well, our farming is very different to the rest of the world.
It sounds extremely dangerous, but I mean, we'll leave that for now. I'll have to find out more about that later. Endpoint haven't blundered in defense so far in this game. That's a promising fact. Oh, K-Dop has. Relating Wave makes it 1-0. And this is actually extremely similar to the goal that Endpoint conceded at the start of the last game. Just a very bad clear. K-Dop unable to get the ball to safety. It just bounces off the inside of the post. And it's wide open for Relating Wave to score.
Yeah, it's that panic play from K-Dop. He's got Fairy right behind him, who had a much better angle. Could have probably lofted it further as well. Instead, tried to get rid as quickly as he could. And that is the joy of this game, is that you don't get much time to communicate it. Metzenaris! Well, that's a little bit different.
Oh my goodness. Metza just paused for a second and then got a huge last touch on the ball that Alpha didn't expect. I mean, when you see the opponent falling that quickly, you really don't think that they're going to get a significant touch on the ball. Maybe just a glancing blow at best, but Metza with the air roll was really able to surprise Alpha. Just how hard he hit that ball. That's some brilliant defense on the back wall as well. A couple of touches from Metza. Knocks it away from danger. Now this is where Endpoint just have to, I think, just turtle up a little bit. Not completely, but certainly just play a completely safe game from this point. You've got a 2-goal advantage against Vitality. Let's just make sure that we don't throw away any easy goals. No bad clears like we had in the last game, just going straight to a Vitality player.
And they do have the Vert option over there. If they can just send Virtuoso diving in for a clear, it's going to be very big. What a save. Relating Wave will keep it out. But if they can send Virtuoso when it returns on the rotation to the defense, he's going to have that chance there to almost catch Reno Vitali on the blind spot. And maybe take out their third man, slow down their play. They're not going to slow this down, as Metzenaris will again get in the way. So good play is being created so far by Reno Vitality, but each one of them read to perfection by the Endpoint defense.
Yeah, Vitality a couple times now went for the infield pass option, and both times it was intercepted by Endpoint. Interesting to note that K-Dop's also had a bit of a hard time with his back wall clears. Dumped another one down straight into the middle of the box just moments ago, and that was the shot for Endpoint. Every time that happens at this level, there's always going to be an opponent there to shoot it on target. This is kind of the same sort of thing for Vert, but at least he's able to fly after it and block most of the shooting angles. Less
I don't think I've seen Vert on that final third in ages. He's just
You're talking about the defensive one or the or the offensive start?
Yes is the answer, no matter what. He is all over the place, stealing whatever mid boost he can, see if he can at least get it here as Metza tries to take out Fairy Peak on his way back. It's Relating Wave. Almost found himself the double tap. Endpoint playing the situation to perfection so far. Coach will be very happy that they've not overextended just yet as Metza. You know, we've been talking about how there's almost a different side to Virtuoso lately. You know, we've got a game here where Metzenaris has taken all the double taps. He's going for the air dribbles. And he's already scored one. And he's got another. If this is a new look Metzenaris, I am all in for it.
Metza just rolling back the seasons. Just absolutely slams Alpha into the net, letting the air dribble find its way through. 3-0 to Endpoint in the second game. That is a response and a half.
This has been perfection for Endpoint.
Oh, wow.
And Relating Wave has got it. And this is exactly what happened to Barca. You get caught a couple of times in Endpoint. They are not wasting their chances today. If you can say anything about them, it's that their shooting accuracy is on point.
Absolutely. And despite K-Dot making an impact in the offense in game one, you know, defensively in this second game, largely disappointing by him. That's a whiff on the back wall. We've seen a couple of very weak clears. The first one leading to the opening goal of the game. This is definitely a recurring problem for Vitality. If Endpoint just keep hitting the ball into the danger area, funnily enough, Vitality look like the team in danger more than them. That's a good save. You know, it's close to being a goal there for Vitality, but at the same time, Endpoint have got pretty much all the goal covered with their keepers. Oh, big dunk for K-Dop. It's going to hit the post, but a bit careless maybe for Endpoint to just chip the ball up into the middle like that.
I have really liked what Endpoint have done this game. No, Vitality probably have got a pace advantage on them, so they're not chasing the ball in defense. They are waiting for the crucial part of the play. You know, we talk about these sort of things all the time when the air dribble is starting to come back down to the floor, as we do see Virtuoso going up again. Is that 5?
Oh!
Somehow it's not. But you do get these crucial parts of each of these plays. When you're coming down on the air dribble, when you go for the infield pass and that ball is loose, those are the moments that Endpoint are waiting for defensively. And that is what they are trying to jump on top of. So far in game 2, it has been the right decision to make. But the question will be, what will Renault Vitality do to respond in this best of 7? At the end of this game, it is 1 each. And game 3 is going to tell us an awful lot. Maybe Virtuoso can grab another. Unfortunately not.
Endpoint played brilliantly. We saw a few mistakes from Vitality defensively in this match, but overall, that was, I would say, just Endpoint earning it. They out-pressured Vitality. They outshot Vitality. They were able to score, well, 4 more goals. What more do you need to know about this one? But, you know, it's the way that these goals happen. We saw a huge outplay from Metsonaurus, air dribbling over the top of one and then just slamming Alpha into the net with a bump in front of the ball. Maybe I'd say first goal was mostly on Vitality. Second goal from Metza, and of course his air dribble later on, just entirely outplays. No real thing that Vitality could do to stop it. And when you've got Metza popping off, you've definitely got a new win condition, something that we haven't really seen from Endpoint a lot recently.
No, even in the tournaments that Metza has got his biggest results in, you know, you look at that second place at a World Championship back in Season 4, you look at the third place back in Season 5. Heck, Season 5 is a great example. He got that without even scoring a goal before they went into day 3. You know, that is not the Metsonaurus playstyle. That is not what you typically ask from him. But if he's going to turn around to you and say, hey, lads, I'm just sort of feeling like a couple of air dribble goals today, you're not going to turn around and say, you know what, please don't.
Yeah, everybody's going to just say, yes, please, thank you, Metsonaurus. Any more of those? You got any of those air dribbles? They were pretty nice in the last game. Oh my goodness, what a pinch by Virtuoso. We almost saw Metza get his first goal in this game as well, but unlike last game, K-Dot was able to get the clear that he was needed to get. Otherwise, it would have been pretty free for Metza. You know, it's interesting to think about Metza's teams he's been on in the past. He's very often has to play that supporting role. He has to play the glue that just fills all the gaps, because, you know, he had most of his success playing with Alot and Magnus, and Alot lives on the ceiling. So you need to be very, very careful with him on your team. But now he's actually being unleashed a bit more, because Virtuoso's not staying upfield as much as he usually does. Like you mentioned earlier, he's now rotating back more often. He's still looking for those opportunities to get the physical game going, but not forcing it as much as he did at the start of the season.
No, and that is showing off just how versatile this team can be. Do you know, Metsonaurus was brought in with that intent, so for him to be the one that holds back as Alpha over the top and Relating Wave can't get to it. There's your difference maker right there.
Yeah, it was just too fast by Alpha. What a play. Metza, unlucky with that bounce a little bit with how it kicked out to Alpha 54, but no time wasted by Alpha, transitioning from the ground straight into that top corner. I don't think Endpoint even did a bad job with their initial challenge. That was pretty good timing. They didn't waste any time. They got right out in Alpha's face to try and block him. But when you're playing against Alpha 54, you know, you can play the defense perfectly, and he still sometimes gets the goal on you.
I think everyone was expecting, you know, Alpha's just going to take a touch, he's going to set himself up, and Alpha was just route one as quick as he can possibly go, drag race to the top corner. That is going to lead to 1-0. Renault Vitality looking to bounce back after what was a bit of an embarrassing game 2 for them. One that they will be very unhappy with, but Metza just goes flying past. K-Dub was going to be nothing more than a spectator to that. Now Endpoint looking to press forward. Relating Wave and Metza trying to see if they can undo K-Dub, but K-Dub has been on this ball for a while now, unleashes it over to Alpha, goes for the double tap, and it's off the post! Almost dropped on it for a third one. And somewhere out there, the Rocket League gods are not too pleased, otherwise they would have gifted us that goal.
That was crazy. Alpha just kept on finding a new way to reach the ball a second time, a third time. Before that, Metza almost scored. I think if he had just a tiny bit more boost, he would have reached that aerial. He knew he had to go fast to it, but the boost ran out at the worst possible moment. Huge chances for both teams, but now it is an Endpoint opportunity. Relating Wave sideways to the play, still gets the goal, and look at the goal line. It's the usual suspect, Virtuoso, causing havoc, knocking Fairy Peak out of position, and leaving the net wide open.
And you can just see from Fairy's POV, he did such a good job just avoiding everything he could before turning his car back down. But he needed the support, and it just didn't turn up for him in time. Instead, it was all 3 members of Endpoint, and now we're back to 1 each. Gibbs was saying this will be a 4-0. This won't be easy for Renault Vitality. It's been anything but so far.
Oh my.
Nice.
What was that by K-Dop, though? Unbelievable touch. You saw the entire endpoint defense were just like, wait a minute, back it up.
All right, we need what we needed was beast mode, following that one up for the double tap, and
oh, exactly.
would have been perfect.
I mean, that was just crazy. The fact that he flew up to that and then clipped it perfectly, you really don't see that very often. We'll see those like crazy no-jump half-volley wall clears when there's a player just waiting on the wall for the ball to come to them. But K-Dop actually flew up into the exact position for that. That's a really, really good move.
Already up. Fairy has been looking around for a while. He's going to take his opportunity to move in. Couldn't quite win the challenge. And now Metza will go hunting for K-Dop. Alpha's trying to get back in time to help him out, but K-Dop again. He did look shaky in the last game, but every time Endpoint have tried to get the ball past him this game, he is holding them off so well. Although he does go flying past Fairy Peak, who wanted the infield pass instead. So a bit of a miscommunication there by the French team.
Oh.
These are not good clears, actually, from Endpoint. They're starting to fall apart here. And Fairy Peak will see you falling apart and rip your defense apart even further.
That's such a good reaction by Fairy. He's still relating wave committing to the wall and straight away drops the ball, decides that the flick is not worth it. Let's just go low. A massive mind game, puts Vitality in front. This is a phenomenal series. And I'll be honest with you guys, the grand finals of RLCS so far, not always been the best series of the day, but this one really could turn out to be if it keeps on delivering like it has. We've had a lot of one-sided ones, but Endpoint are really bringing the game to Vitality. They did push late in game one, even though they were behind. They're going to try to do the same thing here. Free aerial from Virtuoso. He's put it wide, somewhere between a shot and a pass. Metza couldn't reach it.
Yeah, he just needed to make a much more conscious decision there. Instead, went through the middle. Ends up scoring a goal between his two options. Now Metza will find Relating Wave. He's actually got two players out here, but unfortunately for him, the last player is Fairy Peak. He'll buy some time for the team. Final 15 seconds. Metza's touch, not great. Offers up a bit of a freebie for Alpha. Now gets the pop that he wanted. Relating Wave gets it. If that was on target, that could have been a massive turning point in this game. Now they want the infield one more time. Virtuoso's desperate to keep this one off the floor. Over to the wall. Fairy Peak's dictating the rules for this. And his rules say that it's game over.
Yeah, well played there at the end of the game by Fairy Peak. Yeah, of course, when you want to hit the ball into the ground on 0 seconds, the best way to do that is to make a dash actually up the wall towards the ceiling, because when you come off the ceiling with the ball next to you, you have that infinite dodge timing. So it's such an easy option. If they don't challenge you, great. You're just going to fly into the ground with the ball. If they do, then you flick it past them. So that's so smart by Fairy. But you have to give credit to where it's due to Endpoint. They got a good opportunity at the end of that game. The first demo landed for Virtuoso. Had he bumped K-Dop as well, I think they were scoring. So it was very close, but credit to K-Dop. That was not the only time in the game where he was able to avoid a bump that would have been catastrophic. Earlier on in the game, he got away from Metza as well. So 2 huge plays by K-Dop. Way to respond like a champion after a pretty disappointing game 2.
You know, K-Dop will immediately just started talking to himself between the games, just saying, okay, got to be better this one. Got to be better. You'll know. He doesn't tend to deflect that sort of blame. Virtuoso and the rest of Endpoint will look to try and pull this back yet again as Metza almost found Fairy Peak. I think he actually might have slammed on the brakes towards the end. Didn't know where he was.
Yeah, it was Metza who just entered the ball, and I think he just landed on it. So he wasn't really sure what to make of that position. Just any touch is probably good enough, because the defense are really not expecting the player who just flew into the corner to now be there for the rebound touch as well. But with Vitality leading, the pressure is immense on Endpoint. This is probably the point in the series where they realize, wait a minute, we're playing pretty well, guys. We can actually do this, but we're still trailing against Vitality, who are an extremely difficult team to beat, even on their bad days. It looks like the game 2 is just a blip for them. They're right back to the solid defense. That's well played by K-Dop again. But will Virtuoso get anything? He misses it, but that actually fakes the defense. Does bounce wide, and K-Dop playing for the challenges. That's still smart to go for just 50-50s in the back corner when he doesn't have any boost.
I feel like we're just one more step away as Virtuoso almost took out the entire team. A slight delay to caught 2 people jumping. It was only Fairy that didn't.
Oh, man.
And again, Endpoint are just so close to what they need.
Oh, that would have been beautiful. triple mind game, but unfortunately for Endpoint, the shot wasn't on target. It deserved to be on target there after such a brilliant play.
That's the second one they've had now, isn't it?
Yeah, you just have to hit the back of the net, at least give it a chance to go in. So it's still very impressive to watch. Something that you so rarely see at this level, with ball chasing becoming more and more meta. Now Alpha 54 to the crossbar. K-Dop gets a bit too close for comfort. Has to back off. Now, bit of disruption from Endpoint. There was indecision on whose ball that was. Virtuoso was lined up for it, but Metza did have more boost than him. Luckily for them, they have only given away an attacking opportunity, which didn't look that good anyway.
Yeah, but there's still a little bit more chaos with them trying to find the rotation as they now have to face down a little bit more offense. Virtuoso taken out, but he has got rid of the ball at least momentarily. Lightning Wave going as far as Alpha. He will catch it. What a good play this would be from Alpha if he could get the full length of that Fennec behind the ball. Instead, it is K-Dop trying to follow this down. Lightning Wave again clears. A little bit nervy this time as Endpoint under a lot of defensive pressure. Can't afford for too many balls like this to be played out because instead it can go from K-Dop back to Alpha. Virtuoso this time much more defensively sound. Takes it to the corner, waits for the challenge and makes sure he gets the car behind it.
And he just barely got the boost in that play as well, which is pretty huge. Oh, but that one's been stolen. Vitality are trying to steal both the big boost pads in the corner. Back post is available. But it looks like Endpoint might have broken free. Vitality weren't ready to intercept on this side, which is a bit surprising, actually. And they've been hit on the counter. Metza denied by Alpha 54. What a save by Vitality, but it's still on their goal line. Chance of the game fell to Endpoint. They just couldn't get it across the line.
Well, it was K-Dop last game. This time it's Alpha. Just talked about how good he is on offense. Well, there is a bit of a show about how good he can be defensively. Now they avoid the demo one more time. Virtuoso forced to go to the right-hand side. Realizes he's got too much support. Pops all the way out. Here comes Metza. Goes straight down the middle. He's got 2 players to commit. Endpoint will not want to give this up. Renault Vitality don't want to give them the choice. Metza, good jump from him. He's caught K-Dop out. Takes K-Dop out as well. Endpoint now have got the pressure, but Alpha, as always, the difference maker. He's managed to transition.
That blind jump by Fairy Peak over Virtuoso's demo is so sick. Just a little hop as soon as Vert arrives. You know, difficult to keep everything on download in these games when there's so much happening around you. The ball is absolutely flying around the field. Still, Fairy Peak had the whereabouts to know that Virtuoso is coming for him. Great work by Alpha. And look at that position at the near post. Almost impossible for Endpoint to score from. It's really painful, actually, because the ball is so close to that goal. But really, at the end of the day, no closer to resulting in a goal because Alpha is goal side. The solid hitbox. K-Dop, near post, off the bar. Oh my, this game is just so tense for a 0-0.
And Metza knew he was beat if that was on target. Virtuoso goes in. Fairy Peak does block, but it's a good final swing here for Renault Vitality. Will they get one more chance? Fairy Peak pops the ball out. Alpha moves in, and he scuffs past the ball. I think Endpoint had that covered anyway, and we have overtime.
Endpoint game so close to sending us into a completely level series. Will they get another opportunity as good as the one they had? Relating Wave has to say goodbye to the first one. Now here come Vitality. K-Dop has the air dribble, has the flip reset. Shut down by Metsunoris. Perfect timing on the challenge.
And last week it was, last regional, it was game 2 of the grand final where you saw that was probably it, that was the final major swing. Will Endpoint be able to come back if they end up losing this? Oh, will they even need to? It's off the crossbar. Endpoint again desperately close, but they need this game win.
Double
back
bump.
in the middle. Here's
Relating
Wave.
He's hit the bar once again. The open net. Well, not really entirely open, but still a lot of the goal. Staring into the face. Surely now Metza will apply the finishing touch. What a heartbreaker it would have been if Endpoint lost it. Thank goodness for them. They found the last shot. Fairy Peak was so close to it, but he ends up matrixing the ball as Metsunoris, who is having a standout day in offense, sends one straight down the middle, too fast for Vitality to react to.
And I'll tell you what, if they needed a player to really start stepping up for them, Metza is picking the perfect time because I don't think if that goes to 3-1, Endpoint would have been able to make the comeback. That was so crucial that they pull this series back to the 2 each. And in a series or a game that they were so desperate to get a goal, Metzenaris has turned himself into the, unexpected hero on that regard.
It's crazy. This is some of the best Rocket League I've ever seen him play. And, I'm not talking just relative to his past performances, because obviously he's getting better and better over his Rocket League career. I mean, relative to the top competition, Metzenaris just absolutely stand out at the moment. Some huge plays in offense, making Vitality look incredibly vulnerable at times. They just need to get the ball to him in the last third. Honestly, the rest of the team haven't had the most success with their accuracy, but Metza is just blasting shots on net.
And Metza's even faking players out, hunting down for Alpha. And he continues just to attack them over in their own corner. So Metza running a new wave of confidence today. Can they take that to be championship point in our third regional?
Oh my.
As that is going to be Virtuoso dancing around a few. Now here comes the passing option. Fairy Peak knows he has to keep moving because he doesn't want to get bumped. Drops all the way down. Metza dives on through. Virtuoso has to keep this in offense because he doesn't want the team to get caught on their way back. Fairy to Alpha. Alpha wants to go the way, but Metza again shuts it down.
Yeah, great breaker rotation there by Metza. Relating Wave is at the back with almost no boost. There's no way he could have closed that distance, so Metza turns around and does it for him. Still, you got to highlight how close Endpoint are coming to goals. Multiple goals in every single game here. That was another golden opportunity. Relating Wave so close to hitting that angle double touch as the demos came in. Well-timed, as always, from Endpoint. Metza got signed to this team because he's a well-rounded player, defensive player, let Virtuoso go wild in attack, but turns out Metza was the secret that they were just, they hadn't yet discovered in offense. He's the one who's been unleashed today.
I think it's something that a lot of teams are starting to figure out now. They've come in with a very set play style as Alpha.
Wow.
It's very unlucky to not see that one go in, but, it seems that we're seeing teams like Barca Esports as well realize that the whole team has to be rounded. It's not just feed the ball to Ronicky. We need everyone able to do this, and Metza's showing off exactly how important that can be. Now, one thing I do want to point out here, Johnny, is that whilst Virtuoso wasn't full bump mode to start us off here, he is starting to trickle out more and more as this series goes along. That might be him just selling in to these grand final nerves across the midfield. Virtuoso would have liked that one to be a bit more to the right so he could follow it, but he's still going to do what he can as it is going to trickle off the post. And Relating Wave, for as good as Metza's shooting has been, Relating Wave hasn't found much luck in the last few games.
Yeah, he just keeps getting the wrong side of the post, the wrong side of the crossbar. What a close shave again for Vitality, who are getting away with murder defensively. So many opportunities for Endpoint to shoot on their goal. And who would have thought that it would be Endpoint who are dictating the flow of the game? Now Alpha, 1v1 with Relating Wave. Virtuoso can't get back to help him. Who needs to help Relating Wave? He's got it all under control. Have to try again, Alpha 54. Make solo plays every other day, but right now Endpoint are playing oh so well. It's not that easy.
Certainly is not, but Alpha's going to keep on trying, going to keep on asking those questions. Doesn't drop off at any point. Doesn't let his confidence waver. Hit up against Relating Wave. Decides to leave it. Allows Relating Wave to take his shot. Here comes Virtuoso. It's a slow one. It's a slow shot like that one that can bait you in for the double commit. But when Vitality do well to avoid it. I'm not too sure what Virtuoso wanted here. I think he just wants the top 100 boost. Has got a hold of it. Now Endpoint. Making a couple of whiffs here. Virtuoso holding himself off. It's the backboard again. This time uncontested. Virtuoso with Relating Wave to work with. They want the pinch.
Wow.
Didn't quite get the timing for it. But Endpoint, each time on the transition, they're coming up with plans.
Endpoint have so much more cohesion at the moment than Vitality, who look a bit awkward. I'm starting to wonder, maybe the scoreline in and of itself is causing Vitality problems, because they must have felt like they were the favorite in this one by a significant margin. And with how well they played against BDS earlier on today, they might have gone into this final with a bit too much confidence. I mean, I know most of us who were watching did. We thought that Vitality were going to destroy Endpoint. Endpoint have had some impressive results, but nothing the likes of beating BDS 4-1. Endpoint have stepped it up again, and Vitality are struggling to, get the control. They're struggling to find the driver's seat in this series. Endpoint have ripped it away from them in game 2.
It's going to be Fairy Peak on the follow. Good challenge yet again from Virtuoso. Still 0-0. Whilst Endpoint have looked good here. Haven't been good enough to pick themselves up that goal. K-Dop already up. Support is coming in for Reno Vitality. That support is Fairy Peak. They're going to keep bouncing it off this corner until they see a shot that they like. And this could very well be that. Pass over to Fairy Peak. K-Dop delivers it on a silver platter.
Beautiful pass by K-Dop. That was a bit too casual by Endpoint. Did they realize K-Dop was coming in from the far side? Maybe not, but you have to assume that someone on Vitality will be going as quickly as possible to every single ball that bounces out into the middle. 1-0 Vitality against the run of play. Steal the goal. Oh, and now Relating Waves missed. Endpoint will feel like they have somewhat thrown away a game here with how close they've come to scoring multiple times. But Vitality don't care about that. They'll take it. 2-0. An assist from K-Dop and a goal from K-Dop. The difference makers in the matchup.
That is a very desperate play from Endpoint. Metza wants the midfield. I can't tell if he wanted to get into Relating Wave. He just wanted to force the challenge. Either way, Relating Wave dived on in, and there was just nothing there for him. So, Reno Vitality managed to get this. And Johnny, whilst we keep talking about which way the momentum is swinging, this is turning into more of a series of opportunities and moments. Who can take the moments presented to them? This time around, it was Vitality.
Yeah, Endpoint are going to be complaining to the RLCS admins that the post was playing for Vitality, making this a 4v3, because really at the start of this game, they had a couple of glorious opportunities. We saw the double touch from Relating Wave hit the bar. Now, that's not an easy shot by any means, and he was pretty close to scoring it, but still, he could have scored that. I think if he was absolutely on form and feeling great about his shooting, he would have. I mean, this is it right here. He had to slow himself down in the approach, but it was scoreable. And the fact that it hit the bar flush as well. Yeah, the second one, that post that's a nightmare. Those are the two big chances that Endpoint will look back on and think that they should have probably done better with. Even if the first one doesn't go straight off the bar, if it hits the underside of the bar and bounces down onto the goal line and stays there, Endpoint probably score, because it would have been so hard for Vitality to clear. It's the fact that Relating Wave missed by just a little bit too much that made it unscorable for Endpoint.
So what has the coach managed to tell them in between matches to pick their heads up? Yes, they have now got to win 2 in a row against a Reno Vitality that are desperate to reclaim their throne as the kings of Europe, at least momentarily. Before we get to the European major coming up as Metza, good challenge from him, but a couple of bumps as well. Completely have ruined the Endpoint rotation until Virtuoso comes to help out. And Alpha almost cut straight across K-Dop there. Almost handing away opportunities. Can Endpoint return to the momentum that they had? Because as you mentioned, Johnny, they were the better team in the last one. They don't really need to change anything. They've just got to take the chances.
Yeah, they were the better team for about 4 minutes, and then Vitality started to get a lot of consistent touches on the ball back to back to back. Now K-Dop's got an opportunity. Low boost for Metza in defense. He's going to get goal side of one challenge, but where's the follow-up? There it is. Relating Wave with a good clear to the midfield. Yeah, this is a really interesting series still. I think this is going to prove to Endpoint that they can compete at this level. Oh, that's a miss from Virtuoso. Recovers well. They don't look as confident as they did it was right until Vitality scored in the last game. I think that's maybe ruined Endpoint's day a little bit, because they were playing so well. They were creating so many chances, then they ended up behind anyway. But that happens against Vitality. It's going to happen at this level in grand finals like this. What a shot by K-Dop. Oh, it's off the bar. That would have been a beauty. Endpoint really can't say much about that if it goes in.
We were talking earlier on the pre-show, Johnny, about who would be the most impactful player. So far this series, it's been the Woodwork. Whoever can at least negotiate a deal with the Woodwork to help them out might be good as Alpha. Oh, he almost took advantage of Endpoint, who slowed down quite a bit. They are stuck in their own side.
What?
That is somehow not in.
Wait.
Apparently, the Woodwork is determined for the spotlight.
Did Fairy Peak save that?
I honestly, he came close at the least.
He may have deflected that into the post. I'm not entirely sure. It looked like it would. I mean, K-Dop was credited with a shot for that play, but the game will give you a shot if you hit the post most of the time, so it could have just been missing anyway. But it didn't look like Fairy Peak was helping it on its way in. I can tell you that much. Vitality maybe having a bit of fun with this now. I doubt it, but it's possible. These guys, they're going to be I think, pretty disappointed with their performance in the grand final. No matter what happens from this point, they're that serious. They take they're that professional and expect such greatness from themselves. But they still do like to have some fun every now and then with each other, and that's one of the other reasons that I think this team will have longevity and continued success.
Alpha wants to follow. Endpoint doing a good job so far of not allowing him to get those follow-up challenges that Alpha likes to take. Here comes Metsunaris. Almost got K. I think he was just desperate for K-Dop to pre-jump that. Get him off the backboard and then have the follow-up shot come in from Relating Wave, but K-Dop's smart again. Doesn't let him have it. Virtuoso chases. Fairy Peak clears. These touches have got to be so good, otherwise this can happen. Fairy Peak looks for the top corner. Virtuoso happily sees that one away. He's got Metza to aim for if need be. And he's actually landed on it! And it's a complete mistouch that leads to a gift for Endpoint.
Well. If Vitality did end up saving their own shot at the other end of the field, they're definitely going to be pretty mad about it now, because that is one of the luckiest goals you're going to see all day. K-Dop's cleared is going straight back into a pre-flipped Virtuoso, an already flipped Virtuoso. I'd say let's not pretend he had any intention of catching the ball at the end of the flip there. And that's exactly what Endpoint needed. A little bit of luck after all the posts and crossbars in the last game.
Oh, this could
they almost got another one.
That's for the crossbar this time. Endpoint will want that second, though. They know Vitality have already been pressing quite a bit here, are about to come at them even faster and even more deadly than before. As Metsunaris, that's not a great touch, and he's handed it to K-Dop.
Yeah, Metza panicking. The ball is pretty close to his goal, so he just knew he had to do something about it, but that's not the touch he needed. He had to get behind that ball, stay behind the ball, not hit it away from himself. But well played, K-Dop, once again, stepping up with a clutch play for his team.
That was almost a bit of a preview, actually, in the last game. Metza made that mistake during the heavy loss that Endpoint did get. Same one that comes back to bite him here. Same one that helps them lose a lead. But Metza, that was mega cheeky. Almost managed to just sit it still and just let the ball guide itself. 45 seconds on the clock. K-Dop. A wall-assisted infield. In comes Fairy Peak. He'll be unchallenged. A Relating Wave, he was already up for that one. He was not messing around. Now he's not going to mess around, moving the ball to the left-hand side of the field. Virtuoso pops it again. Alpha comes in, and this is where he's at his most dangerous. I love that from Metza. Don't get the ball. Just make sure you hit Alpha.
Yeah, Metza just has to make sure that Alpha doesn't get a reset or a mind game on that play. Anything involving those would just be a disaster for the goalkeeper. But right behind him, as long as he flies to where the ball is, then at least he knows that Alpha has to move it out of the way before he gets there. Oh my goodness, that's off the bar.
That's off the post.
Now the post, everything.
Go on, K-Dop, hit the crossbar again. Why don't you? I do not know what is going on.
Oh,
Here comes Relating Wave, and that is blocked. We have yet another overtime. This ends up being done here. Endpoint will know that they force Red Vitality to fight for these, but they want Champions Field. We want Champions Field. Will we get it? Fairy Peak over to Alpha. Alpha says no.
That'll do it. Sick pass. Fairy to Alpha. Oh, that's so well played. Alpha making the run already. Fairy Peak waits for the ball to just go over his right shoulder and then pops it into the middle. Perfectly struck. All Alpha had to do is double jump to get the finishing touch. And Vitality do win 4-2. Like I said earlier, I think Vitality are going to be not disappointed. Overall, they're going to be delighted with how today has gone. They've got the win. They have beaten BDS. Those two things in and of themselves, enough to say good job on the day. But, how they played in this game, a little bit shaky at times. I think they're going to want to improve on that. But hey, for Endpoint, regardless of the outcome here, I think even if they got swept in the grand final, they would still be pretty happy with the run here, because they've proved to themselves that Spring Series top 3 was not a fluke. They've just made top 2 in the third regional for EU.
Yeah, for Endpoint, we'll look at this series and say 1 or 2 plays. Maybe if the goals were a little bit wider and a little bit taller, this could have been a very different series. So yeah, they'll be very happy with this. Just need to make sure that they are ready to go when those opportunities come their way. But for today, Reno Vitality have returned to the top of the mountain. And to break down how they did it, it's LeafX.
Thank you, Shogun, and thinking that I'm smart enough to break this
Leaf
down.
is muted again, James.
I'm muted in
for
Discord.
us.
Chat can hear me again. See, you guys just look crazy to chat. They can hear me. I'm setting you guys up. I have analysts here to break things down for me. I'm not the smart one. I'm gonna get these two to do it. Yeah, but Gibbs, Vitality back to final boss form.
I can't believe I'm saying this at the beginning of this whole entire tournament, but I think Vitality just got lucky that they beat Endpoint here. At times, Endpoint was in control of the series, and it was just a matter of inches at times where Endpoint was just barely missing shots after unbelievable plays, like the play with Virtuoso where he fakes out 3 Vitality players, but then can't put it home. Plays like that. But at the end of the day, Vitality... It is very difficult to beat this squad. They played some incredible defense. They had some incredible reads. And who better than Alpha to seal the deal in Game 6?
I just think Vitality is that good, but we saw some shooting issues with Relating Wave. Normally, he's a bit more precise than he was, but Metsanaris was making up for almost everything else.
Oh, my.
Metsanaris, like Johnny said, playing the best we have ever seen him play at any point in his career, helping elevate Endpoint all the way to the grand finals. And it was, very close to potentially going to that Game 7, where who knows what would have happened. But Metsanaris, kudos to him. Great day on the field. Great day for Endpoint as well. But Vitality getting their crown back.
Yeah, I want to talk to Gibbs real quick about Endpoint though. I mean, like we talked before, they had that kind of under the radar kind of approach, and it was working for them. Do you think that's going to change going forward now, or do you feel like people might still sleep on them in the future? Because this is a great result.
So I'm not completely sold on Endpoint yet. Like, I think they played better than we've ever seen them play. But the thing is with teams like this that pop off in a bracket, usually the next time we see them, they don't necessarily do this each time. So I need to see a repeat performance. And obviously, this is the perfect time to start heating up because we have that major coming up, but it's against the top 16. So I really want to see what Endpoint does here because that's going to be very exciting because it's double the points. So every single win is going to be magnified. So I want to see him make another bracket. And then maybe we can start saying that Endpoint is one of those top 5, top 4 teams.
Let's take a look back at the bracket just to kind of reminisce on the day. We started with 32 teams over this entire 4-day weekend. I don't know what you call it, a long stretch of Rocket League down to our top 8. And then this is how the bracket looked to James. And then Vitality just tearing through that bottom half.
I do enjoy watching Dignitas succeed. It was heartbreaking to see them get so close in that Game 5. BDS looked like they were going to be on a tear, but Vitality dominating that lower bracket, even all the way to the grand finals. It was close, but still a 4-2 result looking pretty good. I think this was a standout day for Vitality, but a lot of the other teams going to be happy with their performances. Barca, I think, even still will be happy with the top 4. I'm sure they're wishing that they played better against Endpoint, but still, I'm sure they're happy about this finish. This was a great weekend of Rocket League.
Yes, and then Endpoint, that 8th seed coming in, making it all the way to the grand finals. That's huge for them.
Yeah, I think overall a few teams have really kind of made a point of saying, hey, no, we're finally in the swing of things. Just looking at the length of this season, we know a couple teams, Gibbs, we talked about being in that middle of the road, and then a couple other teams that have fallen off, like Dignitas, and then again Barca, that middle one, now finding their stride. I feel like the length of this season stories are going to continue to change so much as teams get adjusted and adapted to the amount of Rocket League they're playing and just how intense these matches are.
Oh yeah, and we have teams like Barca and Endpoint that make top 4, but we have one more grid week left, and they might be in the relegation for the grid. That's how close it is right now in Europe, where, sure, you're consistent, but you have to be consistent over a month's time. Now, Endpoint is obviously heating up here, so you hope their grid finish will be good. But we'll have to see. Who knows? Because next week, you just never know with Europe.
Well, to talk about this momentous victory, Fairy Peak is joining us for the 400th millionth time on the show from Vitality. Congratulations, Fairy Peak, on the regional win.
Thank you, man. Do I look like I'm completely washed? Like
you look like you went through a lot, man, to get to this point, and you really did. But I want to focus, of course, on the BDS match. I think inevitably we have to talk about this. Is for a while they seemed to be a team that was taking over Europe, but you guys found out the secret to taking them down, it seems. What was it that changed for that series as the previous ones?
I mean, we try to not to outspace them. Like we know they're really fast and they play really good, but they actually don't do really anything. They just wait for you to make mistake because most of their goals are like not open, but like most likely a really good opportunity. So like we spoke about it for like 5-10 minutes before the match, and we said like, okay, we just need to like play like they play, but like we try to play better than them. So we just sit there, wait for an opportunity, and like just like wait for a bump or something like that and score goals. That's why like all the game were like 1-0, 2-0, or 1-1 or 2-1, something like that. And the game was really tense. Like every touches were really important. And I'm really happy about this win because like we finally beat them in the regional, which was like really important. Because if they won 3 regional in a row, the first seed would have been like really hard to take again. So yeah, it's really cool. And yeah, we just like try to play not too fast and just like play safe.
I just want to point out, I like that the prep time for this to find the answer was about 5 to 10 minutes before. Meanwhile, we're all trying to figure out how they're going to take them down for like weeks. You're like, we'll give it a 5-10 minutes thought, and yeah, now we got it.
No, like actually, I watched the replay yesterday because I was like, there's no way they can beat us every time. There's something and like. Yeah. I just watched a replay. I said like some like 2 or 3 things, and we managed to. I don't say it because of me, but like we managed to win this, and we like everybody played really good. So I'm really happy about it.
Now we got to talk about this grand final. Did you expect it to be this close versus Endpoint?
To be fair, like a bit, because if they're in the finals, they will be like they will go God mode anyway.
Fair. Yeah.
And we had like 1.5 hours of not playing, so it was a bit hard to get in the first match. But they played really, really good, to be fair. I didn't expect them to play that good, and it was really like a good match. So well played to them, because usually they don't play that good. But like here, if they play every day like this, they're gonna be a really hard team to beat.
And I just want to ask you, you know, not many of us were expecting Endpoint to make it this far in the tournament. Were there any other teams that you guys played this weekend that surprised you with how good they were?
I mean, I don't remember exactly who we played. I mean, Galaxy Racer are like pretty good this day. Like since the last grid, they play pretty good. So I think they can find like they can clinch the top seed or like something like that, because like even in the next grid or like next RLCS, they're on the good way. So they just need to like stay together, I think, and keep the synergy up.
Now, just a question for you going forward. Where does your focus start to go? Because obviously, you know, grid is still another thing. There's another week of that. Is grid the focus? Do you guys drive into that as well, or do you really start to set your sights on the major?
I mean, the grid is not really important for us. Like it's at this point, it's only money, because we.
Hey, money's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. But the top seed is not really important. Obviously, we want to win it, but it's not like if we lose it, it's not really important. And yeah, our focus is on the major, like the major, of course. If we win it, it will be really, really good for the seed and like going forward to being in the RLCS LAN at the end of the year. So like middle of next year now. Yeah. We need to win the major, I think. We're going to really focus on this. Hopefully we play as good as today and we can win it.
Yeah, I honestly, I hope you do as well, because that means we're getting some good Rocket League. So congratulations on winning this one and finally taking it away from BDS and shutting them down. So good luck on the grind coming up. It's going to be a lot of hard work for that major. And again, just congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you. And big shout out to Mouth for being here. First game, of course. Yeah. Legend.
Legend. Anyways, take her easy, Fairy Peak.
Thank you, bye.
Fairy Peak from Vitality.
It's just so insane how many times Fairy Peak's been on this test. Probably more times than like most of the casters at this point. Because of how good these guys are. They just always win. So Fairy Peak's like, all right, another interview. Here we go. And it's just so funny to see Vitality, where at the beginning of the day, game 1 versus Guild, Mout has to play. And now they're here. They win the whole thing. That's great.
Let's take a look at those points. We were mentioning those, and there's still a lot more to be earned. But of course, for the regionals, Gibbs, this is all done here. But points get a lot more important coming into this major.
Yeah, it's very important for Vitality to get that win. They move ahead of Top Blokes now, and now they're number 2 with a pretty big advantage, but Team BDS is still largely in that lead. And remember, Top 6 all the way down to May of 2021. I can't believe I'm saying 2021, but that will be who goes to the World Championship. So these points do matter. And now, look where Endpoint is. Like, they only got 250 points from this weekend alone, and they have 420 total. So they move all the way up to that top 6 spot. And then teams like Vodafone Giants, who collapsed because of a ban on Tox for the weekend, they're falling down this list now. So it's getting really tight near the top.
Yeah, but this is looking at this, James. You know, these are teams going to the major here. Do you feel like there's any oddities here? Obviously, besides Liquid not being there.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that. I think the big surprise is Liquid not making it. So I think that is really their major thing that we didn't expect. But I think it's going to be a fun event. I'm looking forward to these top 16 teams, all very talented. You can see Liquid barely missing out there in that 17th spot. But that's the way it is sometimes. You got to be consistent. And in this new format, you have a lot of opportunities. There's no one really to blame except your performances.
And now that we're done this regional, there's still another regional for North America. I do want to remind people that Rocket League is out there. If you're joining us on the C-Sport for the first time, is free to play now, and we want all of you guys on there. Approaching 2 million concurrent users in there. Everyone get logged on. Head over to rlesports.gg/free if you haven't already gotten the game into your game library, because it's an awesome game. I don't know if I should tell people to do it because they're going to give the rest of their lives to Rocket League, but at the same time, we always want more friends. So join us in this awesome community with that link right there, rlesports.gg/free. But with this regional done, I'll give you guys some final words, and then we can get started for North America next week. So James, I'm going to start with you. Any final words now after this regional?
If you haven't started practicing with air roll right or left, you better start doing it. That's the only way you're going to go pro. Mark my words. Got to start now.
Man. It's tough.
Yeah, I don't have time for air roll left or right. I don't really use air roll all that much anyway, but I'm still Grand Champ, so it doesn't even matter. But at the end of the day, I feel like I finally got the last laugh, Leaf. Fairy Peak in his interview praising Galaxy Racer. I just want to give it up to my boys, Galaxy Racer. Everyone was calling me out. That's a terrible pick.
Fair.
They look good today. I'm excited for the future for a lot of these teams in Europe. This major is going to be so tight-knit. I don't know what that bracket will look like.
All right, you know what? I'm going to let Gibbs finally end on a good note here. We're not going to, we've dived too much into him, but I want to say thanks to everyone that's joined us on the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from. It's always a blast to have you. And James and Gibbs, it's always great to do a show with you as well. Make sure you guys join us for North America on Thursday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time for the pre-show, and 2 o'clock, of course, for the kickoff. If they have a 4-day gauntlet like we just saw for the 3rd European regional. But we're done for today, and on behalf of myself, everyone here on the desk, the casters, and of course production making everything run, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you for North America.